Mullah Omar sat down for what would be the last meal of his life. Of course, at that point he had no way of knowing that this would be the last time he would have his frugal meal of dates, bread and figs, but years of living on the run from the Americans had taught him that death could be lurking around any corner. Death was not something that worried him, but the one fear he did have was that he would not be able to see his plans through. The men he was meeting today were his best, and perhaps his last hope, that he may yet live to see the day when the Taliban once again ruled over Afghanistan, and that the Americans paid dearly for the devastation they had brought upon his people. Next to him was a man who looked like a portly college professor, with thick glasses and a flowing white beard, sharing his meal. Ayman al-Zawahiri looked at Omar, sensing the man's apprehension about coming into the open. "My brother, eat well. After today, we will feast as our enemies burn and rot." Omar just shrugged and continued eating. Al-Zawahiri may have sounded confident, but he had his own fears to contend with. After Osama bin Laden had been killed just months earlier in a U.S. raid on his hideout in Abbottabad, Al-Zawahiri had been whisked away by his minders in the Pakistani Inter-Services Intelligence from his safe house in Peshawar to a small village on the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. Both al-Qaeda leaders had been given sanctuary in Pakistan by elements of the Pakistani intelligence agency, but with the daring U.S. raid to kill Osama in the heart of Pakistan, his minders had told him they could no longer guarantee his safety. Al-Zawahiri had tried to reach out to the al-Qaeda foot soldiers, confident that he could take on the mantle of leadership that Osama had once worn, but was shocked when they paid him no heed. He didn't have the charisma, the vision, or so he heard them whispering when he was not around. That was why he had hatched this plan, one so audacious that even Osama would never have dreamed of it, and co-opted Mullah Omar, who had come out of hiding in the caves to join him in organizing the mission. He knew that without Mullah Omar's help in organizing logistics and security inside Afghanistan and Pakistan, his plan would never get off the ground. The four men with them looked much like Mullah Omar, gaunt and lean from years of living as fugitives in their own land, wearing black turbans that the Taliban favored and armed to the teeth. Compared to them, their two visitors looked woefully out of place. They were overweight, dressed in ill-fitting suits, and looked out of breath and tired from the journey that had brought them from Pakistan to the small hut nestled on a perch in the Shahikot Valley in Afghanistan. One of them tried to say something, as if anxious to get the business he had come for over with, but Mullah Omar silenced him with a single wave of his hand. He never liked being disturbed while eating. That was a habit he had picked up from his mercurial friend. Osama's memory stung, as Mullah Omar recalled how the Americans had shot his friend dead in cold blood. He had no great love for the fat Egyptian doctor who fancied himself a revolutionary and thought he could fill Osama's boots, but he was willing to help in a plan that would both avenge Osama's death and bring the Taliban back to power in Afghanistan. Al-Zawahiri turned to one of the Pakistanis. "Now show me what you've brought." The man he had addressed was sweating profusely despite the cold outside, and wiped at his brow with a handkerchief. "We want to serve the struggle against the infidels. That's why we are here." Mullah Omar's eyes narrowed as he studied the man, a soft, city-bred, corrupt government scientist. Intelligence had shown that in spite of all his claims of piety, he indulged in loose women and gambling. Mullah Omar shook his head sadly at what things had come to. Just a few years ago, a sinner such as this would have been stoned to death. Now he not only had to deal with them, but had to pay them. "Hamid, I know all about how pious you are. The $5 million you seek are with us. Now, just show me what you have, and let's all get out of here." The man called Hamid motioned to his companion, who had been sitting a few feet behind him. The man got up and asked the Taliban bodyguards to help him. Two of the black-turbaned men helped him pull two heavy boxes into the middle of the room. Mullah Omar studied the boxes curiously. He had never received formal education, and to him, the babblings the scientists subjected him to meant nothing. He knew that science was nothing before the will of Allah. Otherwise, how would a mere village preacher like him have been blessed with the opportunity to lead the faithful in Afghanistan? That conviction had helped him keep his faith, even after the infidels had invaded his land and scattered his men. Hamid started talking, something about cesium-137 bought from the Chechens, uranium from Pakistani stocks, botulinum from Libya, and something called tetrodotoxin. Mullah Omar felt his head hurting from the complicated words, and then stopped Hamid. "I know nothing of all this. I just want to know if what you claim this can do for us is true. Abu Jafar, is this as these men claim?" The man called Abu Jafar leaned towards Mullah Omar. He may have looked like the other Taliban bodyguards, but he was in fact a biotechnology doctorate from an Ivy League university. He had spent the first 30 years of his life as an unremarkable Iraqi immigrant in the US, working as a researcher at a leading pharmaceutical company. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and the exhortations of the preacher at his local mosque had brought him into the fold, and with his education and qualifications, Osama and Mullah Omar had realized he was meant for greater missions than strapping on a bomb and blowing himself up. "I have confirmed it. If we use these wisely, we could bring the infidels to their knees." Al-Zawahiri, an educated man unlike Omar, was rubbing his hands in satisfaction. Before coming to the meeting, he had done his research on the material these Pakistani scientists claimed to have. He knew that, used correctly, they could devastate the West. The Americans had made such a fuss about weapons of mass destruction, and even destroyed Iraq, hunting for fictional WMDs. Now al-Zawahiri would show them what mass destruction really meant, when several Western capitals were all hit simultaneously, each with a different weapon. He smiled at Hamid. "Then Allah has indeed shown us the way. Give these men their just rewards, and send them on their way." Mullah Omar and al-Zawahiri retreated to the back of the hut, while two of the Taliban bodyguards stepped behind the Pakistanis and shot them once each in the back of the head. "Muzzle flashes! I see muzzle flashes, sir!" Captain David Bremsack immediately held up his high-powered binoculars to take a closer look at the hut. He could see nothing inside, but he trusted Dan, the sniper, in his small four-man team. If Dan had seen muzzle flashes inside, then it was clear that the hut was occupied by someone other than a shepherd taking an afternoon nap. He turned to the bearded man wearing dark wraparound sunglasses to his left. "Mike, I think we have ourselves something here." Mike Fortew just nodded with a slight smile and picked up his portable radio. "Eagle Eye, confirm hostile targets at the last coordinates we sent." There was a click in response, as Mike took off his glasses and looked at David with his blue eyes. "You know what I could really do with? A cold beer and a juicy steak." David laughed. They had been trekking in the mountains of the Paktia province of Afghanistan for the last 15 days, living off their rations and the land. They were members of the secretive Task Force 121, created to hunt down HVTs, so-called high-value targets, in the seemingly never-ending war on terror. Osama was dead and fish food by now, but his acolytes were hard at work, and David's job was to hunt them down. David reached into his pack and took out some chewing gum. "This is the best I can offer by way of hospitality." Mike popped it into his mouth and smiled. The two other men also took the gum that David passed around. Dan already had his eyes glued to the scope of his M82A1 Barrett sniper rifle, while the fourth man, Rob, was to his right, his own M4 carbine at his shoulder. The four of them had been inserted into the area when a local informant had passed on news that Mullah Omar, the one-eyed Taliban leader, and Ayman al-Zawahiri, Osama's deputy, were both reputed to be on the move. In the world of HVTs, that was about as high as it got, and their mission was to report in on movements and call in airstrikes if they found anything. David saw that Mike had his own M4 at the ready by his side. In his 2 years with TF-121, David had worked with a lot of other spooks, but what made Mike better than most CIA desk jockeys who joined them on missions was the fact that he had been an Army Ranger before joining the CIA's Special Activities Division. He might be a spook now, but he was at heart a warrior like them. "Holy shit!" David turned to Dan. "What the hell did you see? A ghost?" "Even better, sir. Friggin' Mullah Omar just stepped out to take a leak." David stared through his binoculars with incredulity. There was no mistaking the face he had studied a dozen times or more in pre-mission briefings. Yes, there he was, Mullah Mohammed Omar, the leader of the Taliban, standing a kilometre away with his pants literally around his knees. It would have been funny if they did not have some deadly serious business to attend to. David's orders were clear on what they were expected to do if they did encounter any HVTs. He turned to Dan, even as Mike asked Eagle Eye to launch. Dan, take the shot. Specialist Daniel Barnett took a deep breath and then fired a single shot. The .50 caliber bullet fired from the Barrett sniper rifle was designed to punch through light armor. What it did to Mullah Omar's head was not a pretty sight. The Taliban bodyguards inside saw their leader fall a split second before they heard the unmistakable report of a heavy weapon being fired. They were about to rush out when 2 Hellfire missiles slammed into the hut, fired by a Predator drone loitering thousands of feet and a couple of miles away. The explosions incinerated everyone and everything inside. David had seen more than his share of fighting and killing in his 10 years as a Navy SEAL, and then with Task Force 121, but this was by far the most exhilarating mission he had ever been a part of. His mind was reeling at the implications of what they had achieved. With Mullah Omar gone, it was more than likely that the Taliban would cease to be the more or less unified force they had been, and perhaps more amenable to a peace deal with the Americans. And if al-Zawahiri had indeed been with him, then killing him just months after Osama would cripple al-Qaeda. With this one mission in the mountains of Afghanistan, they may just have changed the course of history. Pack up, boys. We don't want to be around when the Taliban get here. As silently as they had come, the 4 men picked up their gear and began their hour-long trek through the jagged peaks and narrow passes to reach their exfiltration point, where a chopper was en route to pick them up. They were deep in enemy territory, and as much as they would have liked to go in closer to verify their kills, the Predator overhead had already warned them of approaching Taliban forces. Half an hour after they had left, 3 pickup trucks climbed the pass leading to the hut. More than 20 heavily armed, black-turbaned Taliban warriors leapt out, weapons at the ready. But when they saw that they were too late to save their leader, several of them sat down, stunned and in shock. From the last truck emerged 4 men who looked totally out of place. They were all dressed in Western clothes. 2 of them were white, and 2 were black. They were al-Qaeda's most prized foreign operators, men who had been born and bred in Western society, but had converted to the cause along the way. Men who had Western identities and passports and could carry their jihad deep into the infidels' lands. They were to have been the carriers of the deadly cocktail of poisons al-Zawahiri had come to take delivery of. They stood looking at the burnt remains of the hut and the men who had assembled there. None of them had known about the exact contents of what special weapons their leaders had themselves come down to take delivery of, and many of the uneducated Taliban warriors poked at the wreckage at random, till one of the Western jihadis told them to be more careful. One of the Americans wondered aloud if the American Predators were still overhead, and if they should just get away as fast as possible. The Taliban were going to have none of that. They had lost their leaders, and were now collecting body parts, intent on giving Mullah Omar a fitting burial. 1 or 2 of the Westerners tried to reason with them that getting away immediately was the only sensible thing to do, but the illiterate Taliban soldiers pointed their guns at them and told them to wait. The grisly task took 15 minutes. Their hands cut and chafed in many places as they sorted through the charred remains. Unknown to them, they both inhaled and ingested into their bloodstreams a cocktail of some of the most deadly toxins known to man. The Taliban was silent, many of them in tears. Their jihad had suffered a massive setback. Little did they realize that their jihad was going to take on a horrifying new dimension, and that they were to be the ones to strike the first blow in it. "Mom, I said I'll do it later." Mayuk Ghosh put his headphones back on, satisfied that he had postponed yet another plea by his mother to clean up his room. But this time it seemed that she was not going to be as easily put off as usual. The door to his room swung open, and his mother was there, hands on her hips. "Young man, you will listen to me when I ask you to do something." Mayuk stopped playing on his PS3 to talk to his mother. When she started any sentence with the words "young man," it usually meant he was in bigger trouble than usual. "Mum, it's not a big deal. I'll clean up my room over the weekend." His mother moved some of the CDs and sports magazines strewn across his bed and sat down on it. "This isn't just about your room. You're 17 now, and you'll be in college soon. You need to start thinking more seriously about what you want to do with your life. I mean, look at you." Mayok sighed loudly, which only served to irritate his mother even more. "You just loiter around with that good-for-nothing friend of yours and play video games all day. You need to pay more attention to what your future will be like." Mayok had already tuned out. He had heard this lecture many times, and was in no mood to hear it again. "Mum, I know what you're going to say. All your friends' kids are doing well in school. They're so well behaved. They all have a plan. I'm sorry I'm such a disappointment, all right?" With those words, he walked out of his room, slamming the door shut behind him. He knew he would be in big trouble when he got back home, but for now he just wanted to be by himself. He rode his bicycle for about 20 minutes, the cold November air blasting into his face. Winter was not yet fully upon Delhi, but pedaling as fast as he could, the wind felt freezing. It was just what he needed to cool himself down. Finally, his legs aching, he stopped to catch his breath. His usually curly and long hair, another cause of his mother's angst, why couldn't he get a haircut, was now falling all over his face, and he wondered what was it about parents anyways. Whatever he did never seemed to be good enough, and if they suddenly had discovered that he needed to be more responsible, weren't they to blame in any way? Mayok's father was a senior government officer, and he had grown up surrounded by people ready to do his father's bidding, never having to work too hard at anything. For his parents to suddenly wake up and demand that he miraculously become independent was more than a bit unfair. He was now old enough to realize that his father's connections had got him into the best schools, and had ensured that he never had to join a queue to do anything. But he was not yet old enough to realize that one day, when his father retired, he would have to learn to fend for himself without that safety blanket. However, for now, he was content to sit at the nearby shop and drink some Coke and curse the unfairness of it all. He asked the man for a cigarette, and he hesitated as if sizing up how old Mayok was. At close to 6 feet tall, Mayok was very tall for his age, and together with a physique that came from 4 years of playing football on the school team, meant that nobody could guess he had just turned 17. That was till they looked closer at his face, for his eyes were still the open, trusting eyes of a kid. But the shopkeeper was not interested in such subtleties, and passed on a Marlboro. Mayok puffed away, imagining what his mother would do when she found out he smoked on the sly once in a while. He didn't like it much, and usually coughed his guts out, but none of his friends would ever know that. His mobile phone beeped and he picked it up. It was his best friend, Shiv. "Dude, are we on for our session tomorrow?" "Of course." Then Mayok remembered the mood his mother had been in and added, "Hey Shiv, is it okay if we meet at your place instead?" Many things brought the two boys together: a love for cars, a fair distaste for studies, and above all else, a passion for gaming. They could spend hours in front of their PS3s, joining forces in myriad online battlegrounds, blasting away at whatever villains it threw at them. With the mood his mother was in, Mayok figured this time it might be more prudent to go over to Shiv's place, instead of sitting in front of the PS3 in his room. Mayok noticed the TV playing in a corner of the shop. There was a banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen. 1 or 2 other people who had come to buy cigarettes at the shop had stopped to watch. One of them said aloud what was on all their minds. "This is one screwed-up country, isn't it? First the Taliban, then bloody Osama, then the American war, and now this. They should just nuke it and end the misery." Mayok never spent too much time in front of the TV, least of all watching news. But over the last 24 hours, there was no avoiding the news that had been coming out of Afghanistan. It was all over the net, and all over every news channel. He could hear the newscaster read out her lines. "The U.S. military has repeated that the sudden upsurge in violence, following the reported deaths of Mullah Omar and Ayman al-Zawahiri, is not a cause for concern, and represents the death throes of the Taliban and al-Qaeda in Afghanistan." The screen cut away to a balding white man in a military uniform. We won a major battle in our ongoing war on terror 2 days ago, with the strike that took out the top leadership of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. The Taliban are now little more than disorganized rebel, and the spate of suicide bombings yesterday just show how desperate they are getting in their attempts to destabilize Afghanistan and the progress the democratically elected government has achieved. Our mission is on track, and I am confident that the day is not far when peace returns to Afghanistan. Mayok's phone rang again. It was Shiv. Dude, what do you want to play? Medal of Honor or Dead Rising? Mayok sniggered. Come on, Shiv. Don't try and change the game just because I keep wasting you on Medal of Honor. There was a pause before Shiv responded. But I want to kill some zombies. I was reading this amazing book in which zombies come to life. Wouldn't that be cool? Mayok took a deep breath. Shiv was cool, but sometimes he just took everything too literally. Shiv, zombies exist only in friggin' video games. Speaking of which, we are on for tomorrow, and I am going to whip your ass. Abu Jindal, who had once been known as Nadir Dedun, felt like crap. His head hurt, he kept throwing up every hour or so, and his skin had taken on a strange yellow complexion. As he looked at his reflection in the window of a duty-free shop at Karachi airport, he wondered what bug he had picked up. Perhaps this had all been a stupid idea after all. Growing up as an Algerian immigrant in a poor ghetto outside Paris, he had never known anything other than grinding poverty. There were no jobs, no opportunities, only the condescending and spiteful looks of the rich white French. That was till he met Mullah Amir, who preached to small groups of young men at the local mosque, and had opened Nadir's eyes to the atrocities being committed against Muslims around the world. He had found a new meaning and purpose to his life, to wage jihad against these infidels. He had made the trip to Afghanistan to take part in some mission that he had supposedly been chosen for. The running around and firing of guns in a camp inside Pakistan had been fun enough, but then he had been totally terrified by what he had seen after the Predator strike that had killed Mullah Omar al-Zawahiri and the others. His mission on hold, he had been told to leave immediately. Emirates Flight 605 to Paris via Dubai is now ready for boarding. It was 5:30 in the morning, and Nadir bought a cup of coffee. No sooner had he taken a sip than he rushed to the bathroom, emptying the contents of his stomach into the sink. When he had retched himself dry, he washed his face, and then looked down to see clumps of hair in his hand. There were a couple of bald patches on his head where the hair seemed to have just come off. What was happening to him? All he wanted to do now was to somehow get home and see a doctor. He took out a cap and put it on to cover his hair. He tried sleeping through the flight, though he had to get up 3 times even before the flight reached Dubai to throw up. On the 3rd occasion he saw blood in the sink. The flight was delayed in Dubai by several hours, which made his life even more miserable. A couple of hours after the flight had left Dubai, the woman sitting next to him, bored of watching the sun gradually set over the horizon, turned to order a drink. She saw him start to shake, as if having a fit. "Sir, are you okay?" Nadir couldn't hear her. His eyes were glazed over, and as he shook even more violently, his cap fell off. He was now nearly hairless, his hair lying in clumps all over his seat. As she watched in horror, boils seemed to break out all over his body, oozing pus and blood. He then retched all over the seat in front of him. Passengers screamed, and a flight attendant shouted out whether there was a doctor on board. By the time a doctor got to him, Nadir was lying lifeless, a ghastly apparition, covered in his own vomit, pus, and blood, a deformed, hairless, yellowed being where there had once been a handsome young man. The French doctor felt for his pulse, and then shook his head sadly at the flight attendant. "Il est mort." There were horrified gasps from several of the passengers who had gathered around to see what was happening. They all began to move back to their seats as the flight attendant wondered what to do with the body. Suddenly one of the passengers exclaimed to the doctor, "Doctor, he's speaking." "C'est impossible." The doctor leaned over near Nadir and saw that indeed his lips were moving. There was still no pulse. He leaned closer to hear what he was saying. He jerked back when he heard one word. "Jihad." Then Nadir's eyes snapped open. He sat up calmly, as if nothing had happened, looked around, and grabbed the black scarf from the flight attendant's neck. He then proceeded to calmly tie it around his head, as everyone around looked on, speechless. Then he leapt out to bite the screaming doctor's hand. On 3 other flights headed for New York, London, and Washington, the men who had accompanied Nadir to the camp in Afghanistan similarly transformed as the sun set. David Bremsack knew nothing of this, sleeping his first full night's sleep in close to a month. His bunk at Camp Delta, just outside the town of Gardez, was hardly luxurious, but it beat humping up and down the Shaikot Mountains, wondering if he was in some Taliban sniper's sights. He was dreaming of Rose, her long blonde hair, her smell, her touch. When he was woken up, he looked up to see Dan, his M82 in hand. "Captain, sorry to wake you up." David looked as if he was ready to murder Dan. "This better be good." Dan reached over and handed over David's M4 and vest. "We're under attack." That got David's attention, and he grabbed his gear and rushed out of his cabin. Mike had also just come out of his cabin next door, wearing a Kevlar vest over his T-shirt, carrying an M4 as well. The CIA officer shouted at David as he saw him. "The Taliban must have gone nuts. Trying to attack us here is suicide." There were soldiers milling around everywhere. The members of the small TF-121 detachment were guests here, sharing the base with its usual occupants, an Army Ranger unit. Given the secretive nature of their HVT hunts, and the time they spent outside in the mountains, David and his men had never really got to know the Rangers too well. But now David saw their commanding officer, Major James Lafferty, roaring orders to his men. "You there! Reinforce the western side! I want snipers covering every angle!" David jogged over to him. Compared to the lean, wiry SEAL, the Ranger Major looked like a giant pit bull. "What's up?" "2 of my boys are down. Some Taliban must have sneaked in and attacked our sentries." David considered that for a minute. He had been fast asleep, but there was no way he could have slept through gunfire. James must have read his mind. "They bit him. We never picked them up till they were too close." David took in the bizarre details. "Did we get them?" James looked down, straight at his eyes, and David thought he saw fear in the giant man's eyes. "The boys pumped them full of bullets, but get this, the 2 of them fell down, then got back up and ran away." "All clear?" The Ranger who had shouted sounded scared, and David could sense that as word of the raid got around, everyone was spooked. It was one thing to deal with an enemy who shot at you, and reassuringly stayed dead when you shot back. What did you do with enemies who bit you and then got back up when you shot them? He saw Mike a few feet away. The CIA officer had seen his share of crazy stuff, but this was something too weird even for him. The Rangers were now busy tending to the 2 wounded men, who were bleeding profusely from bites to their hands and necks. "Get the medevac now!" The next morning they were airlifted to Kabul, and then were on a flight to Ramstein Air Base in Germany, when doctors at the base in Kabul said they just could not deal with the strange symptoms they were seeing. When the flights landed, horrified medics found everyone on board bit and scratched by their patients. David and his team were out on the road again. He had heard he was being recommended for a Navy Cross for the mission that had taken out Mullah Omar and al-Zawahiri. Medals were always nice, but the biggest thing on his mind was the fact that he was finally doing something that mattered. His father, a New York firefighter, had perished in the rubble of the World Trade Center, and David had dedicated every single moment of his life since that day to avenging his father and the thousands of others who had died on 9/11. He didn't look much like a warrior, standing 5'8" and with a lean body, but what he lacked in size he more than made up in determination and speed. He had hung in there when stronger and more experienced men had quit all around him at SEAL training in Coronado, and then he had taken his revenge in missions around the world, from Iraq to Afghanistan. Mike was right by his side. "Do you reckon there's any truth to this at all?" "Mike, I've seen all kinds of terrorists and tough guys. They all like to talk it up, but believe me, when you shoot them, they all stay down. Our boys must have been just panicked. Most of them are just kids on their first combat tour. I bet they never even hit those Taliban once. Rumors had been spreading like wildfire all over Afghanistan. Tales of black-turbaned Taliban who had come back from the dead and who could not be killed. Monsters who had superhuman strength and speed and were rampaging through whole villages at night, biting and scratching people and then disappearing into the mountains. David and his team were to check out the last reported sighting. Their brief was simple: find out if these mythical undead Taliban existed, and if they did, then to shoot a few of them dead to prove to the Afghan people that they were just a figment of someone's imagination, or, as David suspected, the Taliban propaganda machine in overdrive. They were an hour into their hike through the hills when Rob spotted some movement behind them in the dark. David turned around to see a black-turbaned man sitting on a small hillock just 50 feet behind them. How the hell had anyone got on their tail without their noticing it? David brought his M4's scope to his eyes. With his night vision optics on, what he saw was bathed in a ghostly green light. Their stalker had a black turban tied around his head, in the fashion the Taliban favoured, but the rest of him scarcely looked human. Despite the cold, he was wearing tattered clothes, revealing a body covered in boils, pus, and blood. His skin was a sickly yellow and his mouth was open, revealing teeth with jagged, sharp edges. "Dan, drop the bastard!" Dan brought up his M82 to his shoulder, but even before he could take aim, the man had disappeared from sight, moving faster than David had seen any man move. Just then Rob screamed, an ugly, keening sound. David turned to see him on the ground, a black-turbaned man on his chest, leaning over and biting his shoulders and chest. David's M4 was up in a flash, and he fired a 3-round burst into the man. The shot sent the man sprawling against the rock face, but then, to David's horror, the man got up. Close up, he looked even more horrible than the other man David had seen through his scope. He smelt like a cross between a dead mouse and a toilet that has not been flushed or cleaned for some time. His eyes were focused on David, and his lips were pursed back, revealing the sharp, blood-covered teeth. Then he leapt at Mike with surprising speed and bit him in the arm. The CIA officer had his handgun out and fired 3 9mm rounds at point-blank range, even as the man's teeth sank into his left hand. The black-turbaned man fell to the ground, and then seemingly jumped off the edge. David peered over to see him climbing down the sheer rock face. He then saw the 2 wounded men on the ground, blood oozing from their wounds. David had never been a particularly religious man, but he crossed himself, shuddering at the horror of what he had just seen with his own eyes. 2. Hina Rahman got up to get a cup of coffee, her creaking joints reminding her that she had come a long way from the days when she had been the heartthrob of every boy in college. Now she was just a crotchety old professor who nagged them to do their assignments. Nobody would have told her that to her face, but while her joints may have weakened with age, her hearing was still sharp, and as she briefly looked in the mirror, her features were still sharp and the greying hair looked good on her. She savoured the hot liquid as she turned on the TV. Every news channel seemed to have only one item to report, the so-called Afghan flu. She left CNN on as she set the dinner table. Over the clinking of glasses and plates, she heard the sombre voice of the newscaster. "In less than 3 days since its first appearance, what doctors are calling the Afghan flu is spreading like wildfire. Medical authorities are saying that there is still no cause for panic, but have warned against any travel to Afghanistan or Pakistan." Hina sniggered to herself with the thought that there wasn't exactly a long queue of tourists waiting to brave roadside bombs and drone attacks in India's 2 dysfunctional Islamic neighbours. Her father, a devout Muslim born in Lahore, would have probably hit her for such thoughts, but her home was Delhi, not Pakistan, which she had left at the age of 1 during the partition in 1947. And while she considered herself a devout Muslim, she found nothing in common with the hateful radicals who seemed to hold sway nowadays in Afghanistan and Pakistan. She put the last plate in its place and then turned to the TV, planning to finish her coffee before she heated dinner. She flipped the channel to BBC, where they were interviewing the American president, who was in London for a summit. She had welcomed his election not because of any other reason but because she found him strikingly handsome. She took comfort in the fact that 65 summers had still not entirely robbed her of the feelings and emotions that had once made her a vivacious young woman. Those eyes that she had admired now looked filled with trepidation as the American president spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have been through a number of outbreaks before: swine flu, bird flu, SARS, and many others. My heart goes out to everyone affected by this latest outbreak and their families. But I do want to reassure all of you that medical science is now at such a level that we can contain and eventually turn back such outbreaks." One of the reporters asked a question. "Mr. President, could you update us on the latest number of confirmed cases in the US and Great Britain?" The president turned to ask one of his advisers and then, for a brief moment, shook his head as if in disbelief as he responded. "We now have 4,000 people in quarantine in the United States and 2,000 here. Total confirmed cases worldwide stand at just under 15,000. There was a collective gasp from the gathered reporters. Hina found herself mumbling a prayer. 15,000 in just over 2 days? What disease was this that turned people so crazed that they bit anyone who came near them, and one bite was enough to infect a victim? And what about those rumors about them dying and coming back to life? How did medical science explain that? Before the reporters could ask any more questions, the American president had left. Hina changed the channel to NDTV, India, which was reporting the first confirmed cases in India. One of the experts was responding to a question on how the disease could have spread so fast. "As far as it's known today, the infection was first spotted in a few young men flying out of Afghanistan through Pakistan, hence the name. Then there are the American soldiers who developed the symptoms while being flown to Germany and infected dozens of others. Consider this simple fact. There are an estimated 4 million people traveling by air every single day across the world. Add people meeting them at airports, their families, staff on the planes and at airports, the taxi drivers who ferry them, and so on. Literally, each traveler could be in close contact with hundreds of people each day, so it's not surprising that the number of infections outside of Afghanistan and Pakistan has exploded so fast." Hina turned off the TV. It was a depressing enough day without having to worry about an exotic virus and its bizarre effects. She brought the small cake she had baked to the table and sat down on the same chair that she had sat on at mealtime for the last 30 years. To her right was the head of the table, where Imran once sat. She stifled a sob at the memory. No, today was a day for celebration, not for sorrow. She blew out the candle and cut a big slice that she placed on a plate and kept it where Imran would have once wolfed it down in a few bites. She took a small slice herself and whispered, "Happy birthday, darling." Tonight, as had been the case for more than a dozen years, Hina ate alone. Also, as had been the case all those years, the table had been set for 4. One for Imran, the love of her life, who had been taken from her by a heart attack, and 2 for her children, now in distant America, with lives and families of their own. Arranging plates for them served to remind her of a family that had once been, and yes, also made her feel less lonely. She finished eating and then booted up her MacBook Air. She was a 65-year-old professor of history, but when it came to technology she was not a second behind any of her students. She surfed the net for some time, and tiring of reading more gloom and doom about the Afghan flu, she began to write. This was normally the one time of day when Hina really felt all her worries lifting, when it was just her and her imagination, and of course her trusty keyboard, over which her fingers were now flying, almost as fast as the ideas coursing through her head. This was also her little secret. Hina Rahman, stern history professor by day, was also the worldwide best-selling author of a number of historical romances, which had been praised for their writing quality and historical authenticity, and in equal measure loved and hated for their explicit content. Of course, nobody who knew solid, dependable Miss Rahman would guess her capable of it, as she wrote under a pen name, Alice Flowers. Alice had been the name of her favourite schoolteacher who had first encouraged her to write, and Flower was the literal translation of her Urdu name. However, tonight her mind was not really on her writing. She kept thinking of Romana, her daughter in Boston, and Saeed, her son in New York. With the infection spreading so fast, she hoped they and their families were okay. She saved her work and then got up to call them to check, but then realized it would be early morning for them. So she brought up the browser and checked CNN.com. There was a lot of breaking news, and none of it was good. Doctors say fatal levels of radiation and toxins found in blood of infection victims. 50,000 infected worldwide. And then she saw a scrolling line that sent a shiver down her spine. All contact with Kabul and Peshawar lost. Last reports speak of hordes of Afghan flu victims going on a rampage as the sun set. Her children would not answer their phones, and she tried to sleep, knowing she had an early lecture to deliver the next morning. However, sleep eluded her. All night she heard the sounds of police and ambulance sirens outside. Could it really have spread to Delhi so fast? Finally, at 6 a.m, she got up and turned on the TV. The night had been of a kind that Asia had never seen before. As soon as the sun set, hundreds of infected people across countries in Asia had seemingly died and then come alive and attacked anyone in sight. The number of new patients was in the tens of thousands. Some of the original attackers had been caught and quarantined, but the vast majority had just slipped away at daybreak, not to be seen again. Tens of thousands of victims were in hospital, with no apparent cure, and the authorities at a total loss as to what to do with them. If the cycle started at sunset, as many were now guessing, she wondered what the next night would bring. Then a thought struck her. The sun was just setting in the United States. She turned to CNN and watched the images in horror. Whole cities were burning, and the streets were full of infection victims on the rampage. Through the camera of a news helicopter, she got her first look at them, and her blood froze. It was a large mob, moving in a stiff gait, and as the camera zoomed in, she saw that they were yellowed in color and covered in filth and blood. For some inexplicable reason, they all wore black turbans, and then they ran at dizzying speed, more like a pack of animals than men, at a group of people huddled inside a 7-Eleven. The camera mercifully panned away as they reached their victims. BBC showed that other parts of the world were no different, and the reporters looked too scared to really be credible bearers of news. She was sure of that when a young BBC reporter said that the government had called the army onto the streets, but soldiers had told her that their bullets had no effect on the mobs. The reporter said, with wide eyes, that after taking several bullets, the infected would just get up and resume their crazed attacks. Then the channel started going off the air. Mayuk reached the breakfast table to see an emotion he had never seen before on his father's face. Fear. A career bureaucrat in the Home Ministry, the elder Ghosh was used to wielding power and influence, not feeling powerless. Yet this morning he listlessly stirred his bowl of cereal, bloodshot eyes looking at the TV set. Mayuk had spent the evening playing World of Warcraft online, and then listening to music. He had no idea of the chaos that was slowly but surely intruding upon his world. "Dad, are you unwell or something?" Being in front of his son restored some of his father's courage, and he tried to compose himself. "No, Mayuk, I just didn't sleep much last night. I was on the phone almost all night." Mayuk knew his father had a busy job, but even by his standards it was unusual for him to be up all night working. His mother entered the room, and Mayuk saw that she also looked like she was on the verge of a breakdown. That's when he noticed the breaking news scrolling across the TV screen. He digested it all in silence for about 5 minutes, taking in what was supposedly happening around the world. He saw the pictures and heard the words, but his mind refused to believe it. He turned to his father, seeking reassurance. "Dad, most of the Indian news channels are full of crap anyways. Let's turn on CNN or something." Before his father could say anything, Mayuk had flipped the channel to CNN and then BBC. Both channels were off-air, and instead of the usual programming, there was a multicolored screen showing nothing but 3 words: Emergency Broadcast System. Mayuk's father took the remote from him. "All the Western channels have been off-air since it all began last night. We know the U.S. President is still alive and safe, and managed to fly out on Air Force One, but have no idea what's happened to the rest of their governments. Nobody is responding to our questions." Mayuk just looked at his father blankly. Stuff like this only happened in the movies, didn't it? Surely there was a misunderstanding somewhere. He began to sputter out some objection when his father silenced him. "Mayuk, listen to me. I have to go to work. Whatever has taken the West will be upon us as soon as the sun sets." Mayuk heard his mother break into sobs. "But, Dad, why can't you just stay with us?" His father gripped Mayuk hard around the shoulders and forced him to look into his eyes. "You are not listening. If the US and Britain have fallen, we don't have much of a chance. Still, I have a responsibility to perform. If our government just folds up and runs, who will at least try and maintain some order?" His mother was now bawling uncontrollably as his father continued. "Mayuk, I know this is going to be tough for you, but this is the day when you need to stop being a boy and become a man. I will be gone, and I don't know when I will see you again, but you need to hold it together for yourself and your mother. Now come with me." He took hold of Mayuk's shaking hand and led him into his study. Mayuk may have looked tall and strong, but he was petrified and on the verge of tears. His father opened a safe in the wall and took out a small bag from it. Mayuk knew what was in it, and that recognition only made his fear worse. His father took out what was in the bag and placed it in Mayuk's palm. It was his father's personal licensed weapon. His father's eyes also looked to be tearing up, but he tried to be strong to try and ensure his son did not lose courage. Mayuk was old enough to realize this, and he cried out aloud, knowing that his life was about to change forever. His father's voice was now soft, like it had been when he used to read stories to Mayuk when he had been younger. "Son, remember what this is. Tell me, I need to hear it from you. Tell me everything you know about it." "It's a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380. Weight 335 grams, holds 7 rounds in its clip, and I can still outshoot you on the range." His father smiled and held Mayuk close. He realized his son was trying in turn to give him courage. They sat together for some time, father and son's hands in each other's and on the small black handgun. Mayuk's father had been a national-level shooter before he joined the government, and being in the police service, had continued to have ample opportunities to indulge in his passion for shooting. That was one passion he and Mayuk had shared. Mayuk had been a natural shooter, with instincts that could never be taught, but he never had the discipline to compete, much to his father's disappointment. Today, however, he was just grateful his father had taught him how to shoot. Then something struck him. "Dad, my carrying this weapon is illegal, isn't it? And you being a cop and all, won't you get into trouble?" His father smiled a tired smile. "I suspect that will be least of our worries. Remember, keep it well hidden, and while I have 4 full clips and enough rounds for 10 refills, don't fire unless you or your mother are under immediate danger. Understand? Now, son, I have to go. Be the man I always dreamed you would be." With those words, his father left. A few minutes later, Mayuk's mother walked in, and for all the times he had hated her for disciplining him, today he just hugged her close and cried like a baby. After she had seemingly cried herself dry, his mother took charge. Mayuk had never seen her like this, and her determination and clarity of thinking galvanized him into action. "Mayuk, we need to stock up on food. God knows how long this will go on, so we need to be ready. Take the car and get as much canned food and bottled water as you can. Go now while I prepare the house." It never occurred to Mayuk that while he had literally pleaded with his parents in vain for months to be given a chance at driving their car, here the keys were being literally handed to him. When he drove out of their government colony, he began to see that they were not the only ones preparing for what was to come. Many of the stores were packed with people, and here and there frayed tempers had led to fights. Not fancying his chances there, he had an idea and drove to his usual store where he bought cigarettes. The shopkeeper, a fat old man whose name he had never asked, had his radio held close to his ears. He looked up at Mayuk as he came. "Take what you want and go. Better an old customer than being looted by strangers." Mayuk didn't know what he was talking about, but then saw smoke rising from some of the stores he had passed. He passed over a thick wad of cash to the disbelieving man. His small convenience store didn't have much by way of canned food, but had lots of chips, cookies, juices, and bottled water, all of which would last a long while. Mayuk took as much as he could fit in the boot of his car and then drove back home. He was about to enter the colony when the windshield shattered, showering him with glass fragments. He flinched and almost crashed his car, recovering just in time to steer the car through the gate. He could see several people outside, no doubt envious at the relative security the government colony, with its guards and high gates, would provide. He wondered if any of that would be enough to be able to weather the coming storm. David clutched his rifle and held his breath, aware that his hunters would give him no quarter if they got the slightest hint that he had got away. He could hear moaning and screaming all around him, and above all else, the shuffling noises of the hunters on the prowl. He tried to shake the idea out of his mind that two of them had, till a few hours ago, been men he would have trusted his life with. He closed his eyes, shrinking further behind the ammunition boxes where he had wedged himself. He kept thinking of Rose, to whom he had proposed just before this deployment. All he wanted to do was to be able to get back to her. It had all started as soon as the sun had set. David had brought back Mike and Rob after the attack in the hills the previous day. With both of them in excruciating pain, it had taken them 4 hours to get back, and during that time David had been horrified at the changes the two men had gone through. Both had lost hair, and were bleeding from open sores, and their skin was beginning to turn yellow. He had barely slept that night, as at least 5 more victims of similar attacks came in from patrols across the province. The medics had been unable to do much for them, and the ranger commander had already decided that the next morning they were to be flown out. David had been in his cabin in the evening when he was told that Mike was asking for him. It had been just before sunset, and when he reached him, he found the once rugged CIA officer looking like a ghost of his former self. His teeth seemed crooked, and his skin was yellow. The sores on his body gave off a terrible stench, as did the vomit that covered the floor. David saw that the young medic attending to him was shaking. David had seen a lot of blood and killing, but he had never seen anything like this before. Mike seemed to be calling him closer to say something, but then arched his back and screamed as if he were in extreme pain. 2 medics tried to hold him down in vain, and then as suddenly as he had screamed, he fell back limply on the bed. David watched as the medics turned to him sadly and told him Mike was no more. David stumbled out of the cabin, dazed by what he had seen, when he bumped into another medic, who told him that all 7 men who had been infected were dead. Then the horror began. SEAL warrior or not, nothing had prepared David for what followed. There was the constant din of guns firing and of soldiers screaming as the 7 men tore into those who had been their colleagues and buddies. Initially unable to fire on those who had been friends, David had finally unloaded a full magazine into one of the rampaging rangers, but then realized what all the other soldiers at the base were realizing. These creatures that their friends had transformed into could not be killed by bullets. Then he did what he had to do to survive. He hid as the frenzied attack continued all around him. A bizarre detail David remembered was that in the midst of all the carnage, the infected men had stopped when they could to tie crude black turbans around their heads. He saw a sliver of gold next to him, which soon grew into a broad beam of light as the sun rose. He realized then that the attacks had stopped, but it was far from quiet. All around him he heard the sounds of wounded men. He stepped out from his cover and found a scene straight out of hell. Wounded American soldiers littered the base, all bleeding from bites to their bodies. 1 or 2, who had presumably tried to fight back the hardest, were dead. One of the dead was the ranger commander. The man had dwarfed any of the other men at the base, but he was now lying on the ground, his neck snapped, his body tossed away like a rag doll. David leaned against a wall for support when he saw Dan lying on the ground, bleeding from several bites. His old friend was looking at him, pleading for help. But after what he had just seen, David knew there was nothing he could do to help him. He entered the comms room and tried to radio for help. He then realized that their base was hardly the only one to be hit. Bases across Afghanistan had been attacked, and there were reports of mobs of infected people attacking thousands of victims in Kabul and other cities. Wounded men on board U.S. Navy ships off Afghanistan had also gone on the rampage, wounding dozens. He could hear one of the voices on the radio, stammering in fear and confusion. "Man, it was like being in a zombie movie." David turned off the radio, realizing that everyone was too shell-shocked and had problems enough of their own to be able to help him. He did radio in a situation report, asking for medics to come in and care for the wounded men at the base. That was when he got the one sliver of hope he received that morning. Someone from on board the U.S. Kearsarge, the command ship for the Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan, spoke up. "Soldier, everyone's in a world of pain, and I don't know how much we can do for you, but we are sending choppers out to get folks like you to safety in Pakistan. Be there by sunset." David noted down the coordinates. It was a good 20-mile hike. He could easily make it there by sunset, but not knowing what to expect along the way, he took his time preparing. He stuffed his pack with MREs. Many new soldiers hated the meals-ready-to-eat packs, but David had learnt, if not to like them, then to accept them as inevitable. He took as many extra clips for his M4 assault rifle as he could, and then he set out for his journey to the extraction point. At the best of times, this part of Afghanistan presented a bleak landscape, but today what made it infinitely worse was the presence of injured and bleeding people littered around the roads. Clearly the American bases had not been the only places to be attacked the previous night, and David shuddered as he wondered what was to come when the sun set again. The Americans could at least try to quarantine the injured soldiers, but for these villagers there was nothing to be done. What was eerie was the total absence of the infected people who had gone on the rampage the previous night. They had seemingly disappeared, though more than once David got a feeling that hidden eyes were watching him. Once, while passing an abandoned village, he took out his M4 and was about to go into a hut where he was sure someone was watching him. But then, remembering the events of the previous night, he decided discretion was the better part of valor and continued on his journey. Even with the weight he was carrying, he reached the extraction zone by 4 in the evening. He radioed his position and then sat on a nearby perch, his weapon at the ready. At 5, a pickup truck rumbled into view. David's senses went into overdrive. The black-turbaned men riding on the back, carrying AK-47s and RPGs, could be nothing other than Taliban warriors on patrol. There must have been at least 6 of them, and David knew that sitting in the open, he would be a sitting duck. Even then, he was not going to go down without a fight. In less than a second, he had his gun's safety off and the M4 was tracking the cab of the truck. He was about to pull the trigger when the truck stopped less than 50 meters away, and he saw that the Taliban were making no move to attack him. One of them got down and looked at him. David put his rifle down when he realized that the Taliban were not looking to attack him. If anything, they looked terrified. The man looking at him simply pointed to the sun, and then they were on their way. David realized that they were doing exactly what he was planning, to try and get to safety before the sun set. About 15 minutes later, he heard a buzzing sound and looked up to see an OV-22 Osprey come into view. The tilt rotorcraft could take off and land vertically like a helicopter, and then fly in level flight like an aircraft. The Osprey landed just a few meters away, and David sprinted to it, feeling a huge wave of relief wash over him as he entered it. There was only one soldier inside the craft. "Sergeant, didn't you get anybody else?" The man looked at David, a haunted look in his eyes. None of the others were clean. The full extent of the catastrophe hit David as he asked why he was not being flown to the USS Kearsarge. The soldier turned away before answering. "Sir, 10 infected men are on board. Last I heard, the skipper was debating whether to kill them before sunset. They have already authorized cruise missiles strikes on bases where only infected men are left." David braced himself as the craft took off, wondering if things had indeed gotten so bad that they could be considering killing their own soldiers. The rest of the ride passed in total silence, till they reached the Shamsi Air Base in southern Pakistan. David had never been here before, but he knew it was the major staging ground for the U.S. drone effort over Afghanistan. He could see soldiers milling around, as other choppers and Ospreys landed, bringing in evacuees like him. The sun was now about to set, and he saw that many of the men and women around him looked scared. He wondered if he looked any different. Shamsi had once been a private airbase where rich Arab sheikhs used to come for their falconry. Over the last few years, it had been transformed into a state-of-the-art facility from which hundreds of Predator strikes had been launched. Officially, the base did not exist. David was still standing near the flight line, when he heard a sudden silence descend upon the base. He looked up to see what everyone else was seeing. The sun had just begun to set. A soldier came up next to him, talking to nobody in particular. "They say the base is clean, but who knows what's out there?" Another soldier spoke up. "We've got 5 Ospreys with Gatling guns and fixed base defenses that could stop a battalion. I don't think we need to worry." Having been through what he had in the last 2 days, David was not so sure about that. How did you keep out attackers you could not kill? Nothing seemed to happen for some time, but most of the soldiers were so much on edge that they refused to take their packs off. Most wandered about, carrying loaded weapons, waiting for what would be coming at them over their walls. When the attack began, it was as unexpected as it was vicious. David, like everyone else, had expected hordes of zombie-like creatures trying to come in on foot. Instead, a huge truck came rolling towards the base's main gate, being pushed by a horde behind it. The machine gun fire bounced off it, and it stopped just short of the gate when 3 anti-tank missiles hit it. As the truck exploded, David could hear no cheering. Everyone inside had just learned a terrifying lesson. The infected were not just mindless hordes. They were learning and adapting, even trying crude tactics. And it had just been 2 days since it had begun. A commotion at the rear of the base had soldiers scrambling there. He heard someone screaming. "There's gotta be at least 1,000 of them coming." David scrambled up a watchtower to get a better look, unslinging his rifle, and he saw a chilling sight. As far as the eye could see, there were infected men and women trying to enter the base. The soldiers were unloading bullets into them as fast as they could, but they would get hit, fall, and then get back up. Several of them got tangled in the barbed wire fence, but the others climbed over them. David took aim, seeing a now familiar black-turbaned head with a yellowed face below. He squeezed one round, seeing one attacker fall. To his surprise, this one did not get back up. Did headshots kill them? Did all those zombie movies actually get that one right? He shook his head sadly as a minute later, the man, if that was what the creature could be considered anymore, got up and rejoined his friends in storming the base. Headshots didn't kill, but it did put them down for some time. David wondered if he'd stay alive long enough to put that knowledge to any use. The thought that he could turn into a mindless creature like those milling around in front of him was too horrible to even contemplate. As the attackers began swarming through the base, David saw some soldiers turn their weapons on themselves, preferring to die, instead of being turned into the monsters that now teemed around them. David considered the idea, but then Rose's face came before his eyes. He had to live. He had to get out. One of the Ospreys had its rotors on, a young pilot standing nearby, too terrified to do anything. David ran to him. "Son, can you fly this?" The pilot nodded. "Then let's get out of here." The man just looked at him blankly. "But I haven't got my flight orders yet." David realized he was in shock, so he grabbed him by the shoulders hard and shook him. "Kid, see those monsters coming? They'll rip your neck out in a second. Let's get out while we can." He climbed into the Osprey's cockpit as the pilot prepared for takeoff. The base was now teeming with the infected, and he could see fallen soldiers everywhere. He now also knew that the next day, as soon as the sun set, these soldiers would join the hordes who had attacked them. As they flew by, he saw the roads filled with mobs of the infected, moving in their slightly stiff gait. He looked straight ahead and felt something wet on his face. He checked to see if he was bleeding, and saw that without realizing it, he had been crying. "Kid, where do we go?" The pilot now seemed to be more in control, but his hand still shook as he checked the map. "Sir, I'd go to India. It may not have spread there so fast." A few minutes of flying later, David asked him which city they were flying over. The pilot looked at him with tired eyes. "Does it matter? It's all Zombiestan down there." 3. Hina saw that the sun was about to set and then drew the curtains close. She had gone to college in the morning but had found it almost deserted. The principal, who lived just off the campus, had looked at her as if she were out of her mind. "Miss Rahman, I would go home and be with my family if I were you." And so she had come home, but she had nobody or nothing to come home to. She realized that if her family had still been with her, she would have reacted very differently. She could not understand why her colleagues were in a state of panic, because they were terrified about losing people or things precious to them in the chaos that threatened to engulf them when the sun set. Hina had nothing or nobody to lose, and certainly she had nowhere else to run to. She had lived in this house for the last 30 years, and could not imagine going anywhere else. Her children were still not picking up their phones, and while she hoped that they were fine, she realized with a heavy heart that even when things had been normal, they had always been too busy to take calls from their forgotten old mother back home. So she sat down in front of the one thing that was precious to her, her writing. The shelf in front of her study desk was lined with her books, and as she booted up her laptop, she wondered whether people would read books again. Would there be a time in the future when people would write books about the time humanity had gone crazy under the influence of some mysterious plague and nearly destroyed itself? She certainly hoped so. It would be such a waste if nobody read books again. She began typing, but found that she just could not concentrate with the sounds of panic coming from outside. The sound of people trying to get home, of people honking their car horns, and of people shouting at others to get out of their way. As soon as the sun set, she suddenly felt an ominous silence descend. It was as if some giant, unseen hand had just pressed the mute button on the world. Hina peeked out through the curtains and saw that everyone on the street had stopped to look at the setting sun. Then it began. The first sign of the chaos that was to come was the sound of guns being fired. There was a police station nearby, and she figured the cops were trying to keep things under control. Then she heard screaming, and the guns stopped firing. She had opened a new bottle of wine and finished her glass in a long swallow, her heart hammering as she wondered what would come next. People on the road were running now, and several were screaming. There were desperate cries for help outside her home, and Hina wanted to do something to help. But what could a frail old woman possibly do? Her home was an old colonial-style house with 2 floors that would, in today's market, cost a fortune to buy. Her study was on the 2nd floor, and she looked out the window to witness a scene that would forever be etched in her mind. There was a mob of people. No, creatures would be a more appropriate description, transformed by the infection to mindless wild animals. They all seemed to be wearing black turbans, men and women alike, and with their tattered clothes, yellow skin, and bloodied bodies, looked nothing like the people they must have been just a day ago. They wandered through the street in their stiff, loping gait, and every time they saw anyone, they would attack like a pack of wild animals, surrounding their prey and scratching and biting till they brought them down. Hina saw 1 or 2 young men try and fight back, and she watched in horror as they were killed, their necks broken by their crazed attackers. She watched a young girl, perhaps no more than 15, who was running from one house to another, pleading with the occupants to let her in, to give her some refuge. But there was no safety anywhere today. The creatures had entered several homes along the road, and the screams coming from inside them told Hina what the fate of their occupants would have been. The young girl was now directly below Hina's house, and while Hina had turned off all the lights in her home, she saw her peeking out the parted curtains. "Please, let me in. Please help me." Hina looked straight at the girl's eyes, and then saw 4 of the creatures moving towards her. Hina could have gone down and let the girl in, but then the creatures would no doubt see her. She stayed rooted where she was, paralyzed by fear, as the girl tried to run, only to be encircled and then brought down by several of her attackers. Crying at her weakness and ashamed at having done nothing to help, Hina hid under her study table, praying that they would think there was nobody home. When the sounds of the attack outside abated after about 5 minutes, Hina worked up the courage to part the curtains and look down. The girl was lying there, curled in a fetal position, blood all around her. Suddenly her body twitched and spasmed, and then, after a sudden violent jerk, lay still again. Then the girl suddenly sat upright and looked at Hina. Her face was yellowed and bloodied, and her eyes narrowed in hate. She scrambled around herself, as if looking for something, and then tore off a portion of her black shirt to tie around her head. Hina's heart was pounding. Everyone had said that the infection took 1 day to transform its victims. It seemed that the effects were now taking hold of their victims in 10 minutes or less, transforming healthy, decent people into bloodthirsty, crazed killers. No wonder so many countries had gone under so fast. The girl pointed straight at Hina and emitted a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Several of the other creatures started to come towards her. Hina knew that she was trapped, and with no way out. Less than 2 kilometers away, Mayuk's mother was struggling to start the car, dropping the keys again because of her badly shaking hands. Mayuk saw that his mother was on the verge of a breakdown and took hold of her hands. "Mum, let me drive." She handed over the keys without any protest. His mother had believed that they would be safe in their government colony, with the armed guards who normally did duty outside. However, by evening, it was clear that she had been badly mistaken. When Mayuk had gone out at about 4 to see what was happening outside, he saw that all but one of the guards had left their posts. The remaining man had shrugged at Mayuk. "They all have families. I can't blame them for wanting to get home before sunset." The TV channels had reported that as the sun slowly set over Asia, the darkness took hold over one country after another. The pattern was the same. As soon as the sun set, those who had been infected transformed into bloodthirsty creatures who savaged anyone in sight. Mayuk inserted the keys and they left the colony. They had packed their car with as many provisions as they could, and Mayuk had the loaded handgun next to him. His father had called earlier in the day, saying that if their colony did not appear safe, then they were to try and get to the old Kotla Stadium, which was being heavily fortified as a safe haven. Mayuk's mother had waited till the last moment, perhaps too long, to decide that they were better off trying to reach the stadium instead of staying at home. The sun was about to set, and Mayuk turned to look at his mother. He had often hated her for her nagging, but now he saw that she was looking to him to lead the way. Seeing his mother so vulnerable scared him more than anything else, reminding him that things were well and truly out of control now. Mayuk was jolted back to reality by the repeated staccato sound of guns firing nearby. "Mum, the firing seems to be coming from the police station. We can't go that way anymore. Let's try and find another route." His mother just nodded. While he did find another road, it meant he had to drive through a narrow road crammed with houses and narrow alleys on either side. That was why he never saw the 3 men who ran into their car. His mother screamed as the windows on her side shattered, and a yellow, bloodied arm reached in. Mayuk slammed his foot on the accelerator, and their attackers were left behind as their car shot ahead. Another infected man came right in front of his car, and Mayuk made the mistake of trying to swerve out of the way. The car hit a small shop on the sidewalk, and Mayuk was temporarily winded as his head hit the steering wheel. He could hear his mother shouting, "Hurry up! They're coming!" Mayuk reversed the car, feeling the thump of an impact as he hit someone or something, and then resumed down the road. There were now people running all over the street, many of them pursued by screaming attackers. A group of 5 infected men emerged from the shadows to their left, and Mayuk turned the car into a gut-wrenching turn and sped into one of the alleys to his right. As he exited the alley on the main road, just 100 meters to the right, attackers were beginning to break down the front door of Hina Rahman's house. David came out of the Osprey, his rifle at the ready. In the fading light, he tried to make out if anyone was there at the airfield, but it seemed deserted. On their way in, the young pilot had tried to make contact with the Indian Air Force base at Hindon, just outside Delhi, and also the international airport. But both had been closed to all traffic in anticipation of the chaos that was to unfold at sunset. Instead, he had been advised to put down at the Safdarjung airstrip in central Delhi, which was used for microlights and gliders of flying clubs. With the ability to land vertically, the Osprey had no issue putting down. But now, David and the pilot, whose name he hadn't even asked, had to somehow make their way to the U.S. Embassy. David wondered if that would provide any real safety, but it was better than taking one's chances on the streets. "Kid, what's your name?" "Stan." The pilot looked pale, and his hands were shaking. "Get your handgun. Have you ever been in combat before?" The pilot shook his head, and David wondered why he of all people had to babysit this kid. "Look, just stay close and you'll be fine. When I ask you to shoot at someone, do it and aim for the head. Got it?" Stan nodded, his eyes widening at the prospect of having to come close enough to one of the infected attackers to have to shoot him or her in the head. The streets of the Indian capital were in a state of complete chaos, clogged with cars and people who were trying to get to safety. David looked at his GPS. The U.S. Embassy was about 10 kilometers away. In a straight line, and without having to worry about being attacked by crazed mobs, he would have made it there in less than an hour and a half. But now they would have to trek through a hostile landscape in the dark. They had been walking for no more than 10 minutes when they saw the first evidence of the carnage around them. Cars were scattered across the road, and people were running in a state of panic. David saw the cause for their panic when he spotted a group of a dozen or more of the infected walk into view. The streetlights were still on, so he could see the attack unfold clearly. They split into pairs, and then attacked their chosen prey, one bringing the target down with a tackle to the leg or waist, and the other then coming in for the bite, usually to the shoulders or neck. David watched, a bit stunned by what he saw. The black-turbaned wraiths he saw were not just mindless zombies. They were actually using some sort of tactics and thinking, even if that intelligence was, as of now, no more than what a pack of wild animals would have demonstrated. What he saw next was even worse. The victims seemed to lie lifeless for a few minutes, and then they got up, transformed into the same kind of creatures who had attacked them. "Sir, let's get out of here." David realized that they had probably stayed too long, and then began to walk away when a young man ran up to him. "Sir, please help us." The man looked like he had been trying to get home from the office, and was wearing a tie and carrying a laptop bag. This was not David's fight. He wanted to get to the embassy and then somehow get back to the United States, so he began to turn away. "Wait, you're soldiers, you're armed, please do something." David would have kept going had he not been nearly deafened by the sound of a gun going off inches from his head. "Shit, Stan! What in God's name are you doing?" David watched as an attacker approaching the young man from behind was hit in the head and keeled over. Stan was standing with his gun in hand, and as another attacker approached, he fired twice, one of the bullets striking the young woman in the head. By now he had attracted the attention of the other creatures, and all of them began approaching them, clambering over the cars that stood between them. Now, whether he liked it or not, David was in the fight. He selected single fire on his M4 and brought it up to his eyes. 3 carefully aimed pulls on the trigger, 3 headshots. Their attackers had now stopped, standing in a state of apparent confusion, seemingly surprised at this sudden resistance. That gave enough time for the other people there to run. David looked at Stan and saw a transformed man. Gone was the nervous rookie. Stan was standing straight, holding his gun in both hands, screaming at their attackers to come on. He had often seen battle and stress bring out both the best and the worst in people. It seemed inside Stan there was a brave soldier after all. The problem was that his bravery was likely to get them both killed. Stan gasped when the ones he had shot in the head got up after a few minutes, looking even more terrifying with the bleeding bullet holes in their heads. A young woman, or rather something that had once been a young woman, dressed in jeans and a bright red T-shirt, leaped over a car and ran straight at Stan, screaming. Stan was too shocked to react, but David put 2 rounds in her body which slowed her down, and then a round to her turbaned head. Stan was now shaking, his bravado slipping away by his realization of just what they were up against. "Sir, what do we do now?" David saw dozens more of the infected now converging on them. "Now would be a good time to run for our lives." They sprinted through the streets, hearing the footsteps of their pursuers just behind them. Every once in a while David would turn and fire a shot or two. Running at full tilt, he had no hope of hitting them, least of all in the head, but he hoped that it would at least slow them down. When he saw that it was having no effect, he concentrated on running. The streetlights were now off, and they had no idea of what lay just a few feet away, let alone being sure of whether they were on track to get to the U.S. Embassy. For now, immediate survival was about as far as they could plan. Stan tripped on something and went down with a howl of pain. David's momentum carried him forward a few feet before he turned on his heels to go back to his fallen comrade. He saw that he was too late. 3 of the creatures were now almost upon Stan, less than 5 feet away. David brought his rifle to bear, and with the night scope on, hit 2 of them on the forehead. Both went down, and the third, a voluptuous woman who must have looked quite striking before her transformation, but now looked like a bleeding, yellowing monster like the others, took a 3-round burst to the chest, which sent her reeling back. "Stan, come on!" But Stan did not move. Instead, he just gripped his ankle and looked at David with eyes that were blank with fear. David now saw several more shadows converging on Stan. The young pilot now looked David straight in the eye. "Sir, please do it. Don't let me become one of them." David knew what he was being asked to do, but his hands felt as if they weighed a ton. Stan screamed again as the first of the wraiths was about to reach him, yellowed and bloodied hands reaching out for him. "Please, for God's sake, please." David took a deep breath, brought his rifle up and fired a single shot into Stan's head. A collective howl seemed to go up from all the creatures around as they realized they had been deprived. The one who had been reaching for Stan now crouched over his body, turning his lifeless head in his hands, and then turned to look at David. He must have been a middle-aged office-goer, perhaps with a family of his own, no more than a day ago. Now his bloodied yellow face was contorted with hate, and his clothes were in tatters. The black turban hung precariously from his head as he raised a finger towards David and screamed, "Carter!" David selected full auto on his M4, and a dozen 5.56mm rounds shredded the creature's head. David did not wait to see if it would get up, since a dozen more launched themselves towards him. He ran as fast as he could, his eyes stinging from the tears that were now running freely down his face. As soon as the woman had looked up at her and screamed, Hina had run downstairs, aware that she was now in terrible danger. She pulled a sofa in front of the main door, hoping it would at least slow the creatures, now converging on her house. She was panting from the exertion and was trying to catch her breath when the window behind her shattered, showering her with glass shards. A yellowed hand reached in and grabbed at her shoulder. In trying to get away, she fell to the ground and got a closer look at the face that was now peering in at her through the broken window. She saw the crooked glasses, the yellow shirt, and realized, with a stifled sob, that this creature had, till a few minutes ago, been Mr. Patel, the man whom she used to buy her groceries from. However, the friendly smile she had known for a dozen years was now replaced by bared, bloody teeth. His face was cut in a dozen places, and Hina realized he had used his head to smash the window. His face was yellow, and the skin seemed to be peeling away in patches, and his hate-filled, crazed eyes seemed more like those of a rabid animal than those of a human being. The turban on his head would have looked absurd had Hina not been so terrified. She heard several more hands beating on the door, and in the sofa, slowly but surely, began to slide back under the onslaught. At her age, and especially after Imran's passing, Hina had thought of her mortality often. With Imran gone, and her children more a distant memory than a real family, she did not have too many things or people to live for, and on the occasional lonely night she had wondered if she could bring herself to end it all. A bottle of sleeping pills, perhaps, but now, faced with a horde of attackers beating down her door, she realized that she wanted to live. Whether or not she had anything to live for, she did not want to go like this. Most certainly, she did not want to become the kind of monster Mr. Patel had become. The door was now ajar, and she saw a foot slip in. The yellow, bloody leg looked incongruous in a Gucci high-heeled sandal, but Hina did not have any time to contemplate that as she got up, looking frantically around for some way to defend herself. Mayuk's car was now bobbing and weaving around the cluttered street, and in other circumstances he would almost certainly have been stopped on suspicion of drunk driving. But now all the cops around were either dead or had joined the marauding bands that were rampaging through the city. He braked hard when he saw a body lying just in front of his car. Both he and his mother looked at it, wondering what they should do. Even though it looked dead, Mayuk could not bring himself to run over another human being. He began to reverse his car so he could drive around it, when the body sat up. It was a young man, perhaps not much older than Mayuk himself, except that he was now one of them. He launched himself at Mayuk's car, his fingers smashing into the windshield, creating a spiderweb of cracks inches from Mayuk's face. He then began clawing at the glass, trying to get through. "Drive!" Mayuk hardly needed the encouragement from his mother. In blind panic, he floored the gas, and their Honda City sped forward, carrying their unwelcome passenger with it. With his view blocked by the man hanging onto the windshield, Mayuk had no way of knowing what lay ahead, but he hoped that as he picked up speed, the man would be thrown off his hood. Hina's door was now wide open, and she saw several figures crowding the doorway. It was pitch black outside, the streetlights having all gone off some minutes ago. Her lights were still on, driven by an old diesel generator, and seeing the shadows entering her house, she knew that her time was up. She closed her eyes and began praying when she heard an ear-splitting crash. She tentatively opened an eye and saw a sight that she had never imagined. A car had come to a halt just outside her house and had ploughed through the creatures trying to get to her. Some of them were lying scattered out on the street, and one seemed to be trapped under the car. The back door of the car had been flung open in the crash, and the driver was revving the engine, trying to get away. Without thinking too much, other than the fact that she was finished if she stayed in her home, Hina ran as fast as she could toward the car and dove in through the open back door. Mayuk had just started the car and was about to get away from the carnage when he sensed someone enter the car behind him. He spun around, his gun in hand, only to see a thin old lady. He had no idea who she was, but she was not one of them. Relieved, he stepped on the gas, and the car sped ahead. They drove in silence for some minutes, each of them still too shocked by what they had endured in the last few hours. Finally, Hina took the initiative and introduced herself. "I'm Hina Rahman. I guess I was, a professor." Mayuk just nodded at her and told her his name. His mother said nothing. Mayuk looked at his mother to see what shape she was in. She was continuing to try and call his father on her mobile, but all the network seemed to be down. Her hands shaking, she finally threw the phone hard against the floor and began sobbing. Hina reached out and held her shoulder, and this simple act of kindness seemed to make his mother further collapse into loud sobs. Mayuk's mind was blank. At one level, he was more terrified than he had ever been, but at another level, he still had hope. Hope that this was somehow all a bad dream he would wake up from. Hope that there surely was some government in control somewhere. The world as we knew it couldn't all just end, could it? He looked at his mother. "Mum, we just need to get to the stadium. The army will be there. Whatever this infection is, they will contain it and get a cure. All we need to do is get to the stadium and we'll be okay." His mother seemed to take some heart at his words, and they drove on in silence, their car's headlights providing the only illumination in the dark streets around them. David had taken a bike he had found abandoned on the roadside and rode it, hoping that the U.S. Embassy could offer some sanctuary. Given the chaos all around him, there was no way to be sure of that, but it was not as if he had any better options. After 10 minutes of riding, he realized that it would be suicidal to continue riding in the darkness. They owned the night, and all around him he could see groups of the infected gather, and while he could outrun them, with none of the streetlights on, it was but a matter of time before he stumbled into one of them. He stopped his bike near what appeared to be a cluster of shops. With his small flashlight, he saw a broken sign saying, "Khan Market." Not seeing anyone around, David figured his best bet was to hunker down for the night, and then proceed in daytime. That was unless the creatures were now active in the day as well. He walked around the shops cautiously, using the night scope on his M4 to watch for any sign of trouble. The market seemed totally abandoned. After a few minutes of walking, he came upon, of all things, a McDonald's. He realized his stomach was growling with hunger, and the prospect of eating something other than MREs made up his mind for him. He kicked in the door and went in, sweeping the room in front of him with his rifle. There was nobody there, but it looked like the staff had left in a hurry, as food littered the kitchen. David barricaded the door with tables and then went upstairs, where he finally took a breather after a day where he had spent every single minute trying to stay alive. He bit into a burger and looked out the window. He was done with running for now. He would spend the night here, but there was going to be precious little rest. He couldn't afford to let his guard down, so he ate a couple of burgers, drank some Coke, and then unslung his backpack. He set his rifle against a window that offered the best view of the road outside. He knew that he would have to conserve the batteries for his night vision scopes, so he turned the scope on his M4 off, planning to turn it on only if he really needed to. He saw a group of the infected, perhaps 20 strong, walk on the main road, some 500 meters away, before they ran into one of the housing complexes nearby. He heard screams coming from the darkened houses, and he tried to block them out. He spent the next few minutes just staring out the window, hoping that none of the mobs came towards him. As much as he tried, fatigue and stress got the better of him, and he fell into an uneasy slumber. Mayuk had never seen the city so dark before. All the streetlights were off, and none of the houses or shops lining the road had their lights on. Even if some of them had generators, Mayuk guessed the occupants were trying not to draw attention to themselves by keeping all the lights off. That was the dilemma in which he found himself. Without his headlights on, he could barely see what was on the road ahead of him, yet he knew that his headlights would be a magnet for any of the marauding bands of the infected now rampaging through the city. He didn't even know what he should call them. Were they zombies? He shook off the thought, reasoning that giving them a name would only make this nightmare more real. His mother had dozed off, the stress proving too much for her, and the professor in the back seat had also not spoken for many minutes, realizing that she was better off letting Mayuk concentrate on driving in the darkness. After a few minutes, Mayuk saw a faint glow over the horizon. As he came closer, he realized that the light was coming from the giant floodlights installed at the stadium. If the lights at the stadium were still on, it could mean only one thing, that someone was still in control there. "Mum, look there!" As his mother also looked at the looming lights, Mayuk threw caution to the winds, turned on the car's headlights, and accelerated. This close to safety, he was confident he could outrun any mobs trying to pursue them on foot. Within seconds they were at the stadium, which resembled a war zone. Bunkers dotted the perimeter, with gun barrels sticking out of several of them. A few meters ahead of them, Mayuk saw some men in army uniforms. They saw a sign in the middle of the road. "Get out of the car and proceed on foot. You are safe here." They could drive no further, since the road was blocked with barbed wire, and they got out of the car, looking anxiously around them for any attackers. Not seeing anyone, they broke into a run towards the soldiers. Hina was the first to notice something was wrong. In a situation like this, surely the soldiers would be carrying guns. She was about to shout out a warning when shadows leapt out of the bunkers to their right. Mayuk was now just feet from the nearest soldier when he came to a screeching halt. The man who had turned to face him was wearing an army uniform all right, but his skin was the now all too familiar yellow, and he shook a bloodied finger at Mayuk. Mayuk's mother was just behind him, and as the man leapt at him, she pushed Mayuk out of the way, going down with the man on top of her. Mayuk rolled on the ground and came up, finding that more of the creatures were now converging on the prone figure of his mother. He realized that he had forgotten his gun in the car, and started to move towards his mother, wondering how he could help her. She looked at him and shouted only once, "Please run, run, Hina, take him!" More of the creatures now jumped on his mother, as he felt Hina's arms pulling him. "No, let go of me, let me go!" Hina slapped him hard, and he faced her, shocked. "Son, she gave her life so you could live. Don't let her sacrifice be for nothing. Let's go." She half pulled, half dragged Mayuk to the car, and realizing he was in no state to drive, got into the driver's seat and backed the car out of the approach road, driving away as fast as she could. Mayuk sat next to her, his head between his legs, crying and screaming as if in absolute agony. 4. David saw Rose, dressed in one of those flowery dresses that she seemed to like so much.
"Baby, you must be so tired. Let me make it better."
She was kneeling over him, holding his hands in her own. He reached out to caress her hair, and then he saw that her hair had come out in clumps in his hand. He looked up to see her face. It wasn't his Rose anymore. The impish smile and blue eyes had been replaced by a feral grin, white sockets where her eyes should have been, and yellowed skin.
"Baby, come to me,"
the creature who had been Rose crooned again. David woke up, covered in sweat and shaking. He took a minute to calm down and remind himself where he was. As much as he tried to reassure himself that Rose was okay, his mind kept replaying the nightmare he had just seen. Suddenly he heard the sound of a car approaching. He looked at his watch. It was now almost 1 a.m, and only someone very stupid or very desperate would be out at this time with the hordes of infected all around. For a split second he considered whether they might have learned to drive a car, and then dismissed the thought. He put his eye to the scope of his assault rifle and turned the night vision optics on. About 1 kilometer away, plainly visible in the greenish glow of the night vision, he saw a car driving slowly down the road. It had its headlights off, which perhaps explained the driver's caution. David involuntarily shrunk back as he saw 4 figures leap out from the side of the road and jump onto the car. 1 was on the hood, 2 on the right side and 1 on the left. The car swerved from left to right, either in an attempt to shake off the attackers or because the driver had given into absolute panic. Out of instinct more than anything else, David tracked in on one of the attackers clinging to the car with his M4 rifle. With the car moving erratically, it was far from an easy shot, and he certainly could not guarantee a headshot, but he knew he would not miss. Then he stopped himself. What was he thinking? This was not his fight. All he wanted to do was to wait the night out in his hiding place, and then get to the embassy in the morning. Just then the car braked hard, and the man clinging onto the hood was thrown hard to the ground. The car accelerated, running over his prone body and continuing down the road. Another form clinging to the left door, the billowing embroidered sari looking incongruous on the mindless killer's body, was thrown off. That left 1 attacker hanging on to either side of the car. David watched through his scope as the car came closer, now no more than 50 meters away. The driver had done well so far, and something in him thought it would be a terrible waste of a brave person if the attackers got to whoever was inside. He caught a glimpse of the driver now. It was a woman, and she had a young man next to her, perhaps a mother and son. To serve and protect. He had sworn to defend the innocent, and now all his training took over any thought of self-preservation. Whether it was his fight or not, he could not sit back and watch the family be slaughtered. He already knew that the infected brutally killed those who resisted, and before he had even consciously decided to join the fight, his finger pressed lightly on the trigger. Hina was now screaming at the top of her lungs. All the bravery or desperation that had kept her going till now had dissipated. Seeing the 2 yellow, decayed faces with their deformed teeth and features glaring at her from each side, she felt that her time was over. Mayuk was still in shock, and had not even recovered enough control over his senses to try and use the gun that was lying uselessly by his side. Hina hadn't even bothered to reach for it. She had never held a gun in her hands, and didn't think she would do anything to increase their chances of survival by trying to use one for the first time when under attack by these fiends. She realized she was running out of road, and turned to face the attacker on her right. He had lost his turban in the chase, and his head was half bald, patches of yellow scalp showing. He looked no more than 15, a boy who had perhaps been playing games with his friends a day earlier. What a waste of a life. What a waste of all the lives. Before she could think any further, the boy fell off the car as if an invisible fly-swatter had swatted him away. She looked behind to see him sitting up, and then another hammer blow knocked him flat. When she turned to her left, the same fate had befallen the attacker there. She had been so transfixed by the sight that she noticed too late that she was about to crash into the parked cars just ahead. Hina was thrown forward by the impact, hitting her head on the dashboard. She reeled back in pain, and her hand came away wet with her blood when she put it to her forehead. She looked behind her to see if the attackers had followed them, but in the darkness she could only see their prone bodies lying on the road some 50 meters behind. Then the door opened, and before she could scream, strong hands wrapped around her mouth and pulled her out. Mayuk was huddled in a corner of the room. He had little recollection of what had happened over the last few minutes. He had hit the windshield and then blacked out. As he came to, he heard some voices whispering a few feet away from him. He tried to make out the words.
Captain, what's your plan?
Ma'am, just call me David. I'm on my way to the U.S. Embassy tomorrow at first light, when these creatures aren't about. You could come with me till there. I wish I could do more for you, but I do need to get out and back to my family.
You've done more than enough for us, young man, and you can call me Hina.
Mayok tried to clear the cobwebs of his mind, trying to remember where he was. Was he having a bad dream? Would his mother come and wake him up now, reminding him that once again he was going to be late for school? His mother. He sat up with a jolt, as all that had happened in the day came back to him. As it all sank in, he slumped against the wall. He had no more tears to cry, but just sat there looking blankly at the floor. He sensed a man sit down next to him. He was holding something that he pressed into Mayok's hand. "Young man, that's a fine gun you have there. I picked it up from the car. Would be ashamed to leave it there." Mayok looked down to see his father's pistol in his hand. He then felt strong hands grip his arm. "Look, I've lost a lot of good men recently, men who were like brothers to me. But none of that compares to your loss." The man then got up and walked to the open window, through which Mayok could see the faint light of daybreak. Hina was now by his side. She had a bandage on her forehead, and was trying hard to smile, though Mayok could see her eyes creased with fatigue and stress.
"Here, have some breakfast."
She held some cold French fries and a burger. Mayok wolfed it down. He was so famished that it tasted like the best meal he had ever had. She ran her hand through his hair, and as Mayok looked at her, he was reminded of his grandmother. The same kind eyes, the same smile.
"That man there is an American soldier. He saved us last night, and he'll help us get to the American embassy. Once there, we can contact someone in the government and find out where we can go to be safe."
Mayok nodded mutely, the thoughts of what he had gone through the previous day still fresh in his mind. As David announced that they were leaving, Mayok followed him out, his body going through the motions, but his mind totally numb and blank. David examined the car that he had rescued Hina and Mayok from. It had been a close call. They had made it back into the shop moments before the attackers he had shot had regained consciousness. He opened the boot and whistled at all the canned food stuffed into it. "Kid, your folks sure were well prepared. No telling what we run into, so help me carry the stuff into another car. I guess today people will forgive us for borrowing their car." David chose an SUV and started to load the things into the back when Hina turned to him.
"David, wouldn't we be able to move through the streets easier in a smaller car? There are cars and things."
She couldn't bring herself to say bodies, but it was clear what she meant. David shrugged. "Maybe, but if I have to run through or over things, this will come in handy." Mayok had hardly helped, standing by the side, and David whispered to Hina, "I hope the kid gets his senses back. He's in shock, and I understand that, but he will get himself killed real fast if he doesn't snap out of it soon."
"The poor boy has been through hell."
David finished loading the last of the cans and took the wheel.
"Hina, I think we haven't begun to see what hell looks like yet."
As they drove through the city, Hina realized that what truly scared her was the opposite of what she had expected. After the events of the previous night, she had feared that they would see signs of carnage and death all around. Instead, what was even more unsettling was the fact that the city was deserted. There was not a sign of a single living soul around, nor any sign of bodies. There were just cars and bikes scattered all around where their drivers had left them, and dark patches that indicated where people had been brought down. She had never heard the city this quiet. No cars honking their horns, no rumble of traffic, no people chattering away on their mobile phones. She longed for all the things that she may have once complained about. She saw that Mayok, sitting in the back seat, was still quiet, but at least seemed to be coming out of the shock he had been in. The young heal fast, she reasoned, and then took her first close look at their driver. In the darkness of night, she had barely had a chance to see who their savior was. Her first reaction was that he looked so young. He had close-cropped blonde hair, and a face that made him look no older than a kid just graduating from college. She knew better, after having seen what he had done the previous night, and the only real hint to the fact that he was a trained killer lay in his eyes. They seemed ever alert, constantly scanning their surroundings for any sign of trouble. Hina knew that he would probably be on his way to the US soon enough, but was glad to have his company while it lasted. Between a buoyant shock and an old professor, she and Mayok didn't have too many chances of survival on their own. David spotted some movement to their right, and his hands tightened on the steering wheel. He didn't know if the infected could be out in daylight, but he was not about to find out the hard way. The road ahead was blocked by cars, and resembled a surreal maze that he was trying to pick his way through, so there was no question of driving any faster than a slow trot. He pushed aside a bike, using the bulk of the SUV he was driving, but would have no option but to weave around the cars in front of him. Again, he spotted some movement on his right. It seemed to be a small shopping complex with broken signs that announced a salon, an internet cafe and a pharmacy, among other signs in Hindi. He had a working knowledge of Urdu, but hardly had the time he would have needed to decipher all the signs. He was now sure of it. There were at least 2 people moving inside what remained of the internet cafe on the ground floor. The door was closed, but the windows were shattered, and he could see shadows moving in the darkness inside. He turned to Mayok. "Kid, see that net cafe there, 50 meters to the right?" He didn't get a response, but not wanting to take his eyes off a potential threat by turning towards Mayok, he continued, "I think I saw someone moving inside there. No idea who it could be, but just take out your gun and cover that area. I don't want to stop or take my attention off the road." He didn't hear any response, but assumed Mayok would be doing as he had asked, so he returned his attention to the road ahead. A split second later, he saw a head peek out from behind the shattered windows of the internet cafe and caught a glint of something that may well have been a weapon. He turned to see Mayok slumped in the rear seat, the gun lying uselessly by his side. "Damn it!" David stopped the SUV and brought up his M4, scanning the area to his right for any imminent threat. With the crowded road ahead, if they were up against attackers with weapons, he would never be able to get away in time. He had far better chances sticking around and counting on his training and firepower. A tuft of silvery hair showed, and a face emerged, and he could hear Hina gasp behind him. He had his sight trained on the head. At any sign of trouble, he would put a round through the forehead. As the man emerged, David put his finger on the trigger and then brought his gun down, exhaling loudly in relief. "What's going on? Who are they?" David had his head back against the seat, thankful that he had not fired. Hina looked over his shoulder and saw who had been hiding in the shop. They were an ancient couple, perhaps no younger than 80, dressed in rags. It was likely they had lived in one of the nearby slums, and when the chaos began, had sought refuge in the shops. Both the man and woman looked around uncomprehendingly, with blank, terrified eyes. Hina guessed that they perhaps had no idea of what had happened, just that, one day, ordinary people had turned into bloodthirsty monsters. The old couple stumbled towards them, holding out their hands as if seeking help. Hina started to say something, and David cut her off, guessing what she was going to say. "No, we can't take them with us." "But look at them!" In response, David got out of the vehicle and opened the back, taking out a handful of canned and packaged food, which he handed over to the old man. The man began crying tears of gratitude, and then looked on as David climbed back in and drove away. "That was a nice thing you did." David just grunted at Hina's words, and kept his focus on the road. Without looking back, he addressed Mayok. "Kid, you need to decide whether you want to stay alive or not. If they had been attackers, we would have been in big trouble. In a few minutes, I'll be on my way, and won't see you again. But here's some friendly advice. Snap out of it, otherwise you'll get yourself and Hina in big trouble." As they drove into the heart of Delhi, past India Gate and then onwards towards the diplomatic enclaves, they saw signs of other survivors. A family walking on the roadside, a group of young men carrying rods and swords, 2 policemen walking around as if wondering what they should do. The entire city seemed to be in shock, but there was no sign of the infected attackers who had wreaked so much havoc the previous night. It was as if they had disappeared at first light. They drove by the Prime Minister's residence and saw it totally deserted. There was not a single policeman in sight. Hina wondered whether that was because the Prime Minister had been evacuated, or because even he had not escaped the chaos. "We're here, folks." Hina looked up at David's words to see the high walls of the U.S. Embassy. The gate was shut, but there was no sign of anyone around. David drove right up to the gate, when pandemonium erupted all around them. "Freeze! Stop the vehicle and keep your hands where I can see them." David did as he was told, and Hina followed suit. A second later, a fully armed U.S. Marine appeared, assault rifle at the ready. He seemed awfully young, and his rifle shook unsteadily in his hands. He looked at David and took in his uniform and stripes. "You in the U.S. Army?" David snorted dismissively, looking at the soldier's name tag. "Private Schaefer, I'm a SEAL, and that's Sir to you." The man stood straight and saluted, as if relieved to have someone who could take charge. He pointed at Hina and Mayok. "What about them?" "They're with me for now." The Marine opened the gates and David drove in. As soon as he got out, the Marine ran up, eager to learn what had happened outside. David asked incredulously, "Where are the others? Don't tell me you're the only one around." The Marine answered, his voice now betraying his fear. "Sir, all the senior diplomats and families left day before. They left me here to guard the last diplomat here. They told me we'd be evacuated yesterday. And then everything went to hell. We just turned off all the lights and hid in the basement." "That's the best anyone could have done, so don't be too hard on yourself, soldier. Now, where's the diplomat?" David was led inside where he saw a man crouched behind a desk, burning documents in a fireplace. "Excuse me, sir. I'm Captain David Bramsack, U.S. Navy SEALs. I was told you're the ranking diplomat here. Could you tell me what our plans for evacuation are?" David was shocked when the man turned to face him. He was balding, red-faced, and visibly drunk as he struggled to get up. As he came closer, David could smell the alcohol on his breath. "Captain, I'm Jeremy Abbott. I'm the friggin' cultural attaché here, which means I'm the CIA spook." The man laughed, and David wondered just how unhinged the man had been by the pressure to talk so loosely. "Captain, if you're here to get help, I'm afraid this is the only help I can provide." David saw that he was motioning to a half-empty bottle of Black Label on the table behind him, as Abbott continued. "Just got a transmission. No help coming our way. They asked me to stay behind and ensure all our dirty work is destroyed. It seems those bloody secrets, of whom we're spying on, are more valuable than expendable old me, and now they realize they can't get any of us out." David was shattered by the news, but something in what the man said gave him a surge of hope. "Your radio's working? Someone's still transmitting?" Abbott shrugged and took a swig straight from the bottle. "Don't get your hopes up. Just a burst this morning, telling all overseas personnel to stay where they are, and that people are working on plans. Basically, we've been left to rot." David walked out, and Hina immediately saw his downcast expression. "David, what's wrong?" "Looks like we're on our own." David had asked the Marine if he wanted to come along, but the young soldier had said he'd stay by his post. David thought he was being stupid, but had to admire his courage. They drove around for a few minutes, all of them silent, trying to reconcile to the fact that there did not seem to be any help headed their way. If there was a government in control anywhere, it had given up on this corner of the world. Finally, Hina broke the silence. "David, it's past noon now. We need to have a plan for how to survive the night." David stopped the car, and when Hina looked at him, she was truly frightened for the first time since she had met him. So far, he had exuded nothing but quiet confidence, and with his obvious training and firepower, she had come to regard him as something of a safety blanket. But now she saw that his eyes were downcast, his shoulders slumped, and he slammed his fist against the steering wheel in frustration. Hina looked on, ever more afraid as she saw the first cracks appear in David's confidence. Then, as if with a conscious effort of will, David took a deep breath, and his settled, calm look was back. "Let's take it one step at a time. First, we need a place to stay where we can be safe." They were now driving past Delhi's Connaught Place, and Hina saw the Imperial Hotel to her left. "How about a hotel?" David shook his head with a slight smile. I'm sure we could get a room or two. I doubt they're fully booked, but it's not a good place to hide in. Too many entry points, and if we're cornered, we've got no place to run. They drove around at a slow crawl, turning around the cars left abandoned haphazardly on the road. Hina saw the Oxford bookstore and lingered on it, a part of her mind wondering how her new novel was faring. Writing had been such an integral part of her life, yet after just one day, it seemed like it had been a totally different life altogether. David saw what she was looking at and misinterpreted what was going through her mind. Hina, you should have been in the army. That's a perfect place. Slightly off the main road, just one main entrance and that, too, through a staircase. And I'm sure they have a back exit in case we need it. Hina didn't bother correcting him, happy that they seemed to have a refuge, and also because she thought being near books would in some way bring back her life the way it had been. David decided that leaving all their supplies in the vehicle was too risky, so they carried all the cans and bags inside. Mayok did his part in silence, but when they were inside, he retreated to a corner and sat down. Hina stood in front of the bestseller rack, looking at her novel, currently placed in 5th place. She took a copy and felt the soft edges, ruffled the paper, and it was almost easy to believe that the world had not been transformed into a place roamed by bloodthirsty maniacs infected by some unknown disease. That people still had the time and luxury to spend hours reading stories like the one she had written, of an English traveller finding adventure and love in Mughal India. David walked up behind her and looked at the novel she had in her hand, with its cover of a topless man and a voluptuous woman in a torn sari. I was never much of a reader, but I could never figure out how anyone could read trashy romances like that. Some dirty old man must be sitting somewhere churning out stories like that. Hina almost choked at the words, and David wondered what he had said to set her off like that. She looked at him, a broad smile on her face. Captain, the trashy novel I hold in my hand was written by a very dirty old woman. Me. He looked at Hina, sure that she was pulling his leg. When she didn't flinch, he exclaimed, No friggin' way. When she told him her secret, he doubled over laughing, and she joined in, the two of them laughing so hard they thought their stomachs would burst. David spent the next few minutes barricading the rear exit and satisfying himself that the front entrance could be secured. The store's main door could not be the primary point of defense, since it was set some feet away from the head of the stairs. So he decided to leave the main door open, which would likely serve to make anyone feel that nobody was inside. Instead, he set up a firing position just outside and to the left of the main door, a podium stacked with books, with enough space in between for him to fire through. He also placed his single Claymore anti-personnel mine just outside the main door, facing outwards, but did not activate it. That would be the last resort, in case they were faced with a last-ditch defense situation. When he came back in, he found Hina curled up with a book in her hand. So far, he had been very impressed with how well she had coped with the situation, given her age and what she had been through. But then he spotted Mayok sitting glumly in a corner. He remembered the scene back in the SUV when Mayok had failed to cover them, and trying hard to control his anger, walked over to the boy, sitting down next to him. How are you doing? No response. David took a deep breath, trying to control himself. He had no kids, and in the company of hard men in the SEALs, the way to deal with a young rookie who was losing it involved several push-ups, runs with a heavy pack, and throwing them out if they could not make it. None of those were options before David, so he tried to see if he could get through to the boy next to him. Look, kid, I know you've been through a lot, but now we need to pull together if we have to survive. Mayok looked towards him and simply said, I'm not a kid. Stop calling me that. My name is Mayok. David wanted to reach out and slap him, but he controlled himself. Okay, Mayok, you do realize we aren't in a normal situation, don't you? What you did in the car could have got us all killed. Do you realize that? We've all been through crap, but now we have to stick together and you need to help out. Mayok hid his head in his hands, and when he raised his head, David saw that his eyes were beginning to well up with tears.
"David, do you know the last thing my father told me? He said he hoped I could be the man he had always dreamt I would be."
David watched in silence, and Mayok continued, finally opening up, finally coming to grips with what he had gone through.
"Forget being a man. I couldn't even protect my mother. She's gone because of me. I've always been useless. What the hell am I good for anyways? You're the big bad soldier who knows what to do. I'm just a screwed-up kid. Maybe I should just take my gun and kill myself."
It finally dawned on David just what demons the boy was dealing with, and he held him gently by the shoulder.
"Mayok, I don't have a son, so I can't begin to understand everything you're going through. But my dad passed when I was about your age, and I've been holding a gun and going into harm's way since I was not much older than you. I've led young men like you into battle, and I've been young and scared enough to wet my pants when I first saw combat."
Mayok was now listening.
"Look, I'm no braver than you are, but what I've learned is that being a man boils down to one simple thing: watching out for the guy next to you. That's what kept me and my boys going even when the shit hit the fan. And now, whether we like it or not, this is our unit. We need to look out for each other, even if we hardly know or even like each other. But just because we have nothing or nobody else. I can fight, but I don't know the city or the language that well, so I need you as much as you need me. Think about that."
David walked over to another corner, leaving Mayok alone to consider what he had just heard. It was now 5 in the evening, and Hina and David conferred and decided that they would not risk any light at night, and would have an early dinner. Dinner was a can of baked beans and some potato chips, washed down with apple juice, and when they finished, David turned to Hina.
"You guys rest inside. I'll be outside watching the road."
He knelt behind the podium with his rifle ready, when he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Mayok.
"David, why don't you rest for a change? I'll watch for a while."
David looked over Mayok's shoulder to see a slight grin on Hina's face.
"Sure. Look, right now we can still see with the naked eye. Once it gets dark enough that we need to use the night vision scope, I'll replace you. Cool?"
Mayok nodded, and with his handgun beside him, took up position. David passed Hina as he went inside the bookstore.
"The kid's tougher than I thought."
Hina smiled in reply.
"David, none of us is tough till we are tested. I think he'll be okay. Get some rest now."
As David went inside, she heard him chuckling.
"What's so funny?"
David turned, trying not to laugh.
"I can't get over the fact that you write that stuff. Man, I flicked through a few pages. He ripped open her sari and enveloped her in the pleasures of karma. Yikes, you are a dirty old woman."
Hina laughed as the soldier curled up in a corner and in less than 5 minutes was sound asleep. Hina herself read for a while, and then when the light got too dim, she also decided to rest. She had no idea what the hours or days ahead held for her, but at least for the first time in 2 days, she felt relatively secure. David had been dreaming of Rose, and of talking to his own son, telling him to be a man. David knew Rose wanted kids, and he had always been non-committal, and in his dream he remembered swearing that if he got back to her, they would have an army of kids. That was when he was awakened by the sounds of screaming outside. 5. His instincts and training on autopilot, David picked up his M4, switched off the safety and went outside in a crouch. He saw Hina near the doorway, looking out in the fading light. He asked for her to get down, and then he reached Mayok, who was sitting behind the podium.
"What's going on?"
He heard the scream again, and then he looked for its source, to see 3 figures struggling on the road some 20 meters away, just outside the perimeter fence of the complex where the bookstore was. David looked up and saw that the sun had still not fully set.
"It can't be them. At least it shouldn't be yet."
He looked through his scope to see what was going on, and it soon became obvious what was happening. 2 men were trying to grab a young girl, who was doing her best to fight them off. Mayok asked to see as well, and when David put the rifle down, Mayok looked at him, as if seeking direction. David was torn as to what to do. Mayuk, people are probably going crazy all over the world. They're looting, raping, and murdering at will while daylight lasts, since they figure there's no more law to punish them, and not much of a future to look forward to. We can't stop them all." He looked again and saw that the girl was putting up a hell of a fight, but it would be just a matter of time before she was overpowered. Before he could think anything else, he saw a blur out of the corner of his eyes. It was Mayuk running towards the road. "Mayuk, stop!" David raised his rifle, but with Mayuk directly between him and the men, he did not have a clean shot. With the Barrett, he could have risked taking out the men without harming the girl, but all he had with him was his M4, and he could not guarantee a clean shot at such range, with the girl and the men so closely mixed up together. He groaned, and then ran after Mayuk. The two men had been so intent on overpowering the girl that they did not see Mayuk run at them. Before they had a chance to react, Mayuk had raised the handgun and fired one shot in the air. Everyone seemed to freeze for a minute as the unnatural quiet of the city further amplified the gunshot. "Get away from her!" Mayuk had his gun pointed at the men, and while he had never shot a person before, and certainly didn't want to do so now, he hoped that the threat would be enough to deter the two men. As he walked closer, he observed several details. The girl was no older than him, and was dressed in a school uniform, which was now torn at the right shoulder. She seemed to have blood covering most of the right side of her face. Hiding behind her was a toddler, a boy no more than 2 or 3 years old, clutching a toy car. The two men were now facing him, and both were swaying unsteadily. As one of them spat in his direction, Mayuk realized that both were blind drunk. One of them slurred in Hindi as he walked toward Mayuk. "The demons will be out again in a few minutes. Let's have some fun with her while we can. Join us if you want." Mayuk's hands were shaking, but he tried to keep his voice steady. "Look, I don't want to hurt you. Just leave her alone and go." The larger of the two men took a step towards him, flipping out a switchblade. "Kid, you've never killed anyone, and I have killed many men, some in prison. Get lost before I kill you and then rape her." David was crouched behind the perimeter wall, and while he couldn't clearly hear what was being said, the actions of the men were clear enough. He had his rifle raised to his shoulder, his finger on the trigger. All it would take would be a little bit of pressure, and the man closest to Mayuk would die. As he watched, the man advanced on Mayuk, raising his knife as if to bring it down. He tensed, ready to fire, when he heard a gunshot. The man collapsed to the ground, holding his leg and screaming in pain. David saw the smoking gun in Mayuk's hand as he walked over to the man and kicked the knife away. "I don't want to kill you, but if I shoot you in the other leg as well, you won't even be able to run or hide when they come out." The man kept howling, holding his bloody left leg as Mayuk turned to his friend, who had now dropped all his bravado and had his hands up. "Take your friend and get out of here." Mayuk kept his gun raised as the man took his bleeding friend, and the two of them struggled to cross the road. When they were on the other side, he motioned to the girl to follow him. When she hesitated, he just pointed to the sun. "We don't have time for formal invitations. Come on." He walked back towards the bookstore, followed by the girl and the toddler holding her hand. When Mayuk passed David, he saw the soldier standing there with a bemused smile on his face. "I never figured you'd go Rambo on us." David was surprised when Mayuk turned to look at him. The weak, traumatized child was gone. His eyes were steady and confident, almost challenging David to mock him. "You said we need to watch out for each other. That's what I intend to do." David followed him back inside, gripped with a feeling he had experienced many times before, a feeling of mixed emotions when he saw another sensitive, caring young man turn into someone who could take a life. By the time they entered the bookstore, the sun had set, and David took position outside, watching for trouble through the greenish hues of his night vision optics. Hina immediately went about tending to the girl's wounds, and was relieved to find that it was but a small cut. Mayuk was sitting in a corner, still shaking a bit from the adrenaline rush of what had just happened, when the little boy walked up to him. Mayuk got his first good look at the boy, curly hair framing his chubby face and his eager bright eyes. He was wearing a crumpled Mickey Mouse t-shirt and khaki shorts. "Are you Batman?" Mayok didn't know how to respond to such a question, so he just said he wasn't Batman. The boy smiled, showing prominent dimples.
Good. I don't like Batman. I think you're Pete.
Mayok didn't know what the boy was talking about, but smiled back, and was shocked when the boy sat down next to him and leaned against him, placing his head on Mayok's shoulder. Mayok had never been around kids, and he had no idea of what to do or say, so he asked the boy if he wanted something to eat. The boy's eyes lit up.
Ice cream.
Mayok had no idea what to say, so he said he had no ice cream. To his horror, the boy's lip quivered, and he seemed to be on the verge of tears. He was grateful when the girl came up and sat down next to them, speaking to the boy in a soft, cooing voice.
Abhi, we don't have ice cream now. We'll have some tomorrow, okay?
The boy seemed to be fine with that, and then took out a small red toy car from his pocket and got busy playing with it. The girl turned to face Mayok.
Thanks for helping us.
Mayok just nodded, and the girl continued.
Abhi is my kid brother. He'll turn 3 in a month, and when he calls anyone Pete, it's the ultimate compliment.
Mayok had no idea what she was talking about, so she smiled.
I gather you don't have a kid brother or sister. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? The big guy, Pete? Abhi loves him because he's the biggest and strongest of them all. As for my promise of ice cream, anything in the future for him is tomorrow, and anything that has happened in the past happened yesterday.
Abhi smiled a cherubic smile at Mayok, as if sharing a big secret.
I will have ice cream tomorrow.
Mayok held out his hand towards the girl.
I'm sorry, I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Mayok. Hi, Mayok. I'm Swati.
Then her smile was replaced by a sudden look of vulnerability, and she seemed to shake before she regained her composure.
Who would have thought?
She never completed her sentence before she stifled a sob. Mayok tentatively held out a hand to hold her shoulder as she continued.
Our parents were taken the first night. We hid in the closet, and since then I've been trying to keep Abhi safe. Thanks for helping out, but I would have died before those goons got their way with me.
Mayok took a closer look at her face in the fading light that was still coming in from the open front door. Her black hair was tied behind her head in a ponytail, and if they had been in the same school, Mayok could imagine she would have been the object of every boy's affection, with her sharp features and slim body. But her eyes were glowing, even defiant, and for a moment Mayok felt ashamed of the weakness he had shown over the last day. Unarmed and alone, this girl had maintained her courage and composure, while he had broken down. He shrunk back against the wall, suddenly very ashamed of himself. Swati caught him staring at her and saw his expression. Somehow she seemed to be reading his mind.
Mayok, whatever happened before we met, we wouldn't be alive if you hadn't helped us. So if Abhi thinks you're Pete, he's right. You're his hero.
As she got up to walk towards Hina, she turned towards Mayok and added softly,
And mine.
They had a dinner of some cookies and canned fruit in near total darkness. Abhi had decided that Mayok was his idol and wouldn't leave his side, even insisting that he feed him at night. He kept up an incessant chatter about Disney characters, cars he liked, the fact that he loved chocolate chip cookies and so on. Mayok was clueless about most of what Abhi seemed to be blabbering on about, but it didn't seem to matter.
See, McQueen, he goes so fast,
Abhi exclaimed as he raced his toy car over Mayok's leg. Hina looked at Mayok, smiling.
You seem to have got your own little fan there.
Mayok could only grin back. He had never been around kids much, but now, seeing the curly-haired bundle of energy next to him, he felt fiercely protective, and he began to realize just what might have made his mother sacrifice herself to save him. He reached over, tousling Abhi's hair.
Don't you need to sleep now?
Abhi looked up at him with big, innocent eyes.
Give me a fresh diaper and milk.
Totally out of his depth now, Mayok looked towards Swati for help. She came over, grinning from ear to ear.
He normally doesn't take to strangers this easily. You must have made quite an impression. Come on, Abhi. No fresh diaper today. Let's go to sleep now.
Abhi burst into tears, bawling at the top of his voice. Swati tried to hush him and looked at Mayok and Hina apologetically.
"I'm sorry, but he's used to sleeping in a fresh diaper. He's not potty-trained yet, and he always has milk before bedtime."
A mother of 2 grown children, Hina immediately went to the bathroom to see if she could rustle up something, and then came back with some toilet paper.
"This is all we have, and no milk, of course."
Swati tried comforting Abhi, but the boy kept crying, and she looked at Mayok, an almost apologetic expression in her eyes. David came inside, whispering to Mayok,
"We need to calm him down. They hear that crying, and we're in big trouble."
Mayok realized that somehow he had been given charge of Abhi, and also realized that he did not really mind it. He looked out the door and saw something across the street.
"David, just cover my back."
"Where are you going? It's past sunset."
Mayok answered over his shoulder to Hina.
"I see a pharmacy, and it's just a few feet away. I'll see if they have anything there."
He wondered if David would stop him, but the soldier just tapped him on his back.
"Be quick and stay sharp. If there's any sign of trouble, aim for the head."
Mayok slipped into the darkness, gun in hand, and a flashlight tucked into his belt. He realized that even after just one day, his eyes had adjusted well to the darkness. The sky was clear, perhaps the one positive effect of all the cars and factories being silent, and in the moonlight he could see pretty clearly. Now that he was outside, he felt a stab of panic. David was a trained soldier who knew what he was doing, but Mayok knew that he was just a kid in school who may have liked to play soldier on video games, but knew nothing of what to do in real life. He gripped the gun in both hands, both to steady his hands and to give him some confidence. He crept across the road, watching both sides of the road. With his heart hammering, he entered the store and turned on his flashlight to see what was inside. Much of the store had been looted, but to his delight he found what he wanted, several packs of Pampers. He had never figured diaper packs could be so bulky, and he realized that carrying just 2 would mean that he would not be able to hold his gun in his hand. He looked around frantically for bags, and finally found a large black garbage bag. He put 2 large packs of diapers in it, and also several packs of what looked to be baby milk powder. Then he went back out into the darkness. He was halfway to the bookstore when he thought he heard voices in the distance. All his bravado gone, he ran at a full sprint, entering the open door, panting for breath. As he handed the bag to Hina, she looked in and chuckled.
"I think he's a bit big for an M size."
Mayok rolled his eyes.
"I'm kidding, Mayok. That was a very brave thing to do."
Hina started making some milk for Abhi, while Swati sat down next to Mayok. In the darkness, he could barely see her face, but she held his hand and squeezed lightly.
"Thanks again."
Before he could say anything, Abhi ran up and hugged his knee.
"I want him to put me to sleep."
And so Mayok sat down with Abhi as he drank his milk, and then the little boy put his head on Mayok's lap.
"Can you tell me a story?"
Mayok looked around for help, but he could only hear Hina and Swati chuckle, so he began.
"Once upon a time, there was a little boy whom his mother loved a lot, but he never listened to her and never told her that he loved her too. One day, some monsters came and took her away, and the boy was all alone."
Abhi took his hand and said,
"Just like my mama." But then the boy had to be very brave, because so many others needed him to be strong. So he decided that wherever his mama was, she would be proud if he didn't cry and was brave.
He fumbled, feeling tears well up in his eyes, and struggled with what to say next. He didn't need to continue the story, because he felt Abhi asleep, his little chest rising and falling rhythmically. Mayok put Abhi's head on a cushion and then sat down nearby, the tears now coming freely. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Swati.
"I thought the boy was going to be brave."
Mayok put his head against her shoulder and cried, and she just let him sit there, the two of them thinking of families they had lost, and of the uncertainties ahead. Mayok didn't realize when he dozed off, and when he awoke, the glowing hands of his watch told him it was 3 a.m. Swati was fast asleep just inches from him. He took out his mobile phone and turned it on. It was useless as a phone, but in the glow of its screen, he took a look around the room. Hina was sleeping next to Abi, a hand over his chest, and David still seemed to be outside. He then moved the glow over Suati's face. Her cheeks were still streaked with dried tears that she herself must have shed after Mayuk slept. There was a swollen bruise on her forehead, but despite that, Mayuk thought that she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He would have loved to linger on her face for longer, but she stirred in her sleep, and he hastily shut the phone off and lay down. He lapsed into an uneasy slumber when a tap on his shoulder woke him up. It was David.
"Come on, you have to see this."
He followed David out, crouching low and then taking cover behind the podium outside the door. What he saw shocked him. In the pale moonlight, he saw 5 men standing just 100 meters from the bookstore. In any other time, they may have passed for a group of friends just shooting the breeze, but at this unearthly time of night, and with their black turbans, there was no doubt as to who they were and what their agenda was.
"David, do you think they know we're here?"
David asked him to crouch lower.
"It's much worse than that. A few minutes ago, there were just 2 of them."
As he spoke, the true extent of the problem facing them became more apparent when one of the men waved to someone in the distance. As Mayuk watched, 4 more figures joined them. They made no move to attack the bookstore, but just stood there, watching and waiting. A few minutes later, 6 more joined the group. Mayuk watched as one of them pointed straight towards the bookstore. He could not hear what was being said, but the group took a step towards the bookstore, moving together. Mayuk turned to David.
"What the hell is going on?"
In the moonlight, he could just make out David's face, and the soldier's eyes seemed to betray a hint of uncertainty.
"They're learning. I'll be damned, but they are actually learning and adapting. Go and check the back door and see if they are there."
Mayuk scrambled to the back door, and after moving some of the furniture wedged against it, peeked outside. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw nobody outside. He was about to go to the front entrance and pass on the good news to David when he heard the first gunshot. When the figures began running towards the bookstore, David realized he had to react. His assault rifle was resting against the top of the podium, and with the night vision scope on, he had an excellent field of fire. As good a shot as he was, it was hard to hit moving targets, especially when the only shots that counted were headshots. So he emptied his magazine and was rewarded with only 4 headshots, which put his targets down on the ground. The others continued running towards him. He picked up his gun and retreated inside the store, closing the door behind him, just as Mayuk reached him. The 2 of them began moving shelves and tables against the door, trying to barricade themselves in. The sound had awakened Hina and Suati, who shouted out loud.
"What's going on?"
In the darkness, Mayuk edged towards her and said the 3 words that electrified her into action.
"They are coming."
In a split second, Hina and Suati were up and helping to move furniture against the door. Mayuk glanced at Abi to see that the boy had somehow managed to sleep through all the chaos. Then the banging on the door began. First, it was the hammering of a single fist, and then it was joined by a multitude of others as the door shook and threatened to give way. David was crouched in front of the door, his assault rifle at the ready. Mayuk stood a foot behind him, his handgun raised in his shaking hands. Before he had retreated inside the bookstore, David had picked up his Claymore anti-personnel mine and brought it inside, placing it just a few feet inside the store, and activating it. As the door began to give way under the onslaught, he cried out aloud, "Get back and take cover behind something!" Mayuk went and hid behind a bookshelf, and found Suati there. She was holding Abhi, who was awake now and sobbing. The boy sensed Mayuk nearby and stammered,
"Are they the bad men? I'm scared."
The boy's plea put a new resolve in Mayuk, and he knew, then, that whatever happened, the monsters outside the door would not get to Abhi till they got through him. He may not have done much spectacular with his life till now, but if his destiny lay in dying to protect a little boy, who somehow seemed to trust him, so be it. He aimed his gun at the door as it burst open. The claymore exploded with a deafening roar, sending hundreds of pellets in a deadly arc, slicing through the first few creatures through the door. The prone figures did not get back up, but Mayuk realized that in their place many more were clambering in through the open door. A flashlight suddenly turned on, and Mayok realized David had just illuminated their targets. The two creatures, first in through the door, seemed to flinch at the sudden explosion of light, and tried to cover their eyes with their yellowed and bleeding hands when David fired. Mayok joined in, firing again and again, aiming for their heads. He had no idea if he hit anyone or anything, but he just kept pulling the trigger. Before he knew it, he heard the clicking noise indicating his magazine was empty, and he put another clip in the gun as David kept up a withering fire. 4 more of their attackers lay in the doorway, but others seemed to climb over their prone bodies and entered the store. "Back!" On David's command, Mayok pulled Sawati and Abhi towards the rear of the store, firing as he went. He saw 1 or 2 of the creatures stumble, but he knew that, short of a headshot, he would not stop them, and even then, it was a matter of minutes before they would resume their attack. They were fighting a losing battle, and Mayok and David both realized it. The flashlight was now rolling on the floor, casting eerie shadows on the wall, and Mayok saw David bring the butt of his rifle down hard on the head of one attacker before he, too, retreated into the store. He could hear Hina screaming nearby, but in the darkness, he had no idea where she was. Mayok felt along the bookshelf behind him till he found Sawati's hand. She gripped his hand tightly, and he could hear her whispering to Abhi, telling him that they were playing a game like hide-and-seek. He couldn't see the boy in the darkness, but was amazed at how well he was holding up. He could hear feet shuffling through the darkness as more of them entered the bookstore. He almost screamed when he felt a hand touching his shoulder. "Relax, it's me, David. Try and get everyone to the back of the store and out the back door." Mayok felt David and Hina brush past him, and he leaned down to whisper to Sawati what the plan was. Sawati was about to move back when Mayok felt Abhi hold his hand. He whispered to him to follow his sister, but the boy would not let go. "I'm only going with you." Mayok tried to hush him, but it was too late. He heard an inhuman growl as their pursuers realized where they were. He told Sawati to move to the back, and that he and Abhi would be right behind her. Holding the boy's hand in his left hand, Mayok took out his gun and crept along the bookshelf. There was a pandemonium of noise in the store as their attackers trashed one bookshelf after another, trying to look for them. Mayok felt something cold and clammy against his right hand. He let go of Abhi's hand and brought up his flashlight to see what it was. He found himself looking into a yellowed, bloody face with a turban tied on top of its head. He seemed to be as surprised as Mayok, and took a step back, before baring his deformed teeth and emitting a howl that sounded like an animal in pain more than anything any human being could produce. "Jee-ha!" Without conscious thought, Mayok brought up his gun and fired twice into the creature's face. As he went down, Mayok realized any pretense of stealth was now useless. "Abhi, can you be a brave boy and keep this flashlight pointed straight?" He saw that the boy's eyes were wide with fear, but he nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll help you fight the monsters." Mayok's heart went out to the brave little boy as he gave him the flashlight. Then he grabbed Abhi's hand and ran towards the back exit as more footsteps sounded behind him. He turned in mid-stride, firing 2 shots, not sure if he hit anyone, but hoping it at least caused their pursuers to slow down. He was wrong. Their attackers were in such a crazed state that, sensing prey, much like a pack of wild dogs, they were rampaging through the store with a senseless fury, overturning bookshelves and ripping books to shreds. In the darkness, Mayok's shoulder slammed into the corner of a bookshelf, but ignoring the stinging pain, he dragged Abhi along as fast as he could. He could hear Sawati screaming now for her brother, and as he got closer, he could see Sawati, Hina, and David silhouetted against the open back door. David knelt down, and through the night vision optics of his assault rifle, saw 2 of the creatures just behind Mayok. He fired a single shot at each, the bullets whizzing inches past Mayok's face as they slammed into his pursuers' heads. Both went down in a heap. Mayok stumbled on a book and fell forward. Even as he fell, he tried to cushion Abhi's fall with his body. "You okay?" "I'm still brave." Despite the danger which they were in, Mayok couldn't help but smile at the boy's innocent courage as he got up and started for the door again. That was when a hand clamped around Abhi's left leg. "He's got me!" Abhi's shout was echoed by a scream of dismay from Sawati. Mayok picked up the flashlight the boy had dropped and shone it down. He saw what had once been a young woman, but was now no more than a feral animal. Her right hand was holding Abhi's leg, and she was opening her mouth to bite down on his leg. Mayok fired at her, hitting her several times till his gun clicked empty. She fell back, and in a second was about to get back up, when Mayok lifted Abhi in his arms and ran towards the door. As he reached it, David stepped forward, kneeling to fire his rifle on full auto at the woman, sending her down again. They ran out the door and sprinted down the spiral staircase, David bringing up the rear. That was when Mayok skidded to a stop. In front of them stood at least a dozen of the infected, no more than 20 feet away. They began to wail, a sound that struck terror into Mayok. Jihad! He pointed his gun at the nearest one and fired, and then realized his clip was empty. David came up next to him, his rifle at his shoulders.
Shit, they are learning faster than I thought. They knew we'd come out here.
Sawati was now gripping Mayok's left hand and holding Abhi behind her. David took a deep breath and inserted a fresh magazine into his rifle and selected full auto. At this range, there was no way he had any hope of stopping all of them, but maybe he could buy some time for the others to get away. Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, he had lived through all of them, only to die in a parking lot in Delhi. He took a step forward towards the wailing creatures.
Folks, run to the front and get our car. I'll try and hold them.
Mayok took Sawati's hand and pressed it into Hina's. Sawati tried to hold on to him, but he stepped away, trying to ignore her sobs and pleas. Abhi was now crying, all his courage gone.
Sawati, you must live, for Abhi.
Mayok then stepped forward next to David.
You're the man next to me now, David. Remember what you told me?
David grinned. In another life, this kid could have been a good soldier.
Nice knowing you, kid. Let's give 'em hell.
When the creatures saw Hina and Sawati run, they screamed and thundered down on them. David knelt and emptied his magazine, sending 4 of them tumbling to the ground. Mayok was firing as fast as he could, and thought he hit 2 of them, but there was no time to check. He put in another clip as David fired again. They were now just feet away from their attackers, and Mayok put his gun down, knowing that the end was near. David was still firing and shouting obscenities at their attackers. Mayok flinched as the nearest attacker launched himself at him, teeth bared. That was when the SUV ploughed into them, scattering their attackers and running over 2 of them. Hina was at the wheel.
Get in!
Mayok and David dove into the open back door as Hina sped away, smashing aside a bike that was parked near the exit. She turned towards them.
Did I tell you that I never got a driver's license because I was scared of driving?
Just then, they heard a cry of anguish from Abhi, and they all turned towards him, wondering what was wrong. The little boy looked at Mayok, tears welling in his eyes.
I left McQueen in there.
They all laughed, and then sat back, each of them thinking of their narrow escape. As the sun slowly rose over the city, they realized they had survived one more night. Not only survived, but formed bonds forged in battle that meant that now each of them was sure that no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together.
Oh my God!
Mayok sat up at Sawati's shout. He could hear her begin to cry. He leaned over to the front seat to see what was wrong. She was cradling Abhi in her lap, and was looking at his left leg.
Sawati, what happened?
They bit Abhi.
6. They were all sitting inside a Pizza Hut. Though they were all starving and dog-tired, food was the last thing on their mind. Abhi was sitting in front of them, his expression showing just how confused he was at how the adults were suddenly behaving. Unconsciously, all of them, even Sawati, sat a couple of feet away from Abhi, who was scratching his left leg near the knee, where they could all see a red welt where one of the creatures had sunk its teeth in. It had not been a deep bite, but the skin had broken and there was some bleeding.
It hurts here,
he said with a pout, puzzled as to why he was not getting any more sympathy from the adults. Sawati was in tears, but Mayok was also totally gutted, as he began to blame himself for not having taken better care of Abhi. There was a knot in his stomach as he began to feel that once again he had let someone down who had depended on him. Hina was trying to console Sawati, while David sat impassively, cradling his rifle in his hands. He was the first to break the ominous silence. "It's been at least 2 hours since he was bitten. How long do we wait?" Mayok saw David move the rifle in his hand, and he walked over and sat with Abhi, taking him in his lap. Abhi hugged him, grateful that finally someone was acting like normal. "David, we keep waiting. If anyone is worried, they can leave." Seeing Mayok stand up for her brother, Sawati also joined him, and Hina walked over to them a second later. David put his rifle down on the ground, realizing that Mayok had assumed the worst. "Jesus, folks, don't be so friggin' melodramatic. What did you think?" He couldn't bring himself to say it, but he gestured towards his rifle, making his meaning obvious, and then continued. "But look, he should have turned into one of them by now, and he hasn't. I don't understand it, and it freaks me out. And if he does turn into one of those things, what do you propose we do?" They were all silent, since they had no answer to that very question which had been plaguing their minds for the past few hours. Hina got up and walked to the kitchen. "Look, we can sit around and wait, or we could at least get something to eat. Now, who wants cold pizza?" The pizza was cold and stale, so they all gave it a pass, but they gorged on soup and pasta. David discovered that the place had a working generator, and they had their first hot meal in 3 days. It made them all feel a bit more human again, and it took their minds off Abhi. Abhi was listening to Hina sing nursery rhymes when Mayok decided to stretch and walked to the front of the restaurant. He felt someone behind him. It was Suati. "The little boy's mother would have been real proud, for her little boy is a man." He looked at her and smiled, and they sat down together. "Suati, tell me about your folks." "We were hardly the perfect family. Mum and Dad fought all the time, so it was pretty much me and Abhi. With our age difference, I was part mother, part sister for him. When they came to our house, I saw my dad run away. He didn't even try and protect us." Mayok realized she was beginning to sob, and he put his hand tentatively on her shoulder. She leaned against his chest, and the tears now flowed freely. Hina looked at the two of them, and she smiled in the middle of singing "London Bridge is Falling Down." David had laid his weapons out in front of him, and was cleaning his guns and taking stock of how much ammunition he had left. He followed Hina's gaze. "Hina, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Hina looked at him and mockingly chided him. "Young man, I have been writing trashy romance novels since when you were in diapers. I know a budding romance when I see one." Then she added more wistfully, "At least there are still some beautiful things left in this world." Another hour passed. The roads outside were still deserted, and as before, there was no sign of the infected in daylight. Abhi continued to be his normal self, and after much effort, Sawati was finally able to make him take a nap. With him finally not able to hear what was on their minds, the adults converged near the front door. Sawati was visibly relieved to see that her little brother had not changed into one of the fiends that had brought so much devastation into all their lives. David was just relieved that he did not have to face the possibility of having to shoot the boy. "I just don't get it. We've all seen people of all ages, genders, religions transform after being bitten or scratched by them. If anything, the process of infection has gotten faster. It seems the transformation used to take a day or so, but now seems nearly instantaneous. Yet there he is, sleeping away as if nothing had happened. I'm just glad the kid is okay. I don't care why or how this happened, but I'm just glad that he's fine." Mayok's relief was born not just out of the genuine affection he had begun to feel for the boy who followed him around like a lost puppy, but also because he didn't know if he could ever live with himself if anything had happened to Abhi when he was supposed to be taking care of him. There was a silence before Hina spoke up, her soft words shocking everyone. "Perhaps it is a sign." When everyone looked at her to see what she meant, she continued. "I've never been very religious, but don't tell me the scientists can fully explain what has happened. In the middle of all this evil, all this chaos, Abhi's not being infected is a sign that there is hope. Maybe there is a way this infection can be beaten. And Sawati, maybe your brother could be the key. They all stood there, watching Abhi sleep, wondering how true Hina's words were. Just then he woke up and sat up, calling out to Mayok, "Can we play hide-and-seek now?" The day had passed well enough, but by 3 in the afternoon, David had begun to wonder what their next step would be. The infected were now more than the mindless mobs they had initially seemed to be. At the very least, they were beginning to show some signs of thinking and tactics, and with just a few hours to go till sunset, he was consumed with trying to think of where they could go next. Mayok, finally tired of playing with the seemingly indefatigable Abhi, had come over and sat next to him. David looked at him, and somehow his face was different from what he had seen just a day earlier. Gone was the scared, shaken boy. In its place was a young man whom he had seen could kill, and be ready to be killed, to protect those around him. David touched him on the shoulder. "I never got around to telling you, but you did good this morning." Mayok smiled at the compliment. "Yeah, but I was shit scared all the time." David chuckled, but his eyes were serious. "I'm still terrified every time I get into a firefight. I'd be worried if you weren't scared. What makes us do what we do as soldiers is not being fearless, but being able to put something above that fear. Honor, watching out for our buddies, whatever works for each person. For you, I suspect it's our new friends there inside. I've never been around kids much, but Abhi is amazing, and I already feel like I'd do anything for him." David got up to stretch, and told Mayok he was going inside for a bio break, but then turned around and told Mayok with a wink, "I wasn't just talking about the boy, and you know that." Mayok reddened a bit and was watching the road when Sawati came and joined him. "Now I know what they say about grandmothers is true. Hina's spoiling him silly. He's drinking Pepsi. I never let him drink soda." Mayok was watching her, wondering just how true David's observation was. It sounded absurd. In the middle of all this chaos, where just staying alive was a constant struggle, who had time to be interested in a girl? A sudden scraping noise outside the door caught Mayok's attention. He whispered to Sawati to get David, and then braced himself against the door, his gun in hand. As the sound got closer, Mayok realized that it sounded like someone was dragging something along, but now it was joined by another noise, which sounded incongruously like glasses being clinked together to make a toast. Mayok tried to control his breathing and calm himself. He thought of all the lessons his father had given him on the range, about how calm breathing was the key to a steady hand while taking a shot, and tried reminding himself that he had already seen more than enough action over the last 2 days. Yet he couldn't help it. His hands seemed to shake of their own accord. He gripped his gun with both hands, and then, when the sound outside seemed very close, he braced himself for action. He wondered what was taking David so long, and hoped that the soldier would get there fast. The sound stopped abruptly, and Mayok heard a raspy voice just outside the door, perhaps inches from where his face was. "You can relax and put your gun down. I mean no harm." Mayok was puzzled as to how the stranger knew where he was, and the fact that he had his gun at the ready. David was now beside him, his assault rifle at his shoulder, and swung out the door, pointing it straight at the man outside. Mayok joined him a second later, and found himself facing an old, bespectacled man. The man was thin and wore tweed trousers and a pullover. He may have looked like a grandfather out for a walk, had it not been for 2 things. He wore a thick belt around his waist on which were arranged several beer bottles, with a rag stuffed at the end of each. His right leg was bent at a strange angle, and he dragged it behind him as he walked. "How did you know I was there?" asked Mayok. The man smiled and held out an old gnarled hand to Mayok and then to David, sizing up the American soldier and seeing the insignia on his arm. "I didn't expect to see a SEAL here. Gentlemen, I am Lieutenant General Purohit, Indian Army. I retired 10 years ago, but I spent most of my career as a commando in the Paras, and I had the good fortune to train with some of your SEAL comrades. Young man, as for how I knew you were there, I could see a bit of your shadow outside the door. You're lucky I waited to see who you were before jumping to conclusions." Mayok saw the pistol tucked into the old man's belt, and knew he had a narrow escape. When David saluted the man to introduce himself, Mayok could see the old soldier's back suddenly straighten as he saluted back. They welcomed him in, and introductions were traded as he sat down, taking off the small backpack he had been carrying. "I'm really glad to see some more survivors." Hina gave him a cup of tea that he gratefully accepted, and for the next few minutes they told him how they had got there. It was the first time they had really heard each other's stories, and Mayok realized just how different each of them was. David, the soldier trying to get home; Hina, the lonely old woman who didn't know how her family was; Sawati and Abhi, from an unhappy family but now on their own; and of course himself. All thrown together by the chaos, and now, despite their very different backgrounds and stories, bound together. David addressed Purohit. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking, how did you get away and what happened to you?" The old man took a long sip of his tea before answering. "They came for us on the first night. Our kids all lived abroad, so it was Asha and me, reading and watching TV as usual, our routine after 40 years of marriage. The monsters got her as they came in. She was a soldier's wife, and fought like a tigress, so they—" He paused as if trying to come to grips with what had happened, and Hina held his left hand for support. He took it gratefully as he continued. "I was drinking my daily glass of scotch near the fireplace when the first bastard came for me. I am old, but I was a para, and I wanted to make them pay for what they did to Asha, so I kicked the bugger down, right into the fireplace, and then I learned something that helped me live." Just then a voice crackled in his backpack, and he took out a walkie-talkie and spoke into it. "Bartender here, over." "Bartender, Margarita here. Sector 2 is clear. I'm on the way back to HQ." "Roger, Margarita. Other cocktails acknowledge and report in before sunset." "Tequila, over and out." "Screwdriver, over and out." Everyone was looking at him with a mixture of awe and curiosity. David was the first to break the silence. "Sir, you seem to have some sort of organized operation going on here. Do you mind sharing what you've learned and what you're doing?" Purohit laughed. "Operation? We're just a bunch of old fogies playing soldier all over again. Me and my cocktails. 3 old army buddies who were having a drink in the next building when the shit hit the fan." But then his face turned deadly serious. "We all lost families and loved ones to those monsters. We're old and retired, but we were all soldiers once. And when someone messes with our families, we fight back. That's all we're trying to do now." "But, sir, these creatures can't be killed. I've shot dozens of them at point-blank range, and even a headshot just puts them down for a minute. How can we fight back?" Purohit smiled grimly. "Son, everything can be killed. We just need to know how. Now it's almost dark, and I wouldn't recommend your staying here on the main road. Join us for the night, and we can talk more." They followed Purohit through narrow alleys till they reached a section of old shop houses that could be approached only by a single walkway. They walked up a flight of stairs till they reached a second-floor apartment. Inside it were 3 older men, all wearing belts with a couple of bottles slinging from them and armed with handguns. They nodded at the newcomers as Purohit told them briefly how he had chanced upon them. It was clear that Purohit was the one in charge, since the others didn't question his choice of bringing back strangers even once. Purohit took one look outside the window and said in a whisper, "The sun's going down. Get ready." The men, all at least 70 years old, moved with the precision of a military unit. Lamps were snuffed out till a single kerosene lamp was left burning on the floor. 2 of them went downstairs to stand vigil, while the third moved to another room. Purohit asked everyone to sit down and make themselves comfortable. "I'm afraid I can't offer much hospitality. We found this 2-room affair a day ago. Small but very defensible. Also, I'm afraid we may not have much to make the little one comfortable. But you'll be safe here." Abhi was nestled between Mayok and Sawati, and Mayok realized just how much the boy had adapted, much like the others. After their escape from the bookstore, there had been no diapers or milk, but as if sensing the situation they were in, he had not complained once, and when he had needed to go to the bathroom, had told Sawati, who had muttered, "So all we needed to do to toilet train this brat
was to bring about the end of the world as we know it? Why does Uncle carry bottles? Are you very thirsty? Purohit laughed at Abhi's innocent question. Yes, son, I do like to drink, and I like to mix drinks, which is why my old friends call me the bartender. His curiosity satisfied, Abhi proceeded to walk through the small apartment and emitted a squeal of delight when he found a small book in a corner. He ran back to Mayok, his eyes gleaming. I got Bob! Mayok looked towards Swati for help. She smiled at Abhi. Since he's adopted you as a guardian, you should really brush up on kids' movies and books. That's from Bob the Builder, a cartoon on the Disney Channel. Mayok had never seen the show, but played along with Abhi, reading the book with Abhi till the boy tired and went to sleep on Hina's lap. Hina whispered to everyone, It's amazing what one kid can do. With him around, it doesn't feel like we're living from one day to another. Finally, Mayok asked Purohit as to how he thought the creatures could be killed. Purohit unslung a bottle from his belt. The word is biters. What? That's what they are being called by everyone. David interrupted Purohit. Everyone? You mean there are others like us out there? Purohit looked at David and smiled, as if sharing a big secret. There are hundreds in this neighborhood alone. People just hunkering down and hiding, too scared to come out at night or day. And then there are those taking advantage of it all, gangs raping and looting at will. What those damn biters won't do, we'll do ourselves to finish it all off. Hina lay Abhi down on a pillow and came over. So there is hope that sometime this will go away. I wouldn't go that far. As you've seen yourself, the biters are learning and evolving as well. They don't yet act with any cohesion, but the moment they do, there will be a whole new nightmare. Mayok felt a hand slide into his in the darkness and looked to see Swati next to him. He pressed her hand back and held it as Purohit continued. I'm called the bartender because I found out that one way to kill the biters is through fire. That's why me and my friends have these Molotov cocktails with us at all times. A voice called out through his walkie-talkie. Margarita here! The biters are coming! Hina moved Abhi to the second room, which was away from the street, and David took up position at the window, saying, with his night vision optics, he'd be in a better position to spot any intruders. Mayok was about to go to the stairwell when Purohit called out to him. Just stay in the second room. David said without turning to face Purohit. Mayok's part of my squad. He can take care of himself. Let him stand guard at the stairwell. Purohit came up to Mayok, handing him a bottle and a lighter. It's simple enough. Light the cloth at the end and throw it. Just remember to let go within 3 seconds or so. Otherwise you'll be the one fried. Mayok saw that 2 of Purohit's friends were also crouched in the stairwell, while one, the bald man called Margarita, was at the doorway. He suddenly called out, The biters found the family hiding next door. Mayok could hear the anguish in Purohit's voice. I told them to join us or to move away, but that stubborn old man wouldn't listen. The screams were blood-curdling but mercifully brief, as Margarita ran up the stairs, much faster than Mayok would have expected an old overweight man like him to move. They're here! Mayok saw several shadows crowding the doorway, but before any of them could even get in the door, one of the men next to him lit his Molotov and threw it straight through the open door. The bottle smashed against the ground, spewing the kerosene around in a growing inferno. Mayok could hear high-pitched screams from the biters as they scattered. They heard the sounds of carnage from nearby houses, but clearly the biters had learnt that this particular house was out of bounds. Mayok saw the flames flicker outside the door, and saw a body wrapped in fire. As the flames consumed the body, within minutes it seemed to collapse upon itself and dissolve into ashes. He heard David call out, They seem to be leaving for now. There was, however, no question of being complacent. They kept up an uneasy watch through the night, not wanting to be taken by surprise. After a couple of hours, Mayok decided to go to the second room to see how the others were doing. Abhi was fast asleep, with Hina next to him. Swati was lying in a corner, but sat up when Mayok walked in. Hey, it's just me. As he sat down,
She moved next to him and he took her hand. She realized that his hands were shaking, and she held them tight. Her head was on his shoulder, and as Mayuk turned to say something to her, his face brushed hers. He could now feel her breath on his face, and he paused. What was he doing? Was there any chance of a future with her in the middle of all the chaos, where they couldn't predict whether they'd live from one day to the other? Ultimately, as they sat next to each other, those thoughts seemed less important than simply knowing that they were not alone, that they had someone they could turn to for support. Mayuk leaned over and kissed her, a tentative first kiss, but when he reached over and kissed her again, she did not move away, but kissed back. Mayuk whispered, "You do realize I haven't brushed my teeth in 3 days?" Sawati murmured back, "Neither have I. Since one kiss hasn't killed either of us, I guess we should be okay for more." They held each other and sat that way till daylight came. Mayuk had just finished washing his face in the bathroom, a welcome feeling of cleanliness after 3 days of living on the run, and had come out to check on Abhi when he bumped into Hina. "You two make a good couple." Mayuk started to protest, especially when he saw that Sawati was within earshot. "Hina, don't let your romance novelist's imagination get the better of you." "You know, I wasn't as fast asleep as you may have thought last night." Mayuk saw Sawati redden a bit, and he walked to the other room, mumbling something about talking to David, and leaving Hina cackling in delight. He found David and Purohit in a huddle. Purohit had a small box in his hand, and he seemed to be cranking a handle. He then held up the box to the window, but all that came out of it was the hiss of static. "We'll try again later, David. You never know when the damn thing will speak again." "I wonder if anyone is left out there. My tactical radio hasn't picked up anything other than some recorded message saying we should stand by for orders." Mayuk sat down next to them and asked them what they were doing. Purohit answered as he put the box inside a duffel bag. "I have an old radio, and David has a new fancy one in his backpack, but the result is the same. We were trying to see if anyone's transmitting, but so far it's all quiet out there." "What's your plan for today?" Purohit answered David with a shrug as he got up to put on his belt with the Molotov cocktails hanging from it. "The usual routine. We'll fan out and look for other survivors and pass on the word about how to kill the biters, and see if we can get a bit more organized in our defense. The problem is most people are too scared to worry about fighting back. Then we scrounge for food and drink." David, conscious that they had doubled the number of mouths Purohit had to feed, told him about all the supplies they had left behind at the bookstore. They quickly agreed that David and one more man would go out in the SUV to pick up whatever they could find at the bookstore. Purohit would have asked for volunteers, but he didn't need to. Mayuk said that he would go along with David. "You said you'd tell me a story about the brave boy again." Abhi, refreshed after his sleep and on a sugar high after having eaten a breakfast of a chocolate bar, had bounded into the room and landed on Mayuk's lap with a jump that would have done an Olympic athlete proud. Then he grimaced in pain. "What happened, Abhi?" "I hurt myself." Abhi lifted up his leg to show where the bite mark was still visible. "Abhi, how did that happen?" As Abhi started to respond to Purohit, David cut in. "He fell down while we were on the run." Hina and Sawati were now in the room, and Mayuk could see the growing fear on Sawati's face as Purohit signalled with one hand for David to be quiet. "Let the boy answer, David. So, Abhi, what happened to your leg?" Abhi, playfully tugging at Mayuk's shoelaces, answered innocently, "One of those not nice uncles bit me. They were chasing us, and then we shot them. Bang, bang!" A sudden silence descended over the room, and Mayuk could feel the tension in Purohit's voice as he stood up and took a step back. Mayuk had not even seen them near the doorway, but he now sensed the other 3 old men standing behind him, and he heard the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. "Purohit, have you lost your mind?" David was on his feet and was reaching for his rifle when Mayuk saw that Purohit had raised his pistol. "David, please don't. I don't doubt you could kill me even if I got a shot in, but you won't be able to take all 4 of us. Why didn't you tell me this boy was bitten by one of the biters?" Mayuk stood up and advanced towards Purohit. He had his own gun drawn.
Let Abhi and the others move to the other room and we can talk." Purohit tried to raise his voice. "That boy!" But he could never finish his sentence, as Mayak roared with an anger he had never felt himself capable of. "That boy is in my care, and if you even think about touching him, nobody will walk away alive here, so calm the hell down and listen to us." Sawati, Hina and Abhi moved to the other room, but stayed by the door so they could hear everything as Mayak told the story about how Abhi had been bitten but not infected. Purohit put his gun aside and sat down. "I'm sorry. After all that's happened, I didn't want to risk one of us turning into a biter. But this is unbelievable. The boy would be the first person ever to have been bitten but not infected." All the old men were looking at Abhi now, and afraid of the sudden attention he was getting, he ran to Mayok and buried himself behind him. Purohit reached out and tousled his hair. "Abhi, do you want another chocolate?" Abhi's face lit up, all the anxiety gone, and he wolfed down the chocolate bar that Purohit handed to him. As Mayok and David were about to leave for the bookstore, Mayok quietly handed his gun to Sawati. "Keep it, in case you have to use it." She hugged him close, whispering in his ear that he better get back soon. The trip to the bookstore was uneventful, and David and Mayok were thrilled to find that their food and supplies were largely untouched, including Abhi's diapers and formula. They loaded them into the SUV, and as they drove back, they began to see more signs of people. A young couple peering out from a window, 2 young men armed with cricket bats roaming the streets, a family foraging for food in the remains of a restaurant. The initial terror had given way to thoughts of survival, and people were now coming out in the daytime to look for food and supplies, and also to prey on others. Mayok saw 3 men on bikes ride up to the young couple. A gun blazed, and the man fell inside, and the 3 men started to pull the woman out. Mayok felt for the gun at his belt, and remembered he had given it to Sawati. He turned and saw an evil glint in David's eye, a look that would have frightened any man. "Those bastards. After all that's happened, one would think we'd have learned to help each other." As the woman tried in vain to hold off her would-be rapists, David stopped the SUV and put his rifle to his shoulder, selecting single-shot mode. One assailant fell to the ground moaning in pain as a bullet slammed into his thigh. Another twirled around and fell against the window as a bullet caught him in the shoulder. The third, seeing his friends fall to an unseen attacker, ran to his bike. He never made it, a single bullet catching him in the knee. David drove on in silence till they reached Purohit's headquarters. It was now 4 in the evening, and they had to begin to plan for the night that lay ahead. But Mayok was shocked to see a crowd of at least 20 people gathered on the roadside. As they parked, one of them whispered to Mayok, "Have you also come to see the miracle boy?" Wondering what was going on, Mayok and David ran up the stairs to find Purohit and his friends sitting at the stairwell, fully armed. One of the old men had a bloody lip. "What happened to you?" David asked. "I hit him," Purohit answered quietly, still watching the crowd outside, and then explained further. "The fool met a group of survivors and told them about how Abhi had survived being bitten. The word spread like wildfire. People believe it's a miracle. Some believe that if Abhi touches them, they'll be immune as well." "Oh, shit, old man. Why the hell did you do that?" The man whom Mayak had heard referred to only as Margarita averted his eyes. "Everyone has given up hope. They're just waiting to die. Don't you get it? Abhi gives all of us some hope. But maybe I should have kept my mouth shut." Purohit leaned out the window and shouted, "People, there's no miracle boy here. It's almost sunset anyways. Get the hell back to wherever you're hiding before the biters come. Good luck." At the mention of the biters, the crowd melted away, but Mayak knew that they would have to find another hideout soon. Purohit and his friends helped carry the supplies in, and they settled down to an early dinner just as the sun began to set. When they were finished, Purohit tried his luck with his radio again. At first there was only the familiar static, but then suddenly they all heard a voice. "All is not lost. Survivors are regrouping across the world. If you are anywhere in northern India, come to Ladakh if you can. We are army soldiers and are based at the Tirsa Monastery. You will be safe here." After a few seconds,
the announcement was repeated once, and then there was nothing but static. They all looked at each other, stunned at the announcement they had just heard. Then the biters began screaming outside. 7. "They're up early tonight," said Purohit as he quickly snuffed out all the lamps and took up vigil near the window. David was right beside him, his eye glued to his scope. It was just after sunset, and he had no real need of the night vision scope to see what was happening outside. There were more than 24 biters gathered at the mouth of the alley leading to the apartment, just standing there and screaming incoherently. Abhi had begun sobbing at the noise, and Hina took him into the other room, trying in vain to distract him.
"Why are they just standing there? Could they have come back to attack us?"
There was no ready answer to Suati's question, and David shrugged, lowering his rifle for a moment. "No idea whatsoever, but let's not assume they even know we're here. They don't seem to have demonstrated much more intelligence or strategy than a pack of rabid animals. Maybe they'll just scream and leave us alone." Mayuk wasn't so sure, and guessed that David was trying to reassure Suati more than anything else. The biters had shown some level of coordination and thinking during the battle at the bookstore, and if it was true that they were beginning to learn and evolve, there was no telling what would come next. The 3 men with Purohit were huddled in the stairwell, a bottle in each hand, waiting for the order to launch their deadly cocktails. David looked at the biters through his scope, seeing the outlines of the deformed faces and the telltale turbans on their heads.
"Wonder what's with the damn turbans."
Purohit sniggered. "Damn Taliban jihadis in Afghanistan started it all, or at least that's what the news said. Maybe it's something that's still in their memory and transmitted along with the infection." David took in the information in silence, thinking back to his own tour of duty in Afghanistan and the carnage at his base. A thought came to Mayuk. If that memory stayed with them and was somehow transmitted to all of them, what other memories could they have? Maybe they aren't learning any new skills, they're just remembering things they knew. Just then the group of biters began moving along the alley as one, their feet making a dull thumping sound on the pavement. They had stopped screaming, and they stopped when they were just 10 meters away. Mayuk held his breath as he kept on hoping that perhaps they didn't have a particular target in mind. Maybe they would just pass. That was when one of the biters stepped forward, raised his right hand and pointed straight at the window where Mayuk, David and Purohit were huddled. He uttered an ululating scream. "Kafir!" David felled him with a single bullet between the eyes, as the other biters rushed towards the apartment. Purohit lit one bottle and flung it, the bottle bouncing off the far wall and creating a sheet of flame that enveloped 2 of the biters who went down, screeching in agony, and were reduced to ashes in seconds. The man known as Margarita lit one of his bottles and advanced down the stairs, cocking his arm back to throw it towards the biters who were now about to enter the stairwell. That was when something totally unexpected happened. 3 of the biters took out rocks they had been hiding behind them and flung them at the men in the stairwell. They were clumsy throws, with aim and force no better than if they had been flung by small children, yet in the confined space, and with the total element of surprise they presented, they caused the old man with the bottle in his hand to stumble. The bottle fell near his feet, engulfing him in flames. He screamed and rolled down the stairs, as more stones followed, targeting the 2 remaining men. One of them was hit in the forehead, and he slipped, falling down the stairs. 2 biters leaped over the burning man and tore into him, biting and clawing him till he was dead. The remaining man guarding the stairwell ran in utter terror up the stairs. David and Purohit were now at the top of the winding stairs, and David fired a series of well-aimed shots over the retreating man, hitting 2 biters in the head. As they went down, Purohit launched one more Molotov cocktail, incinerating both of them and creating a barrier of flames that held the other biters at bay. It was now an uneasy standoff. There were still more than 20 biters outside, and they were now standing flat against the wall, so that they could not be targeted from the window. If they did all decide to rush the stairwell, David wasn't sure they would be able to hold them all off. Their learning to launch stones, even if a crude tactic, had proved devastating, and now the people huddled in the small apartment waited for what would come next. Mayok was watching out the window when he saw a shadow move to his left. He aimed and fired 4 rounds. The biter was hit at least twice and fell, but staggered to his feet a few seconds later. That gave Mayok the time to light a bottle, and as he felt the heat expand under his hand, he threw it. The bottle landed a mere foot in front of the biter, and he screamed as the fire took him. In the glow of the flames, Mayok saw that the other biters were now gathering near the door. "David, they're going to rush the door!" That was when help arrived from a totally unexpected quarter. From a rooftop across the alley, someone dumped a bucketful of oil down on the biters, and then someone threw a lamp. The sudden explosion of light and fire caused Mayok to flinch and take cover, and when he looked out the window again, several of the biters were on fire, and the others were scattering. From another rooftop, someone else threw 2 kerosene lanterns in their path, incinerating a couple more of them, as the remaining biters escaped. They didn't sleep a wink till the sun finally came out, wary of another assault. But the biters seemed to have had enough for the night. When the sun finally rose, Purohit slumped to the ground, looking like the frail old man he was, and no longer the tough commando on the vigil. He had lost 2 good friends in the night, and the surviving guard from the stairwell was in a state of shock. David looked worried, and his expression mirrored what was on everyone's minds. The biters had learned how to use crude weapons, and moreover, they were not just attacking targets at random. The assault on their apartment had been a planned and coordinated one. Mayok and Sawati were holding on to each other, trying hard to ignore the stench of burnt flesh that came wafting up from the stairwell. Abhi clung onto Mayok's leg, but he was able to offer no real comfort to the boy. Of all of them, only one seemed to have retained some control, and that was an unlikely candidate, Hina. She gently took Abhi from Mayok and gave him some food, telling him that everyone was tired and needed rest. "Will they play with me then?" Hina assured him that they would, and then she approached Purohit, laying a hand on his shoulder. The old man looked up at her, trying hard to control his tears. "You do realize that their attacking us was no coincidence?" That had been the unspoken question on all of their minds, but nobody had dared to ask it yet. Purohit did not need to answer, for several voices echoed in the alley below. "Is the boy okay?" They all peered out the window to see more than a dozen men, women, and children outside. They were just standing there, complete strangers, all bound together by their collective efforts the previous night in defending the apartment where Mayok and the others had been besieged. An old woman stepped forward and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Get the boy to safety! The biters know about him and will come again for him!" Purohit and David leaned out and thanked everyone for their help, and assured them that Abhi was fine. Mayok felt Sawati grip his hand, her face reflecting the same panic he felt creeping up his spine. She spoke slowly, as if afraid that saying the words would somehow make them more real. "They can't be thinking through this, can they? They're just crazed with the infection, right?" Mayok would have liked to reassure her, but he had seen enough to tell him that the biters were not just the bloodthirsty random zombies they had initially seemed to be. There was slowly but surely a method to their madness, as if more elements of whatever collective memories or intentions that had formed the original infection were coming back, beyond just a reflexive desire to wear a turban and attack others. David was now looking Mayok straight in the eye, and Mayok saw the soldier motion for him to come to a corner. Sawati held on to Mayok's arm and spoke to David. "David, I know you're going to talk about Abhi. Whatever it is, let's say it in the open." David sighed. "Fair enough. We're all in this together now. Look, even if there is a slim chance that indeed they are trying to target Abhi, we all need to get out of here fast. We almost had it last night, and if they come in greater numbers, we won't stand a chance." Hina had been trying to keep Abhi busy in a corner, but the boy now knew that they were all talking about him. He looked at David, growing fear in his eyes. "Are those not nice people coming to get me?" Mayok wanted to hold him tight and tell him that everything would be fine, but he realized that kind of innocence and simplicity in his life was long gone. Gone the night the infection began spreading. Gone the moment his family had been shattered. He picked Abhi up and held him close. For several moments there was an awkward silence as they all considered David's words. Purohit broke the silence. "I don't know whether they came for him or not, but the boy is the biggest threat to them, and the biggest hope for all of us, so he must be protected." Hina asked him what he meant. "For whatever reason, he is immune to the infection. If scientists or doctors got a look at him, they might find out why, and be able to get a vaccine or cure for the infection." Mayok said despairingly, "Doctors, scientists, all that's left are these goddamn biters and people trying to stay alive like us." Purohit shook his head. "No, Mayok, there is more than that, and it all starts with people regaining hope. You saw what happened last night. Total strangers, people who till now had just been hiding like rats, came out and fought to protect us. They did it because Abhi gives them hope that things can be better. We of all people cannot give up hope now." David interrupted him, speaking in little more than a whisper. "Mayok, he's right. Don't you remember the radio transmission we heard yesterday?" A flash of realization came over Mayok. They now had a destination. Ladakh. Their first stop was back to the bookstore, where they picked up maps and guides. When they learnt that the temperature could be near freezing at this time of the year, they went into a shop selling winter clothes. For a minute they all stood there, looking at the jackets and sweaters strewn on the floor. David spoke for all of them. "Never thought we'd have to steal." Purohit scoffed. "You're getting soft, soldier. You're trained to live off the land, and now this is what we have to live off." They started picking up clothes and trying them on. Swati emerged from a changing room with a new sweater on. "How do I look?" Mayok was about to say that they had more pressing worries than to shop around, but one look at Swati's face stopped him. She was smiling. This one simple pleasure of being in a shop looking for clothes had perhaps brought back memories of a normality that they had scarce little of in their lives anymore. Mayok walked up to her and kissed her on the forehead. "You look amazing, sweetheart." He could hear Abhi groan, and he turned to see the boy sticking out his tongue. "Yes, he kissed her." What had been a moment of shared intimacy soon became the cause of laughter for the whole group, and they left the store in good spirits. Next up was getting enough fuel for the ride. Delhi to Leh was a 1,000-kilometer drive, and even in perfect weather could take an experienced driver a full day of driving non-stop to get there, given the mountain passes and roads in Ladakh. David, who had fought and lived in the cold, mountainous terrain of Afghanistan, knew what they needed. "We need some metal cans for the fuel. At high altitude, plastic jerry cans will leak the odor of petrol, and together with the thin air is a recipe for throwing up. Any idea where we could get some of those?" Mayok thumbed through the guide in his hand. "Sadar Bazaar." They drove in silence, watching what remained of a once bustling city. Here and there people were wandering around in small groups, mostly scavenging for food or warm clothes. A frail woman with a toddler in her arms walked in front of the car, pleading for help. Mayok realized, not without a tinge of shame, that under normal circumstances he ignored a dozen such beggars on the streets of Delhi every day. Somehow, with all that had happened, that did not seem right. He asked David to stop, and he saw that Swati was thinking much the same. She took a couple of packs of food and pressed them into the woman's hands. The woman thanked them, and then took a look inside the SUV. She looked at Mayok with her vacant eyes, and leaned forward to whisper, "Take care of the child. They are looking for him." Mayok recoiled as if struck, and the woman scurried away. He didn't say anything to anyone, not wanting to spook Swati any further, but he clutched Abhi tightly to his chest. The stakes were now much more than just his personal survival. At the best of times, Sadar Bazaar was a chaotic warren of shops, put together haphazardly, as if a giant had taken them all, juggled them, and then strewn them around at random. Now, with no lighting, and no signs of anyone around, the area looked positively creepy to Mayok. Purohit and David had gone inside a shop, and were looking for metal cans that might be useful. Mayok was near the SUV, standing guard with Purohit's remaining friend. He finally learnt the man's name, Lumber. While they waited, Mayok asked him what his story was.
I was a brigadier in the army before I retired. I served under Purohit, sir, for some years, but my health did not keep up with my plans.
The man was wheezing slightly, and Mayok wondered how hard it must have been for him to lose 2 of his friends in the fight the previous night. Suddenly, he felt the hair on the back of his neck rise, and he had the uncanny feeling that he was being watched. He turned around to see an abandoned car repair shop that had all its windows and doors latched, save a small gap near the floor. He looked closely, and he swore he saw eyes peering out. Thinking it might be a frightened survivor, he came closer, his gun at the ready. He knelt down and looked through the hole, and while whoever was inside had retreated into the darkness, he thought he could hear breathing. He came even closer, and then the familiar stench hit him. He fell back, scrambling his way to the vehicle, where Purohit and David asked him what had happened. When he told them, David simply took out his pistol. Only one way to find out. He fired a single shot through the hole, and they all heard not one, but several of the unearthly shrieks that had come to haunt their nights. Everyone hurried inside the vehicle, and they drove off. Hina spoke to nobody in particular. They hide during the day. It was now almost noon, and they all knew they would have to stop somewhere before sunset. They briefly debated whether they should wait another night, but Suati insisted they push on. If they are really after Abhi, I want to get as far away as possible. They took stock of their food, fuel, and warm clothes, and were about to set off on the long drive when Purohit tapped David on the shoulder. Soldier, drop us where we were. Everyone started protesting all at once, but Purohit raised a hand to silence them. Look, you have a more important mission than tagging along a couple of old men. Get that boy to someone who can figure out why he's immune, and use it to help all of us. Mayok told him that his not coming along would make them much weaker. Purohit smiled. Young man, on the contrary, we would be a liability. Lamba's got asthma, and I have a busted leg from an old war wound. We would just slow you down, especially in the hills. Now, my friends, this is where the bartender makes his last stand. Go on now. Lamba and I need to get ready before sunset. You see, we old fogies will do some hunting tonight. David whispered, He's right. Mayok saw that despite his words, the American soldier looked almost choked with emotion. As they dropped the 2 old men, David got out and saluted both of them, standing at attention. Captain David Bramsack, requesting orders to proceed on mission, sir. Purohit saluted back, smiling broadly, his eyes glinting with a hint of tears. Happy hunting, Captain. David drove for the first 1 hour or so, and then Mayok relieved him at the wheel. Suwati was in the front seat next to him, with Abhi on her lap, and the boy kept up an incessant chatter that had everyone distracted, something they were all thankful for. Otherwise, they would have perhaps dwelt more on the desolate landscape they passed. The national highway they were on was normally a death trap at night, with its heavy trucks driven by overworked and often drunk drivers. Now those same roads were eerily empty. A few trucks lay by the roadside, abandoned by their drivers the night the chaos had enveloped the world, but there were no more moving vehicles or people in sight. Abhi was looking out the window and giving a running commentary on what he saw. I saw a big red truck. There's a giant blue truck which is broken. Mayok smiled along at Abhi's exuberance, trying to suppress the anxiety he felt inside. He caught himself looking at Sawati now and then, and though her eyes were creased with fatigue and stress, she smiled back. He wondered about the convoluted ways in which fate worked. He had lost everything he took to be his own, only to find someone like her in the midst of all this chaos. The feelings he had for her, and the trust Abhi had placed in him, both made him feel incredibly protective, and also woefully underqualified for the task of protecting them. He took a glance back at David, whose face was an inscrutable mask, as he stared out the window. David was consumed with the logistics of the task they faced. As much as he would have liked to believe otherwise, he knew their chances were slim. He was down to 2 clips for his M4, and while he had a lot of ammunition for his handgun, that was of little use at long range. Mayok was down to 10 rounds, and while he had proven himself to have guts, he was no trained soldier. Add to the motley crew an old woman, a young girl, and a toddler, and he figured their chances of making it through a hostile landscape teeming with psychotic zombies didn't look that good. That, of course, didn't mean that he wouldn't do his damn best to get himself, and everyone else, out alive. He had Rose to get back to, and if what they all figured about the kid was indeed true, then perhaps there was something worth fighting for after all. Mayok thought that Hina was handling the stress best of them all, fussing over all of them, handing out regular installments of cookies and snacks, and telling them they needed to keep their energy and spirits up. Hina would never have admitted it to any of them, but her enthusiasm came from an unlikely source. She had been used to years of living in solitude with nothing and nobody to care for but herself. She had secretly longed to fuss over her grandchildren, to once again pester her children to eat well, to say good night to someone else but herself before she went to sleep. Now, she realized, for better or worse, she had people to take care of. She so wanted to believe that getting Abhi to safety would indeed lift the darkness that had enveloped the world. That would at least mean that all the loss and suffering had somehow had some meaning. Also, the romantic in her so wanted to make sure that Mayok and Sawati got a chance to live a normal life together, a life where they would not have to fight to survive from one day to another. Their journey thus continued, each of them consumed with their own hopes and worries, except perhaps Abhi, who simply delighted in looking at the trucks he saw littered by the roadside, and in gobbling down the cookies that Hina passed on to him on demand. They had driven for just over 3 hours, and it was past 4 in the evening. David suggested that they start planning on where to spend the night. The map he had open on his lap gave him an obvious answer. Karnal. It was a small town on the way to Manali, the popular tourist hill station that was the gateway to the mountainous passes that led to Ladakh. None of them had been there before, but it was a safe bet that they would find an abandoned home where they would seek refuge for the night. They drove past a few old houses when Mayok saw something totally unexpected. A few hundred meters away on the roadside, a bright neon sign lit up the otherwise barren and darkening landscape. As he drove closer to the sign, he saw what it proclaimed. Zilmil Restaurant, 5-star food, 1-star prices. He looked at David, who was also staring at the sign, and he shrugged as if to indicate why not. Mayok brought the SUV to a halt in the narrow driveway outside the small, nondescript shack that made the grand claim through the neon sign. David asked for the others to stay in the vehicle and stepped out, his rifle at the ready. He approached the building cautiously, sweeping the area in front of him. He flattened himself against the wall and peered in through the open window. Satisfied, he signaled to Mayok and the others to join him. As they came closer, he whispered to Hina and Sawati to stay a few steps behind with Abhi, and asked Mayok to cover him. He then kicked open the door and dove in, rolling on the floor and coming up in a crouch, his weapon at his shoulder. Mayok was at the door, his pistol in front of him, hoping that he wouldn't have to use it. The little roadside eatery with 5-star pretensions had 5 cheap plastic tables and chairs, and a kitchen area in a corner blocked by a large counter. There was a slight humming noise, probably coming from the generator that was powering the neon sign outside. Mayok thought he heard something, and he looked at David to confirm that he wasn't just imagining it. David nodded to indicate that he too had heard it. Mayok heard it again, and he would have found it almost funny had they all not been so much on edge. It was the sound of someone hiccuping. David pointed behind the counter, and Mayok nodded, moving slowly behind David as he approached the counter. David leaned over, his gun at the ready, and then lowered it, yanking out with one hand the person who had been hiding there. The man was scrawny to the point of looking like a famine victim, wore torn shorts and a vest that must once have been white, but was now coated a dirty brown. His hair was matted, and his face looked like he had been smeared with soot. Despite all that, his eyes shone brightly, and he was smiling broadly, revealing white teeth. "Welcome to Zilmil Restaurant. We offer 5-star food at 1-star prices." He hiccuped again, and Abhi giggled. The man's eyes lit up as he saw Abhi, and he laughed out aloud in delight and moved towards Abhi.
"Hello, little one. Do you want some ice cream?"
Abhi was about to go over to him when Sawati held his hands tightly, and David tensed, half bringing up his rifle. As if oblivious to the fact that he was facing two armed men, the man suddenly pirouetted and faced Mayuk, holding out his hand. Mayuk just stood in silence as the man continued. "I have totally forgotten my manners. My name is Freddy, and welcome to my humble little restaurant." Then he skipped over to where Hina stood.
"Madam, would you like some coffee?"
Hina nodded, just wanting the strange man to shut up or get away. He almost ran over to the counter and pulled out a cup and went over to Hina, handing her the empty cup.
"Be careful, it's very hot."
Abhi was enjoying the man's antics, and he piped up,
"Blow into it to cool it."
Freddy clapped his hands in delight.
"Smart boy!"
David had now lowered his weapon and walked up to Mayuk.
"The poor man has lost his mind."
Freddy turned to David, speaking in immaculate English.
No, I have not lost my mind, sir. I assure you that I am fully in control of my faculties. Here, have some tea."
He had now taken another empty cup and handed it to David, and then disappeared into the back of the shop, mumbling something about finding some food for his guests. Sawati and Abhi were now next to Mayuk, and he reached out for her hand. Hina said softly,
Poor man. I wonder what he must have gone through for him to go over the edge like this."
They heard Freddy call out to them to join him in the back. They moved there cautiously, and saw that he was moving a carpet on the floor. They watched in astonishment as he reached down to the floor, revealing a trapdoor that he opened with considerable effort. He then looked at them.
"The sun is about to go down. Now they will come out to play hide-and-seek. Will you play with me?"
David motioned for the others to stay up and climbed down the ladder he found under the trapdoor. A few seconds later he called for the others to join him. They found a small room that had been created to store supplies, and it was currently stocked with bags of rice, sugar, biscuits, and other staples, but there was enough room for all of them to sit down. Freddy was the last to come down, and they saw him adjust the carpet before he closed the door. He scrambled down the ladder and then flipped a switch on the wall, and a single bulb lit up the darkness. Freddy sat down and opened a packet of biscuits and passed them around. Abhi grabbed 2 of them and wolfed them down with gusto. David asked Freddy what he had been through, but all he got in response was a rambling reply about his secret tandoori chicken recipe that was the talk of Karnal. As they sat down, Freddy suddenly put his fingers on his lips. "Now we all need to be good boys and girls, and we need to sleep tight. If we make any noise, they will come. Good night." He turned off the bulb, curled up in a corner and closed his eyes. They all looked at each other, and Mayuk saw a hint of amusement creep into Sawati's eyes, replaced immediately by a look of guilt. "What happened?" She put her head against his shoulder. "I was about to say something about him being crazy, but he probably saved our lives tonight." They were all on edge, but soon fatigue got the better of them, and one by one they fell into an uneasy sleep. Mayuk had Sawati with her head resting on his left shoulder and Abhi curled up on his lap. He would never have imagined such a situation just days ago, but before he drifted off to sleep, he thought that he had never been so happy. Shuffling noises directly overhead their hiding place awakened him, and then he heard the screeching howls of the biters. He had heard it many times now, but even now it sent a shiver down his spine. He looked around and in the darkness could make out the others stirring. They all sat huddled together, praying that the biters would not find them and would move on. The biters seemed to be trashing Freddy's modest restaurant, judging by the crashing and ripping noises they heard. David whispered to Mayuk, "I screwed up. We left our car outside. If these biters are indeed getting smarter, they know we must be around and are looking for us." The suggestion that what everyone had taken to be mindless zombies were gradually becoming sentient, thinking, yet equally bloodthirsty enemies was something that struck fear in all of them. David sat there, his rifle pointed at the hatch, hoping that he would not have to use it. Finally, after what seemed to be an eternity, the biters left. Mayok and the others were caked in sweat despite the winter chill, and nearly everyone jumped when Freddy turned on the bulb. Despite all that had happened, his smile was ever present, and he clapped his hands together. "We won our game of hide-and-seek again. Now we can go out and play there. Welcome to Zil Mill Restaurant. 5-star food at 1-star prices." They emerged one by one, relieved to see that it was daytime, and also taking in the extent to which the restaurant had been destroyed. The biters had literally taken it apart piece by piece, smashing furniture and crockeries, leaving it looking as if a tornado had smashed through it. The devastation did not seem to dampen Freddy's enthusiasm, since he picked up a half-smashed cup and offered Abhi tea. The boy squealed with laughter, and soon they were playing a game of hide-and-seek. That gave the adults some time to plan. David was about to suggest that they leave immediately when he saw something out the window. "Ah, shit!" They ran out to see the windows of their SUV smashed open and scratches and dents crisscrossing its sides. Mayok's heart sank as he wondered what they would do if the vehicle wouldn't start. David ran to it and tried the ignition. To everyone's relief, it started. Sawati sighed with relief next to Mayok.
"Thankfully they aren't that smart."
But then she added in a lower tone, "Yet." They managed to pry Abhi from Freddy, who asked them to leave Abhi with him as a playmate, and seemed genuinely hurt when they told him Abhi was going with them. Hina looked pleadingly towards David and asked if they could take Freddy with them. David instantly refused. As much as Mayok felt sorry for the man, he realized that with the long journey that lay ahead of them, he would be a liability. As they were about to drive away, Freddy ran up to the window where Mayok was sitting, smiling again. "They say there is an ashram in Manali where the biters don't go. If you get hungry, don't go there, but come back to Zil Mill Restaurant. Remember, 5-star food at 1-star prices." Mayok smiled and waved goodbye, but then something seemed to occur to Freddy, and he gripped Mayok's arm, speaking with a serious tone that Mayok had not heard in his voice before. "Be careful. The biters are not the only ones to hide from. There are those who come in the day." 8. According to the guidebook, it was a good 8 to 10 hour drive from Karnal to Manali, which was the last gateway to the mountain passes that would lead to Ladakh. With its large number of hotels and guest houses, they had hoped that they would be able to find some refuge in Manali for the night, before they set out again the next morning. The problem, David thought, as he tried to focus on the road ahead, was that there was no way they were going to get anywhere close to Manali by sunset. With the windows smashed, they could not drive very fast, and he had quickly conferred with Mayok, and they had agreed that if it looked like they were not going to get to Manali by sunset, then they would stop at the town of Mandi on the way. They had been driving for a couple of hours, and Abhi was dozing on Hina's lap. Mayok was in the front passenger seat, and he felt behind him for Sawati's hand, holding it as the trip continued. They played with each other's fingers, and once, when Mayok laughed out loud, David turned to him to see what was so funny. "Do you lovebirds want to move to the back seat?" Sawati blushed at Hina's comment, but Mayok noted with a smile that she did not let go of his hand. It was funny how everything had changed with the times. There was no denying that if he had met Sawati in school under normal circumstances, he may have been attracted to her, but with the circumstances in which they had been thrown together, there was no time for him to court her for months, no time for them to trade emails and text messages before they went on that first date. No, things had changed indeed. Their first date had involved being chased around by undead creatures called biters. Suddenly Abhi piped up, having awakened, and now sitting alert on Hina's lap. "Is it cloudy today?" Sawati tousled her baby brother's hair. "No, Abhi, it's actually quite sunny. But see, we have no windows, so it feels windy." Abhi was, however, insistent. No, it's very cloudy there." Mayok had turned around to watch Abhi when his gaze followed what the boy was looking at. In the distance, he could see a rolling cloud of dust being raised on the approaches leading to the highway. By now, Sawati and Hina were both looking as well, and Hina shouted to David,
What is that?"
David caught a glimpse in his rearview mirror, and then turned around for a better look. Mayok could see David's face tighten as he responded. "At least 2 or 3 vehicles coming at high speed." In a few more seconds they could see them. 3 jeeps, loaded with at least 4 men in each vehicle. Suwati murmured hopefully,
"Maybe they're also trying to get to safety like us."
Just then, one of the men in the leading jeep took out a pistol and fired 3 shots. Moving at high speed, the shots came nowhere near their vehicle, but they all now knew that the 3 jeeps bearing down on them were hardly coming to offer assistance.
"Get down and stay down. There's no way we can outrun them."
Those in the back seat needed no more encouragement from David as Hina and Suwati both hit the deck, keeping Abhi under them. The boy was asking why they were hiding in the daytime, but nobody had the time to answer him. David motioned for Mayok to take the wheel, and he slid over, trying to keep the SUV going straight. They would have looked ludicrous in any other circumstance, with David half sitting on Mayok's lap and leaning out the window. But there was nothing funny about what he had in mind. He asked Mayok for his rifle, and then took aim at the jeep in the middle. 2 more men were now firing their handguns, and a few shots were pinging off the SUV. David fired a carefully aimed 3-round burst, and the windshield on the jeep shattered as the shots hit home, killing the driver instantly. The jeep careened over to the side of the road and toppled over, and the men standing in the back were thrown onto the road by the impact. The other 2 jeeps spread out and continued the chase, steadily gaining on the SUV.
"Mayok, they're on both sides of us. I can't get them both from here."
Mayok was wondering what to do when he heard Suwati shout,
"Give me your gun!"
Mayok hesitated, and then, not having any better ideas, handed his gun to Suwati. She leaned out the window and kept firing at one of the pursuing jeeps before the clip ran empty. She didn't hit anything or anyone, but the surprise of being met with such firepower caused the jeep to slow down and veer back to the right, where it entered David's field of fire. By now David had unloaded a dozen rounds into the other jeep, several hitting the driver and sending the jeep rolling end on end till it landed in a heap by the side of the road. The third jeep, having moved from Suwati's side, was now a bare 20 meters away, and 3 men on it were firing away with handguns. Mayok heard David gasp in pain as he fell back into the SUV, falling on Mayok and causing him to lose control. He then heard a whooshing noise as the vehicle buckled and started swerving to the right as he struggled to control it.
"Bastards shot out one of our tires,"
David exclaimed through clenched teeth as he felt at his wound, his hand coming back covered with blood. Hina asked if he was okay, and David said that it was just a flesh wound, and then added somberly,
"Now we have no choice but to stand and fight."
As the SUV slowly rolled to a halt by the roadside, David did something unexpected. He opened the door and rolled outside onto the road. The jeep's occupants saw him and began firing at him as he ran to the other side of the road, diving to take cover behind a road sign. Mayok took his gun from Suwati, loaded his last clip, and stood outside the vehicle, aiming at the jeep that was now bearing down on David. He had fired at one of the goons attacking Suwati, and then at the biters outside Purohit's apartment, but this was different. It was the first time he was shooting to kill a human being. David was not returning fire, and he was either out of ammunition or more badly wounded than he had admitted. Either way, Mayok knew it all came down to him. He steadied his hands, spreading his legs slightly and bending at the knee to get the best balance. He remembered what his father had once taught him: always shoot between heartbeats. He aimed just ahead of the driver and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. The first bullet hit the man in the hip, and the second, raised by the slight recoil of the gun, hit him in the chest. The jeep swerved to the side as the driver fell out, not to get up again. Mayok had no time to contemplate what he had done. The 3 remaining men were now jumping off the jeep, guns in hand, and turning towards him. A bullet pinged off the SUV inches from his face as he knelt down and fired at the shooter. 3 shots in rapid succession, 2 of which struck home. The man went down hard against the jeep, bounced to the ground and did not get up. Another man fired at him, the bullet grazing his hip as Mayok felt a stinging pain sear through his leg as he fell. That was when David exploded into action. He raced out from behind cover, his handgun raised, firing as he ran. He He emptied the clip into the man nearest to him, who was struck by round after round, pirouetting like a puppet on a string before he fell. David discarded the gun, took his combat knife in hand, and jumped on the man who had just shot Mayok. The man had turned to face him and tried to raise his gun, but he never stood a chance. The man must have fancied himself to be tough in innumerable drunken brawls, but facing a Navy SEAL out to kill him, he lasted no more than 3 seconds. Hina was now outside, and Abhi had run up to Mayok, hugging his knee and crying. Mayok felt Swati hugging him close as he tried to get up. She was smothering him in kisses.
"Oh God, I thought you were—"
There was no need for saying anything more. Mayok held her close as he saw David walk over. His right shoulder was covered in blood.
"Ah, shucks. I wish someone would fuss over me as well. I'm bleeding as well, you know."
Hina walked over to take out David's first aid pack and tended to his wound. "All you get is a 65-year-old crone. Now stop being a baby and let me look at your wound." They had both suffered superficial wounds that were soon bandaged, and they just sat there on the highway for some minutes, reveling in the close escape they had. Mayok looked at Swati, who was feeding Abhi some cookies.
"You were really brave back there."
Swati said something about not even hitting anything, but David patted her on the shoulder.
"Doesn't matter, Swati. You probably saved all of us there."
He had been inspecting the weapons of their fallen enemies to see if there was anything useful, but had proclaimed them to be pieces of junk, all crude country-made pistols. The hunt for a spare tire for their SUV had proved equally fruitless, with the spare having been slashed by the biters. 2 of their pursuing jeeps were wrecks, and the third was leaking fuel from 2 bullet holes. Hina had her head against the SUV's side, her eyes closed. Her heart was still hammering, and as she began to think of the dangers they had all faced, and the stakes each of them had in the struggle to get to Ladakh, just how little she mattered. David was their unspoken leader due to his military experience. Swati and Mayok had each other, and Abhi to live and fight for. And the little boy was the key to this whole expedition, the one spark of hope that kept them all going. But what was she doing in all this? She couldn't fight, had nobody who would lament her passing, and had no useful skills to offer. David sat down beside her, smiling as he tried to think what was going through her mind. None of them had yet asked the question that was on the back of everyone's mind. How would they ever get to Manali, or to anywhere safe before sunset? It was already 2 in the afternoon, and nobody had any bright ideas. They were also running short on ammunition. David was out of ammunition for his rifle, and was on his last clip for his handgun, and Mayok had only 4 rounds left. Just then, Mayok shouted,
"Shit, not again!"
All of them looked to see a cloud of smoke approaching them on the highway. Given the attack they had just survived, they were in no mood to take any chances. Hina, Swati and Abhi crouched inside the SUV, while David took cover behind one open door and Mayok the other. They had just over a dozen rounds between them, but they were hoping to catch whoever it was in their crossfire. As the vehicle, a black van, came closer, David aimed at the driver, and was about to fire when the van stopped, and a single man stepped out, his hands in the air, and began to walk towards them. As he came closer, they saw that he was white, totally bald, and wearing jeans and a plain white shirt. His hands were raised, and as he came within a few feet, he said loudly, in a thick accent, "I am here to help." Mayok got up and started to move towards the man, but David motioned for him to wait, his gun still pointing at the man.
"That's close enough. Who are you?"
The man looked at David and smiled. "My name is Walter. I am alone and unarmed." The way he said his name, it came out sounding like Walter. Hina and Swati had also come out of the vehicle, and the man waved to them. He seemed friendly enough, but with all they had gone through, David was not about to take any chances.
"Walter, what are you doing out here all alone?"
The man dropped his hands, causing David to tense, but then he laughed. "Come on, you have 2 armed young men covering me. I am 50 and have no weapons on me. Let me come closer, and I can tell you more. By all means, keep your guns on me if that makes you feel better, but don't make me shout through this conversation." David nodded and the man approached them. Up close, Mayok could see that the man was very fit, with not an ounce of spare fat on his body, and his arms were sinewy and muscled. His face was, however, creased and wrinkled with age. He smiled again as he came up to them. "I do this route twice, every day, looking for people like you." When David asked what he meant, he pointed to the overturned jeeps and carnage around them. "There are many like them, preying on the weak and desperate, and then there are the biters. It seems nowadays safety is a precious commodity. Thankfully, we have safety to offer and are trying to get as many people there as we can." Mayok asked him where he was from, and the man responded with an expression that indicated that he would have thought that everyone knew about the sanctuary he was referring to. "The Samasati Ashram in Kulu, of course." Then Mayok remembered the ashram that Freddie of the one-star price had referred to. David must have remembered as well, for he visibly relaxed, lowering his gun, though he did not put it back in its holster. Walter took this as a good sign and came closer, still smiling and nodding politely to Hina and Suwati. Abhi had bounded out of the SUV and looked at the stranger in their midst. He ran his fingers over his hair and then giggled. "You have no hair!" Everyone tried their best to suppress their laughter as Walter knelt in front of Abhi. "No, my dear, I have not had hair for many years now. But I do have a toy train set back at the ashram. We could play that if you liked to. Would you like that?" Abhi's eyes lit up, and he looked at Suwati, as if seeking permission. David asked Walter how they had set up the ashram and how many people were there. Walter looked at his watch. "My friend, it's almost 3 in the afternoon. Even if I drive as fast as I dare to, with all the abandoned trucks and cars on the highway up ahead, we will barely get there by sunset. Come with me, and I can tell you everything you want on the way. But you have to trust me, at least that much." David looked at Mayok, and he took the American soldier aside. "We don't have much of a choice, do we? We're stranded here. We're almost out of ammunition, and in about 3 hours, if those biters are indeed looking for us, then we have almost 0 chances of getting through the night." David looked at Hina and Suwati as if seeking their agreement. They both nodded, and Hina added with a whisper, "I don't like when I am forced to do something because there's no other option available, but in this case we have to go with him." Abhi was now running around Walter, asking him how fast his train was, and laughing uncontrollably. Each of them looked at the little boy, and were reminded of what the stakes really were. Whatever their misgivings about joining this stranger, they knew only too well that Abhi had to be protected, and if there was even a remote possibility that the biters were indeed trying to target him, then they could not take any chances. David finally held out his hand and introduced himself. Walter shook it with a broad grin, and then asked them to get their stuff and join him in his van. A few minutes later, they set off with Walter at the wheel. Suwati squeezed Mayok's hand, and looking at her anxious face, he knew she was thinking the same thing they all were. Had they made the right decision in joining this stranger? The first thing David noticed when he sat down in the front passenger seat was the shotgun placed lying on the floor. That wasn't much of a surprise. Anyone expecting to be driving alone in these times would reasonably be expected to have some means of defending himself. The second thing he noticed did take him by surprise. Walter had a small radio transmitter set placed on the floor, and it seemed to be connected by wires to the battery for power. When he turned on the ignition, it flared to life. "Bald Eagle, where are you? You don't have much more time." Abhi screamed from the back seat. "Yes, Uncle is bald, bald, bald." Mayok and Suwati were trying not to laugh, and red with embarrassment. Hina was trying to ask Abhi to be quiet, but the boy continued his chant, if at a slightly lower volume. Walter tut-tutted and picked up the attached microphone to respond over the radio. "Guruji, I am on my way. I have picked up some friends. Over." David waited for a few more minutes before bringing up the subject. "You guys seem very organized." Walter responded without taking his eyes off the road. "We have to be. There are 300 people at the ashram now, and we need to have some sort of organization to both take care of their needs and also find and help others like you." 300? How did so many? Hina had left her question unfinished, but Walter responded, looking at her in the mirror. Take me, for example, an Austrian businessman on a holiday in Manali. Then all hell breaks loose. Where could I go? The cops had died, run away, or become biters. I stumbled upon the ashram where Guruji was, and together with some others, under his guidance, we started off. As word spread, more and more people sought us out. You mentioned Guruji again. Who is he? He's the one holding it all together. I gather he was well known in India. His name is Swami Vinesh. Despite himself, Mayok sniggered, and he turned to see that Suwati was rolling her eyes. Hina, with more years of experience and maturity behind her, managed to just nod in response. David, unaware of what they were reacting to, turned and asked Mayok who Swami Vinesh was. He's a god-man, or so he claims, started teaching yoga, and then started becoming a guru to politicians and movie stars, has his own TV channel, a private jet, and nominated himself for the Nobel Peace Prize. Are you pulling my leg? Hina piped in. I think Mayok is being quite diplomatic. He was caught in a sex scandal last year, when he was taped asking a devotee for sexual favors, since that would get her nirvana. Nice to know we're going to be his guests. David, now not so sure they had made the right choice after all, looked towards Walter, who shrugged his shoulders. Look, I know nothing about his past, or if what they say about him is true or not. All I know is that he is selflessly helping hundreds of people survive this hell. That makes him a good guy in my books. They drove the rest of the way in silence, each of them wondering what lay ahead. After about an hour more, with the sunlight beginning to fade, they saw a group of huts ahead. As they passed the roughly built huts, David's experienced eyes picked up what the others had missed. Ambush points with gunmen inside. If Walter heard it, he did not say anything, but kept driving till they reached a complex ringed by a wooden fence that was at least a dozen feet high and a massive wooden gate that was closed. As they came closer, they saw that the fence was ringed with torches that were in the process of being lit, and by the time they reached the gate, the complex was lit up like a giant birthday cake packed with candles, or at least that's what it appeared like to Abhi, who gaped at the building and asked Mayok, Can we blow those candles out and eat the cake? At any other time they would have laughed, but now they were all too tensed up to joke. The complex they were approaching appeared to look more like a medieval castle than an ashram where the well-heeled came to practice yoga and seek salvation in the faux spirituality of a jet-setting swami. As they came closer, the gate swung open and they entered the complex. Mayok's first impression was that it resembled a holiday resort more than a spiritual ashram, with villas lining the street that cut through the complex, and with trees bursting with apples and flowers. He could see a handful of people around, but what immediately got his attention was the group of armed men who approached the van as it stopped. There were 3 men, all Caucasian and each carrying a shotgun with a pistol tucked into his belt. Seeing them approach, David's hand went to his handgun, but Walter spoke in a reassuring voice. Relax. They are friends. They help look after security here, that's all. As they got down from the van, they huddled as a group, and Walter exchanged some words with the 3 men. One of them, an overweight man with an immense gut, approached them, speaking in a heavy Slavic accent. We will need to take your guns. It took David a second to process what the man meant, but when he understood he smiled, sizing up his opponent. The man was tall, more than 6 feet, and had muscular arms and a thick neck, but the muscle he must have built during his youth had dissipated into the fat that lined his waist. He carried his shotgun like an amateur, with his hand gripping it in the middle like a baseball bat. David knew that if he wanted to, he could fell him with his gun or knife before the man ever got his gun into firing position. With his senses honed by countless hours of training and combat, all that assessment took a split second. But also a split second later, he forced himself to calm down. There were other armed men around, and even if he might have been tempted to take his chances if he were alone, there was no scope for heroics with the others depending on him, especially Abhi. But there was no way he was going to give up their only means of defending themselves. So he turned to Walter, who seemed to be watching expectantly, as if waiting to see how David would react. Walter, Please tell your friends that I take my orders only from my superiors in the U.S. military. Until someone in my chain of command tells me to stand down, I am on active combat duty." The fat man in front of him did not seem to be very pleased, but Walter stuck out his hand, showing a thumbs up. "Of course, Captain. My friends have not dealt with any soldiers yet. They mean no disrespect, but they are just trying to ensure everyone here remains secure." They were ushered then to a villa to the left that had a hand-lettered sign hanging on the front saying, "Administrative Office." The inside had indeed been transformed into what resembled a fully functional office, with shelves lined with files and desks where people seemed hard at work. 2 desks were occupied by radio operators sitting in front of hand-cranked radio sets. Walter whispered as they walked in. "You won't believe the paperwork it takes to feed and keep 300 souls alive and safe. Inventories of supplies, records of fights or disagreements, even rumors of illicit romances." He smiled, but David was impressed. Whoever this Swami Vinesh was, and whatever his history had been, it was clear that he was running a very tight ship here. They approached a desk where a thin man wearing glasses was sitting, scribbling something into a thick file. He looked up at the newcomers and without any further nicety said, in a slightly nasal voice, "I am P.C. Sharma, the administrator here. Please give me your name, age, occupation, and where you are coming from." Mayok and Sawati went first, and when David introduced himself, Sharma raised his eyebrows a bit, perhaps wondering what he was doing here. He asked Sawati for Abhi's name, but the boy stepped forward and gave it himself. "Abhimanyu Talwar." The man smiled and said, "You are a cute boy. Do you want a chocolate?" Abhi scowled. "My mama told me never to take chocolates from strangers." Suitably chastened, he called Hina over. She stood in front of the table and said her name. Sharma looked up, and then at Walter, who just shrugged his shoulders. He then asked Hina to repeat her name. "Hina Rahman, is there a problem?" Sharma seemed to be in a state of considerable agitation, and then he called out loudly for someone. "Vineet, come here quickly." A short, chubby man walked over, and Sharma whispered something to him. He too looked at Hina, his eyes hardening. Hina had taken a step back, not sure what the problem was, but not liking what she saw. David too sensed trouble and whispered to Sawati to get herself and Abhi behind Mayok. For his part, Mayok had never really liked the look of Walter's friends at the gate, and now Sharma's behaviour was giving him the creeps. His gun was tucked into his belt, and he put his hand on his waist, so that if there were any trouble, he would be able to react quickly. The big problem was that now it was dark outside, and they had no idea where they could go if they were not welcome here. Sharma finally approached David, assuming he was leading the group, pulling him aside. Mayok also went over, eager to learn what the problem was. "The problem is that I am not sure we should let her type in here." David was bewildered at the man's statement. "What on earth do you mean? Do you mean her age?" Sharma shook his head, as if he were explaining something to a small child. No, she is one of them." When David just didn't seem to get it, he blurted out, perhaps louder than he would have liked. "She is Muslim. She cannot stay here. Don't you get it? All those biters started among jihadis in Afghanistan. They wear those damn turbans and keep screaming about jihad." Hina gasped, and Mayok sensed her moving closer to Sawati, as if seeking safety. David was still processing what the man had said, but being much closer to the religious fanaticism and hate that gripped many in India, Mayok exploded with rage. "You frigging moron! The world has gone to hell, and you're worried about your petty religious hatred? She's one of us, and she stays." His hand was curled into a fist, and he didn't doubt that if Sharma said one word more, he would hit him. Walter had stepped out of the villa, but his overweight friend, who had accosted them at the gate, stepped towards Mayok, shotgun in his left hand. "You will listen to the men." He extended his right hand to grab Mayok when David stepped in between them. The man must have outweighed David by a handsome margin, and was a good 3 to 4 inches taller than him, but then he didn't have an iota of the training in unarmed combat David had. David caught his right wrist in one hand, and then pirouetted on his heel, twisting the man's arm, bringing him kneeling to the ground, his arm bent behind him. The man's face contorted in pain, and the shotgun fell from his hand. "Down, boy! Don't get too excited here. If you move, I'll break your arm and then snap the little twerp's neck there." He had said it in an even voice, but Sharma shrank back in fear. David knew they had crossed a line. The problem was that even if they managed to get out, with the darkness outside, he had no real plan of keeping them safe. Mayok suddenly heard Walter, his voice still even and calm despite the tension in the room. "Captain Bremsek, please let my friend Mikhail go. He was just doing his job. I assure you this is nothing but a misunderstanding." David just snorted in disdain, reaching for his gun so that Walter would not catch him by surprise. Mayok stepped towards Walter. "You brought us here claiming to be bringing us to safety. Now your friend here refuses to take one of us because of her religion. What kind of a place do you run here?" Just then another man walked in. He was wearing saffron robes, and Mayok had seen his piercing blue eyes, flowing hair and lean features on TV many times. He spoke in a soothing voice. "Violence and anger only beget more anger. Walter, Sharma, Mikhail, you have not treated our guests well. Please, everyone calm down. This is a place of peace, a shared sanctuary for all of us in these troubled times. I will clear up everything, and rest assured, each and every one of you is welcome here." He then walked to Hina and bowed his head slightly. "My apologies for my colleague's words. We are all children of God, even if we try and reach him in different ways. It's just that with all the unfortunate events of the last few days, everyone is stressed, and many are giving in to their worst fears and prejudices. Please, friends, calm down and join us here." David loosened up a bit and asked him who he was. The man smiled at him. "I am your humble host for the evening. My name is Swami Vinesh." 9. The Swami told them that he would meet with them personally in a few minutes, but first they had an evening ritual where everybody at the ashram met for their dinner and caught up with what had happened in the day, and also on any updates on what was going on in the outside world. Mikhail still looked at them with scarcely contained fury, but the others seemed to have taken the Swami's cue and welcomed the new arrivals. They were escorted to their villas. Hina, Swati and Abhi would share one, and David and Mayok took the adjoining one. The first thing Mayok noticed was that they had hot running water. P.C. Sharma, who had accompanied them to the villa, smiled. "We have a diesel-powered generator, and the ashram's been pumping its own fresh water for years. But we do have limited fuel stocks, so we run the hot water only for an hour a day. Guess you're lucky you arrived when it was on." Mayok took the longest bath he ever had, scrubbing himself clean, trying to wash off not only the accumulated sweat, dust and filth of the last few days, but also hoping that he could somehow wash off all the terrible memories of what he had seen and gone through. When he came out of the bathroom, he found loose-fitting saffron pajamas and T-shirts on his bed. They made him look like a hippie, but he was grateful for the clean clothes. They met again with the others, and followed Sharma to a courtyard. There were several dozen people already there, and without consciously realizing it, Mayok and the others with him moved closer together. Mayok was holding Swati's hand with his right hand and Abhi's with his left. Hina was barely a step behind, and David, ever their sentinel, walked one step ahead of them, scanning the group. In a short few days they had come to trust and depend on each other to a degree that they would never have believed possible when they had first been thrown together by fate. Now, being among so many strangers, it was almost as if they clung to each other. David felt a bit out of place, carrying his handgun tucked into his belt, since nobody else seemed to be armed, but he didn't want to take any chances, especially after the incident in the office. There was no sign of Walter, Mikhail, or the other armed men they had met at the gate, and when David asked Sharma where they were, he said they were standing guard at the walls. "There are so many of them." Mayok heard Swati whisper next to him, and he could but nod in agreement. Looking at the people milling around the courtyard, he saw entire families, foreign tourists, even a couple with a little dog. It felt like an eternity since he had last encountered such a large crowd of people, not counting biters out to rip his throat out, of course. Many of those around turned to stare at the newcomers, but Mayok saw no hostility, just vacant glances, and even a few wan smiles. As he walked through the crowd, most of them seemed to be totally engrossed in what the Swami was saying, as if hypnotized by him. Swami Vinesh stood on a slightly raised platform facing the crowd, and Mayok could now hear him clearly as they came closer. We, me, you, all of us, are like a candle burning in the darkness, a symbol that all hope is not lost, a sign that no matter the horrors that have threatened to take over our world, we can survive if we stick together. Is that not what religion is all about? Binding people together? I thank you all for helping maintain this oasis that we have created, and pray that God gives us all the strength and faith to persevere.
Damn, he has the meaning out of the palm of his hand.
Mayok smiled at David's comment, but seeing the Swami in person for the first time, he realized why he had such a following. Whatever else he may have been, he certainly had tons of charisma. Abhi suddenly broke away from Mayok's grasp and ran forward.
Abhi!
Mayok got up to run after the boy, who was making a beeline for the Swami, who now faltered in his speech, wondering what was going on. For a moment, Abhi seemed to be heading straight for the Swami, who smiled broadly and held out his arms to embrace him. But then Abhi ran right past him and behind the platform. The Swami got up, with an embarrassed look on his face, and some in the crowd tittered. Mayok scampered past the platform to see Abhi pick up a toy car. He looked at Mayok, his face beaming. "I found my queen!" Mayok wondered whose car it was, and tried to take it away from Abhi. "Abhi, that's not your car. Remember, we forgot it in the bookstore? This just looks like your car." However, Abhi was adamant, and tears started streaming down his face. "No, this is my McQueen." The Swami had now come up beside Mayok, who looked at him apologetically. The Swami smiled. "Please, you have nothing to apologize for. A child's innocence is one of the most beautiful things God has blessed us with. Little one, do you want this car?" Abhi nodded vigorously, and when the Swami told him he could have it, he shouted in delight and ran back to where Suwati was and began playing with it, oblivious to the disruption he had caused. A few minutes later, the Swami invited the newcomers to his villa, which to their surprise had been stripped of all the luxurious furnishings they had seen in their own villas, and instead had a simple mattress on the floor and a small writing table. For some, simple living is a cliché. For me, it is the best way to realize God. David whispered to Mayok as soon as the Swami had said the words, "Is this guy for real? Call me cynical, but whenever anyone is so holier than thou, my bullshit alarm goes off." Mayok tried not to laugh as the Swami asked them to sit on the floor near him. Swati had been worried that it was close to Abhi's bedtime, but the boy was so busy playing with the car that he barely noticed anything or anyone. David and Mayok didn't know what the Swami wanted of them, and were a bit surprised when Hina took the lead in the discussion. "Swami Vinesh, what happened here?" The Swami reached for a glass of water next to his mattress and replied, "I was teaching meditation here to about 100 of my disciples when the problems began. When we began to understand the full extent of the trouble after the second night, we barricaded ourselves in. As you have seen, the walls and gate are quite formidable." Hina didn't seem satisfied. "But not formidable enough to keep those fiends out. David has seen them tear apart armed and trained troops, and we have all seen the havoc they unleashed in the cities. How did you keep them out? And where do Walter and his friends fit in?" Mayok thought he saw a flicker of irritation cross the Swami's face, but then it was quickly replaced by the beatific, calm expression that he seemed to favor. "Walter can explain more about our defenses. I am hardly a man of action. My biggest responsibility is to keep those in here, my original devotees and the dozens who came in from neighboring villages and hotels, safe as long as I can." David had been studying the Swami, and now asked the question that was on his mind. "Excuse me, Swami Vinesh, I'll ask Walter about your defenses. But how long can you hold up in here? You seem pretty well organized, but sooner or later, food and fuel will run out."
Mayok once again got the impression that the Swami was not accustomed to being asked so many questions, but was much more comfortable preaching from the pulpit. "Captain, every day we go to neighboring towns and villages to stock up. Sharma, my assistant, tells me that we should be good for at least a couple of months, provided we don't take in any more, such as you." David smiled. So the Swami had a bite after all. Whatever they felt about the Swami, the reality was that if Walter had not picked them up, they'd be on their own in the dark, outside, right now. "Now it's my turn to ask some questions. Where were you headed for?" Mayok responded. "You have radios here. You must have heard about the Ladakh announcement. Why don't you go there? You're not that far. That's where we are going. And with Abhi—" He never completed the sentence, as Sawati gripped his hand so hard her nails dug into his skin. Yes, Ladakh. We have talked about it, but we are waiting for more than just some anonymous announcements. In here, we are safe for now. Out there, we are a largely defenseless group of civilians. What if this Ladakh sanctuary, if it ever existed, has fallen?" They retired for the night, and before they entered their respective villas, they exchanged what they made of their situation and the Swami so far. Hina was very clear on what she wanted. "We need to leave tomorrow morning. I don't trust him or his armed friends." "He gives me the creeps. And Mayok, what were you thinking? You were about to talk about Abhi." Mayok apologized to Sawati, realizing that revealing that Abhi had been bitten might well have caused them to be turned out. As they went into their villas, and Sawati and Hina set upon the Herculean task of getting Abhi to put aside his car and sleep, Mayok and David took stock of their situation. "Mayok, we need to leave first thing tomorrow morning." "We don't have a car anymore." David knew that, and hated the fact that they had so few options. They decided to retire for the night, but Mayok found it impossible to sleep. At midnight he stepped out, feeling the chill in the air, and saw that Sawati was sitting on the porch of the adjoining villa. He walked over. Couldn't sleep either. As he reached her, he sat down next to her, and she held him tight, somewhat to his surprise. "I'm sorry I snapped at you earlier." "Hey, I was being stupid in talking about Abhi. It's cool, really." They sat like that for some time, finally savoring some time alone, when they were not sharing a room with many others or on the watch for attackers. As it got a bit colder, they cuddled closer, and Mayok reached down to raise Sawati's face. He looked into her eyes, wondering how this girl had come to mean so much to him in such a short period of time. He was about to kiss her when he heard a loud boom. He saw David rush out, his pistol in hand and his rifle slung across his back. He looked at Mayok and shouted, "That was a gunshot!" Mayok ran just steps behind David towards the main gate. He had asked Sawati to lock the door and stay inside their villa with Hina and Abhi, not really sure what was going on. As they ran, they heard several more shots. Perched on a raised platform near the main gate, they saw Walter and Mikhail, and they both were firing at something or someone outside the gates. David climbed up the platform, followed by Mayok, who by now was having trouble keeping up with the soldier. What David saw stopped him cold. Outside the gate, several biters were burning, lying entangled in wires that had been strewn around the complex, and a few that were standing were being cut to ribbons by the withering shotgun blasts. Mayok looked at Walter and was instantly struck with a fear that he had never felt before, even when he had been trying to escape the biters. Walter's lips were pursed back, his smile long gone, and his teeth bared, almost like an animal on the hunt. He was shouting as he fired. "Burn, baby, burn!" David heard some of the biters scream in defiance, but when all but a few were burnt or cut down, the others retreated into the shadows. Walter stood there panting heavily, and then, realizing that he was not alone, his smile returned, his face transforming in an instant. The genteel, friendly Walter was back.
Only his intense, focused eyes indicated the kind of violence he had just shown himself capable of.
"Captain, they come every night, and the same thing happens. Buggers don't learn."
As they walked down, David wondered how to broach the subject, and then decided that playing it straight was the only way he knew how to. "Walter, I had something to ask you. Electrified perimeter fences, Mossberg shotguns that certainly aren't available for public sale in India, and the way you and your friend were shooting. You don't look and act like holidaying businessmen who were caught up in this." Walter paused in mid-stride and turned to look at David. His cold, calculating expression at once told David that he had made a mistake in laying out his questions quite so bluntly. "Captain, I do not know also how a fully armed U.S. Navy SEAL ended up in downtown Delhi, nor do I care to know. We are where we are, and the more we focus on keeping those damn biters away and not interrogating each other, the better off we will be." Walter was about to storm off when he turned. "And it's no mystery as to how they can be killed. TV, phones, and the internet may be off, but ham radio operators are everywhere, and the news spreads fast. We learned early that they burn, and that once you blow them up, they stay that way. That's why we use only shotguns. Of course, with useful intelligence comes useless rumor and chatter, like the talk about Muslims spreading the infection that Sharma and some of his friends have taken to heart." Walter and Mikhail walked off, and Mayak looked at David, whose face was an inscrutable mask. "David, what happened? He pissed you off that much, did he?" David leaned against the platform and looked at Mayak, his eyes filled with concern. "Mayak, we may be in bigger trouble than we thought. I never told him or the Swami that I ended up in Delhi. If they have learned so much about the biters, and perhaps us, from radio operators, what have they learned about Abhi?" Mayak returned to their villa, while David said that he would stay by the gate. Mayak was worried sick by what David had just said, and it brought home to him just how important it was for him to deliver Abhi and Sawati to safety. For much of his life, he had been told, perhaps fairly enough, by his parents, that he was not taking any of his responsibilities seriously enough. But now, he had a very real responsibility towards the girl he thought he was beginning to fall in love with, and the little bundle of energy that was Abhi. Knowing that they depended on him made the burden of his responsibility almost too much for him to bear. Yes, David was there, but at the end of the day, he knew that he was the one who would be most gutted if anything at all happened to Sawati or Abhi, and he was not at all sure he would be able to protect them. When he saw Swami Vinesh outside Sawati and Hina's villa, Mayak broke into a run and caught up with the Swami, just as he was coming out of the gate leading to the main door. In the light of the torch that was lit nearby, Mayak saw that the Swami seemed startled when he reached him, panting slightly from the sprint. "Hello. What brings you here this late?" Mayak realized that perhaps he was imagining things, being paranoid, or quite possibly both, but the Swami seemed a bit irritated at his question. His suspicion was confirmed when the Swami snapped back, "Do I need permission to visit them?" Mayak almost lost it, and had to keep himself calm, realizing that there was nothing to be gained by seeking out a confrontation this late at night, when there was no way they could survive outside the Swami's complex. Yet he wanted to tell the Swami that he was not just a boy to be brushed off. The Swami was lean and wiry, much like Mayak, but Mayak had at least 3 to 4 inches of height over him, so he stepped closer, towering over the Swami. "No, you don't need my permission. This is your complex, but we are together, so it is most certainly my business if someone lurks outside their villa this late at night." He looked straight into the Swami's eyes, not blinking or flinching, till the Swami averted his eyes and walked off, without a word. Something told Mayak that the Swami was a dangerous man to humiliate, but he was now beyond caring. He walked to the door of the villa and knocked on it gently. Sawati opened the door, and both she and Hina came out. "Abhi is fast asleep. Only a toddler could sleep through gunfire," Hina said with a smile. Mayak updated them on what had happened, and asked if the Swami had met them. They both looked puzzled, and finally Hina replied, "That is weird. He never even knocked on the door.
What the hell was he doing here, snooping around this late? They all sat down on the balcony, and Sawati held Mayok's hand. How do we even get out of here and reach Ladakh? We don't have a car, and I doubt the Swami will lend us one. Maybe he will, Mayok said, with more optimism than he felt. Mayok, I don't like the feel of this place at all. The Swami has always had a bad reputation, and Walter and his friends are clearly not who they claim they are. Also, the reaction that Sharma character had to my being Muslim was horrible. It all feels very creepy. Mayok could not agree more with Hina, but he was also feeling very frustrated since he had no real solution to offer. Sawati had been quiet till now, but now she spoke, her uncertain tone giving away just how worried she was. I would love to believe that we're safe here, but I'm really freaked out. I spoke to a few of the other people there when the Swami was having his lecture. Most are his die-hard followers, and believe in him blindly like a cult. The others are poor villagers from nearby who are just happy to be alive. Mayok was about to get up and go back to his own villa when he suddenly heard what sounded like a large number of firecrackers going off all at once. "What's that?" exclaimed Hina. "That's automatic weapon fire, and it's coming from the main gate. David's there all alone, and all he has is his pistol." With that, Mayok ran towards the main gate at full tilt. David was crouched on the platform, ducking under the wall. Walter and 3 other men were with him, firing away, occasionally with their shotguns, but more often than not, ducking like David. Mayok knew that David had no ammunition left for his rifle, yet he saw him put his rifle to his shoulder and peer through the scope. As he came closer, he realized what was going on. David was using the night vision on his scope to guide Walter and the others in shooting at whoever was firing from the outside. Mayok climbed up the platform, but before he could say anything, David shoved him down. "Keep your head down. They have automatic weapons." Mayok wondered who could be attacking them with automatic weapons, but none of the men on the platform had any time or inclination to answer him. David kept popping his head up, scoping out a target, and then Walter and his friends would blast away with their shotguns till the target was neutralized. There was heavy fire coming from outside the wall, but as far as Mayok could make out, not a single bullet came even close to hitting the wall, let alone the men gathered on the platform. The attackers were either atrocious shots or had no idea what they were doing. The firing subsided after about 10 minutes, and David yelled out to Walter, "Stop wasting ammo! They're all wasted or have run away." The men stopped firing, and Mayok saw something had fundamentally changed in the group dynamics. For all his earlier bluster, Walter looked shaken and was taking orders from David. "Captain, I'll go let the Swami know what happened." As the others walked off, Mayok looked at David, who was still scanning the area beyond the gate. "What happened to him? He was ready to salute you, I think. Also, who the hell was shooting at us?" David put his gun aside and turned towards Mayok. "I don't know his story, but I'll bet he has some military experience. However, shooting zombies from a safe distance is one thing. Being shot at with automatic weapons is another. I think Big Mikhail there pissed his pants." Mayok laughed, but then realized that David was dead serious. As for who was shooting at us, it was the damn biters. A chill went down Mayok's spine. The biters had shown signs of evolving, but so far the most he had seen them do was throw rocks. If Purohit's theory was correct, and they were remembering common memories from the origin of the infection in Afghanistan, was it possible that they had learned how to use weapons? David clapped Mayok on his shoulder. "They can't aim to save their lives, and we're just spraying in the sky. But what if they remember or learn how to aim?" Mayok didn't even want to contemplate what would happen if that ever came to pass. Even though the rest of the night passed without incident, none of them slept a wink. They all moved into one villa, and David sat by the door, his pistol in his hand. Sometime before sunrise, Abhi woke up and was quite confused to see all the adults sitting around, looking so serious. He first turned to Sawati. "Are you happy?" She couldn't help but laugh at his innocence and assured him that they were all happy. Then a look of concern came over his face. "Where is McQueen?" Mayok fished out the red car from under a bed and passed it to Abhi, who immediately began playing with it,
oblivious to the worries that were gnawing away at the others. Mayok stepped out at about 8 in the morning and saw some of the ashram's residents walking about. All of them seemed to be moving quickly, as if in a hurry to finish whatever work they had and then get back to the perceived safety of their villas. He saw Sharma walking along the road and called out to him. "Mr. Sharma, what's the Swami doing? We'd like to have a word with him." Sharma just nodded and went on his way. Mayok was beginning to wonder whether Sharma had passed on the message when, 10 minutes later, Swami Vinesh came to the villa. He looked haggard, and his usually sharp eyes were tinged with dark circles. When he was inside, he first addressed David. "You are the military man here. If those biters can indeed learn to fire guns, what are our chances?" The Swami seemed to further crumple on David's reply. "Swami, the short answer is 0. You have a handful of armed men, and, honestly, though they haven't told me who they really are, they seem to have some experience in the military. But it was easy when the biters were launching themselves into the electrified fence and standing about, waiting to be shot to pieces. If they can learn to shoot straight, then it's just a matter of time before your guards are dead and they come over. All it requires is for them to develop the sense to run a vehicle through the fence and break a part of it." The Swami mulled his answer before saying it out loud. Walter and his friends were soldiers in the Russian and Eastern Bloc armies, and later became arms dealers. They peddled Eastern European small arms to anybody who had the money. Walter became my devotee a year ago, and they were here both for the meditation and to meet some clients for their shotguns. David spat on the floor. For a professional soldier, there was nothing quite lower than a gun runner who sold weapons in the black market, which all too often ended up in the hands of terrorists. The Swami got up to leave when Hina stopped him. "We are thankful for the shelter you gave us, but we must be on our way. If we leave now, we may yet make it to Ladakh by nightfall. Do you know if there are any running vehicles in the neighboring villages? I'm sure lots of tourists would have driven here." A bit to Mayok's relief and surprise, the Swami agreed readily, saying he would get Sharma and his staff to rustle up a car that was in running condition and had enough fuel, adding that if they left within the hour, they could get to Ladakh by nightfall. When he left, Soati commented with a smile, "Now that was easier than I thought it would be. Maybe he just looks creepier than he is." With everyone's mood considerably lightened, they began to make preparations for their journey. They unloaded all their remaining supplies from Walter's van and had them piled up near the gate, ready to be loaded into whatever vehicle Sharma managed to find for them. Soati was feeding Abhi some cookies, so that he would not be hungry when they set out on what would undoubtedly be a long drive, and Hina was taking stock of their remaining food supplies. Mayok checked his watch. It had already been 45 minutes, and there was no sign of Sharma or any car. "David, I'll just go over to the Swami's villa and check what's going on." David was too busy cleaning his gun to notice, so Mayok just headed over to the Swami's villa. He knocked twice, and hearing no response, peeped in through an open window to see that it was empty. He then figured that his best bet was to go to the administrative office and see if he could find Sharma or the Swami there. As he approached the villa, he was surprised to see Sharma walking out of the villa, smoking a cigarette. "Mr. Sharma, did you find the car the Swami asked you to get for us?" Sharma fumbled with his cigarette, almost dropping it in surprise on being accosted by Mayok. He then rushed away before Mayok could ask him anything more. Suspecting that something was amiss, Mayok was about to storm into the villa when he heard raised voices inside. He peered in through the open door and saw the Swami and Walter talking. "Walter, you've seen the damn piece of paper as well. It's clear what they want. Let them have the boy and maybe they'll leave us alone." "Look, Vinesh, they are goddamned mindless zombies. We've killed dozens every night. Let them come again and we can hold them." "Oh yes, we have held them when they were walking in blind. But now they can shoot. Don't you get it? They can think, they can write, they can shoot. They can't do any of them as well as us, but they are learning. How long before they break in here and turn us into creatures like them? No, actually, they won't do that. You've heard from the radio broadcasts what they do to those who try and fight." Walter looked deflated and sat down. "He's but a boy, Vinesh.
Also, if we do hand him over, what guarantee is there that they'll leave us alone? I know, but what choice do we have? When the biters tossed the paper over the wall during their first attack, I went to their villa, thinking I could take the boy then, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Then they came back with automatic weapons, as if to warn us. There are no guarantees that they'll leave us alone, but I can guarantee that they will tear us all to shreds if we don't do what they say. Mayok's heart was already pounding with what he had overheard, but when he saw the bloodied piece of paper in the Swami's hand, he was terrified. Scrawled in red, as if with blood, were just 3 words on it. Gives the boy. Mayok turned to go and warn David and the others when he saw Mikhail standing behind him. Before he could do anything, the big man shoved him, and he fell into the villa. The Swami and Walter both looked at him in shock, and then at each other. Seeing the outrage and anger in Mayok's eyes, they knew that he had overheard their conversation. The Swami walked up to Mayok, even now trying to be his usual smooth and civil self. Mayok, we don't have a choice. If we give the boy, we can all live. So many have already been lost. One boy could save us all. Mayok got up unsteadily to his feet and waited for the Swami to get closer. Then he put all his strength into a kick, right into the Swami's groin. The Swami doubled over with a scream and fell to his knees, as Walter struck Mayok with a blow to the head with the butt of his pistol. Mayok found himself flat on the ground, his head spinning, and warm blood beginning to stream down his face. He tried to get up, but Mikhail kicked him in the stomach, sending him down again, his body racked with pain. He heard the Swami shout, "Go get the boy, and kill the soldier if you have to." Mayok tried to get up again, but his legs felt like jelly and he fell again. He saw Walter looking down at him, grinning, and then lashing out with his leg towards Mayok's head. Then Mayok saw no more. 10. Hina crawled along the side of the wall, conscious of not making too much noise. It was now almost 5 in the evening, and from what she had heard, Abhi was to be handed over as soon as the sun set. She knew she had less than an hour in which to do something about it. The problem was that being an old college professor and closet romance novelist meant that she had little by way of the practical skills such a situation warranted. She remembered Walter and Mikhail running towards the gate earlier in the day, shouting that they had found a car that was in running condition, and that they wanted David to have a look at it before they loaded all their supplies into it. Suwati had been playing with Abhi near the gate. While she had stepped into one of the communal washrooms to relieve herself, Hina had looked outside, hearing the loud voices, and had been overjoyed at hearing the message that Walter and Mikhail brought with them. David had put his gun in its holster and started to walk away with them. That was when everything went very, very wrong. One of Walter's men had come up behind David and hit him hard on the back of the head with the butt of his shotgun. David staggered to the ground, bleeding from the head, but even then he had not gone down without a fight. He had roared in anger at his betrayal and turned around and struck the man in the throat with his fist. The big man went down, screaming in pain, and did not get up again, but he had done his damage. David grabbed at his bloody head when Walter and Mikhail hit him again, sending him down for good. 2 more of Walter's men ran onto the scene, grabbing Suwati and Abhi. Suwati scratched and kicked with all her strength, but it was not enough, and they were carted away. Hina then saw the Swami and Sharma appear on the scene. The Swami was shouting to Walter, "Where is that old hag? Go and find her!" Hina had slipped out of the villa that had acted as a communal washroom and hid under its slightly raised stilts for the next few hours while Walter and his henchmen searched for her. She had no idea what had happened to cause this betrayal at that time, and had been focused purely on remaining hidden. That was till she overheard the Swami and Walter talking. Then it all became clear. She was old, she was weak, and she had no idea what to do. But if she was sure of one thing, it was the fact that she could not let Abhi be sacrificed like this. Mayok woke up, his head pounding with pain and his face sticky with dried blood. He could barely see out of his left eye, and as he awoke, he wiped the blood off the left side of his face so he could see clearly again. The first thing he heard was a sobbing noise to his right, and he turned to see Suwati there, looking pale and scared.
Her smile was gone, replaced by a mask of fear and desperation.
"They took Abhi."
It all came back to Mayak then, what he had heard at the Swami's villa, the blows Mikhail and Walter had showered on him, the deal the Swami thought he could strike with the biters. He tried to speak, but his throat was parched, and a mere croak escaped his lips. Sawati rushed to him, cradling him in her arms, and pouring some water into his mouth. He drank it greedily and then sputtered and coughed as he took in more than he should have. As he got up, he saw that he and Sawati had been locked inside the bathroom of the villa he and David had been assigned, with nothing but a bottle of water to eat or drink between them. He asked where Hina and David were, but Sawati merely shook her head between sobs. The pain in his head was excruciating, but Mayak felt something even more overpowering than the pain. Anger, a red-hot rage more intense than anything he had felt before. He was sure that if the Swami or Walter had been in front of him, he would have killed them without a second thought. The problem was that he was unarmed, locked in, and, as he looked at his watch, he realized that there was very little time left before the Swami offered up Abhi as sacrifice to the biters, in his misguided hope that they would leave him and his followers alone. He banged on the door and kicked against it with all his strength, but it would not budge. Then he closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down, praying that some idea would occur to him. Hina heard the scream and stiffened. It had sounded like Mayok, but she could not be sure. Yet, if there was a chance that he was alive, joining him would at least make it two of them, and hopefully he would have some idea about how to save Abhi. She overcame her fear and crept out of her hiding place behind the villa, and saw that the scream had come from the villa David and Mayok had been in. Then she stopped in her tracks. In front of the villa was seated Sharma and one of Walter's meatheads, a tall, strongly built European cradling a shotgun. She flattened herself against the villa's back wall again, thinking furiously of what she could do. What the hell could she do? She was an old woman, and her only skills were a passing knowledge of history and the ability to write steamy romances. Then a thought came to her. If she had been writing a novel, what would her heroine have done? She remembered one of her best-selling novels, The Thuggees, where her heroine, an Indian princess, is abducted by a group of medieval Indian bandits and has to escape while her British lover mounts a rescue mission. The heroine makes it because her aging attendant does something the bandits never expected her to, and that element of surprise gives the princess the chance to escape. Of course, she had put much more time and energy into describing the torrid romance between the princess and her British lover, but she did remember the old attendant's final charge. And now it seemed that her fiction was going to come true, though of course she was not going to be the ravenously beautiful princess, but the doomed old hag. Oh well, one has to play the cards one is dealt, she thought, and then steeled herself as she walked out into the open and towards the two men. Sharma looked at Hina walking calmly towards them, a smile on her face, and stood up, ashen-faced, as if he had seen a ghost. The man next to him asked him what had happened, and then he too stiffened on seeing Hina walk towards them, humming a song, as if oblivious to the fate that had befallen her friends. Hina's heart was pounding, and every ounce of common sense in her told her to run and hide. But somehow she pushed that aside, and kept walking calmly towards the two men, smiling broadly. "Hello, Mr. Sharma." David couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hina had either completely lost her mind or was about to perform the most awesomely stupid act of bravery he had ever seen. He had been lying under the next villa, covered in mud, hiding in plain sight for the last 10 minutes, waiting for the moment to make his move. He knew that alone he would have a tough time taking on Walter and his men by himself, unarmed and with his left hand broken, but if he managed to get Mayok out, they might stand a chance. He had no sensation in the fingers of his left hand, which Mikhail had stomped to a pulp with his heavy hiking boots. David couldn't be sure, but he reckoned that at least 3 of his fingers were broken and that his left shoulder had been popped out of its socket. He had been woken up by water being splashed on his face and had found himself in a villa, with his hands and feet tied, and with Mikhail in front of him, raging about how he had killed his best friend. That was when David had remembered the betrayal at the gate and the big man whose thorax he had crushed before he had been brought down. He had looked at Mikhail's eyes, and was sure that the big man would kill him and had been ready to face his death when Mikhail had brought up his shotgun. But then Mikhail had decided to have some sport first and beat David with the butt of his gun and then broken his fingers. Apparently satisfied with the damage he had caused, Mikhail had raised his gun to finish the job when Walter had come in and screamed at him to stop. When Mikhail had said something about David having killed Matau, Walter had told him he could have his revenge after the boy was handed over, but for now he needed to focus on preparing the defences for the evening, and about getting one of his men to guard Mayok and Sawati at the villa. Mikhail was enraged and launched a few more kicks into David's prone body. David's body was racked with pain, but his training came back to him, and he stilled his mind, tried to block out the pain and pretended to have passed out. Walter had pointed to the bloodied body and told Mikhail that he was half dead anyways, and pried him away. David then lay still as the men talked, and then locked the door and walked away. Then he really passed out from the pain, and came to only hours later. Then he began to plot. For all their tough talk and muscle, he realized Mikhail and his cronies were hardly the worst he had faced. He had lived through Hell Week in SEAL training, when 9 out of 10 of the toughest soldiers in the world dropped out. He had fought hand-to-hand with Al-Qaeda fanatics in Afghanistan, and had killed more men in combat than he could care to remember. He had only one good hand, and his head still bled, and it was likely he had a concussion. But Captain David Bremsack was going to war again, and this time it was personal. In 10 minutes he had undone the ropes binding him and picked the lock on the door. There had been no guard outside, perhaps because Walter had thought him to be incapacitated. That was a wrong assumption that David would make him pay dearly for. Seeing the guard outside the villa where Mayok and Sawati were held, he had hidden and waited for the right opportunity to make his move, planning how he could take the guard out despite having no weapon and only one good hand. He had half smiled when he thought that for all the crap the movies showed about Navy SEALs, he honestly had no clue of what to do. He had then seen Sharma come over and overheard them talk about what was to come. When he heard what was being planned for Abhi, a red mist of rage came over him, and broken hand and concussion or not, he told himself that Walter and the Swami would be dead men before the night ended. He had been wondering how he could make his move when Hina started walking towards the men, humming a song and cheerfully greeting them. He crawled forward using his one good hand and readied himself for action. "Can the bitch really not know what's happening?" The man next to Sharma didn't answer because he was as confused by Hina's sudden appearance. Hina was now just a couple of feet away and was singing loudly. "Let her come closer and then grab her. We can just lock her in with the others and let the Swami decide what to do with them after we're finished with getting the boy to the biters, and those monsters leave us alone." The European put down his shotgun by his side so he would look less threatening, and took a step toward Hina, smiling back at her. "Would you like to meet your friends?" Hina smiled cheerily and said, "Of course. Can you show me where they are?" The man now took another step, convinced that the old woman had lost her mind, and extended his right arm towards her. Hina took it with her left arm and then fell forward, as if she had tripped on something. The man dropped his shotgun to try and support her. That was when Hina brought her right hand out from behind her and brought the fist-sized rock she had clutched in it crashing into the side of the man's head with all the strength she could muster. "Shit!" The man went down, screaming in pain, clutching at his bloodied face. Hina looked up to see Sharma, who, to her shock, far from attacking her, squealed in fright and surprise and turned to run. Hina's hand was ringing from the impact of the blow she had delivered, but she brought her hand up again and delivered another blow to the kneeling man's head. He did not get back up. Sharma was now backed up against the villa, and Hina brought up the fallen man's shotgun. She had no idea how to use it, but the violence she had just dished out had taken all the fight out of Sharma, who was now pleading with her to spare him. "You bastard! Open the door and let them out first." Sharma went into the villa, pushed along by Hina at the point of the gun, and then opened the bathroom door. Mayok started in surprise as the door swung open, and he saw Sharma there, and then Hina behind him, a shotgun in hand. She smiled as she saw them.
Now you young people can join in the fun." Sharma looked at Hina. "Please let me go. I have nothing to do with the Swami and Walter's plan." Swati was on him like a tiger, and she slapped him so hard he fell against the wall. "You fucking animal! You are going to kill a small boy to save your skins!" Mayok pulled Swati aside and then raised Sharma, holding him by his neck. Sharma was still pleading for his life when Mayok's head butted him as hard as he could. He heard the thin man's nose snap, and then Sharma crumpled to the floor. Mayok locked him in the bathroom, and the three of them hugged. Hina's bravado was now gone, and she was shaking uncontrollably. But now they all knew that they had to put their fears and weaknesses aside and try and save Abhi. They had just stepped outside the villa when they saw Mikhail standing there, a shotgun pointed towards them. "Put the gun down." Hina did as she was told, in large measure because the gun was anyways useless in her hands. Mikhail looked at the man lying on the ground, a small pool of blood forming around his head. Hina followed his gaze, and she felt herself almost retch at the thought that she may have killed the man. When Mikhail looked up at them, he was so furious, spittle flew towards them as he screamed, "I should have killed all of you!" He stepped towards them, and Mayok stepped in front of the women, trying to protect them. Mikhail hit him hard on the side of the head with the butt of his gun, sending him down. Mikhail brought his shotgun up to fire on Mayok's prone figure when his legs gave way under him and he went down. David kicked the shotgun away, knowing he could not use it with one hand, and then got up to face Mikhail. Mayok saw David's bloodied face and his left hand hanging uselessly by his side and stepped forward to help, but David waved him back. Swati and Hina clutched onto Mayok as they watched their bloodied and battered friend face off against the giant before him. "I should have killed you when I had the chance." Mikhail said the words as he reached for the handgun tucked into his waist. David moved so fast that Mikhail barely had time to register his actions. A kick shattered Mikhail's femur, and as he hollered in pain and grabbed his leg, David struck out with the open palm of his right hand against the bigger man's nose. They all heard a crunching noise as Mikhail's nose broke and the crushed bones were pushed back inside towards his brain. Mikhail was dead before his body hit the ground. David stood over him and murmured, "Yes, you should have." He looked at the others and felt something that he had not felt in some time, the intense pride, almost love, a combat soldier feels for the mates fighting next to him, willing to die for each other. He could not have had an unlikelier group of mates to go to war with, a young girl, a schoolboy, and an old woman, but right now he would have chosen them over a platoon of SEALs. He stepped towards them and they rushed towards him, and for a minute they just stood there, holding each other, aware of just how much they meant to each other. Then they heard a crescendo of howling, and they realized the sun had set, and the biters had come out. Just a day ago they would have hidden in the dark, trying to keep themselves alive. But now they just looked at each other, an unspoken consensus on what needed to be done, no matter what it meant for their own lives and safety. Mayok said what was on everyone's mind. "Let's go get the little guy." Swami Vinesh shivered, despite the fact that he was wearing a thick coat over his saffron robes. Looking at the dozens, possibly hundreds of biters gathered outside the ashram walls, he knew that it was not the cold that was causing the shivering. The torches along the walls had all been lit, and in the darkness they cast a faint glow over the gathering horde outside. He tried not to look, but could not help himself. The ghouls gathered outside could have been people he had met in the local market just a week ago, or even people who had come to his ashram seeking instant salvation. Their clothes seemed to indicate that they came from all sorts of backgrounds. He saw a tall, thin man, or rather the deformed remains of what used to be a man, dressed in a tattered suit, his tie still around his neck, standing right next to a yellowing, decaying woman who was dressed in rags, of the sort beggars on the roadside wore. Vinesh looked on in mortified horror, wondering if the plague or infection, or whatever it had been the great equalizer after all. Men, women, rich, poor, all brought together by a mindless bloodlust, and yes, those damned black turbans. Walter poked him in the shoulder. "Vinesh, this is not a good time to go soft.
Vinit has the kid just below, and we know the biters mean business."
Walter had in his hand a crumpled note that had been tied crudely to a rock and tossed over the wall. It read, "Give Boya, you lives." Vinesh looked down below the platform to see Vinit trying to hold on to Abhi. The little boy had proved to be more than a handful. Walter was still sore where Abhi had bitten him on the forearm, and he had pulled Sharma's hair so hard the man had actually cried. But he was a little boy, a boy whom Vinesh was about to hand over to the mob outside.
"Walter, give me a minute. I need to prepare."
Walter snorted derisively, as he understood just what the Swami meant. Vinesh hurried back to his villa, meeting several of his disciples lounging around the ashram, most with glazed eyes and vacuous smiles. Vinesh went into his villa and lit up a joint, inhaling deeply. After his second joint, he was feeling light-headed enough to contemplate carrying out what he needed to do. As he began to leave his villa, he saw a woman sleeping in a corner. He tried to remember her name, but it wasn't important. Another young devotee who had wanted to believe in someone or something so bad that she was willing to bed him for it. The marijuana he used to spike the food and drink served to all his visiting devotees certainly helped. When times had been good, that had made people go away light-headed and feeling instantly better, and he picked up more devotees. It obviously helped that Manali was a major hub for the drug trade, and the likes of Walter peddled more than just guns. Now, with the threat of the biters outside, extra doses meant that his hardcore devotees were ever more hooked to him and his offerings. Of all the dirty secrets that supposedly existed about Swami Vinesh, he chuckled as he wondered what the press would have made of this one. Oh well, it no longer mattered. Now it was just a case of keeping himself alive as long as he could. Sawati almost broke from Mayok's grasp and ran as she saw Abhi in the man's hands, and he struggled to hold her back. "Sawati, I know how you feel, but we cannot just rush in. There are 4 armed men there." Finally Sawati settled down, but her eyes remained fiery with rage as they started to put their plan into motion. The Swami was now back on the platform, looking down at the biters, who, unlike their mad rushes of the past, were standing well clear of the electrified fence. Looking at the yellowed, bloodied faces looking up at him with lifeless eyes, the Swami could not discern any sign of humanity, let alone intelligence, yet the so-called biters were learning and evolving. That point was made most clearly when 3 biters stepped ahead of the rest of the crowd. They were all tall and well-built, and the Swami could see them wearing the tattered remains of what had once been police uniforms. All 3 of them carried automatic rifles, which they were pointing in the general direction of the ashram. Upon their arrival, the mob started howling, a keening, high-pitched sound that made the Swami want to cover his ears. One of the armed biters took one step forward and pointed up at the Swami and screamed just one word. "Boy!" The Swami had no idea whether the legend of the boy being immune to the biters was true or not, as some of the half-crazed radio broadcasts claimed, nor was he sure how the biters had found out. He had heard of all the stories, and had heard of the group with the boy setting out from Delhi in an SUV. When Walter had chanced upon them, he had considered finding out whether the legend was true, and whether that would give him any bargaining power with whatever authorities claimed to still be in control in Ladakh. But then the biters had arrived on the scene, apparently aware the boy was with them, asking for him, and now suddenly able to fire guns. How the biters knew of the boy was beyond him. Was it possible that some of those who had learnt of the boy, and then been infected, had retained the memory? Walter nudged him again, and whispered that they did not have time to waste. A dozen feet behind them, David crouched behind a villa, watching. His left arm was now numb, though it had hurt like hell when he had forced his shoulder back into its socket. With one hand useless, he could not hope to use a shotgun effectively, and so had taken Mikhail's pistol, an old Makarov that still seemed to be in good condition. Their plan, as hastily concocted as it was, had been set in motion. Mayok and Sawati were to gather as many of their provisions as possible and load them into Walter's van, which Hina was to drive. David would lead the assault, and Mayok would back him up, with Sawati for added cover. David smiled to himself as he contemplated their chances. Walter and the 3 men with him were armed with shotguns, and seemed to know how to use them. For all he knew, the Swami could be armed as well. That left them facing at least 4 armed men, and hundreds of biters, an unknown number of them now armed with automatic weapons. David's army, as it were, consisted of a 1-armed commando, a boy with a weapon that he had never fired before, a girl who did not know how to unlock the safety on her pistol, and an old romance novelist to drive their getaway car. Mayuk and Sawati edged closer to the platform, hidden behind another villa about 50 meters from David's hiding place. They had been able to find most of their winter clothing in Sharma's office, a revelation the man readily made when Mayuk threatened to break something else other than his already broken nose. However, all their food and provisions had been stored with the ashram's stocks, and with many of the Swami's disciples around the villas that were used for food storage, they could not risk trying to get them. Mayuk hefted the shotgun in his hands, feeling its weight. He had never fired one before, and despite David's 5-minute tutorial, he was not sure he would be able to do much with it. The other shotgun they had recovered was slung around his back, so that he could fire more times before having to reload. Sawati had a pistol in her hands, which she was trying hard to keep from shaking. They were both terrified, yet they were more determined to do something than they ever had been before about anything. That stemmed from the little boy who now stood just a dozen feet ahead of them. Vineet was holding on to Abhi, cursing the boy after having suffered yet another bite. He wondered where his boss, Sharma, was. Figuring he was either hiding or asleep, he cursed having to be a part of this. He wanted to live, for sure, but he was not sure he liked the idea of having to hand over a kid to the biters. "Vineet, give him to me." Vineet lifted Abhi up, and Walter grabbed the boy, holding him above his head. The biters seemed to quiet down, their howling reduced to a murmur. As Walter kept Abhi raised, the Swami took one of the lit torches nearby and held it close to Abhi's legs. Abhi now saw the horde of biters assembled below and was crying and screaming in terror, but his voice was drowned out by the howling that soon began among the biters when they saw Abhi. Some of the biters, unable to control themselves, surged forward and were instantly caught in the electrified fence, where they lay twitching and smoking. The others stood back, but continued howling and screaming. The 2 men with Walter kept their shotguns trained on the biters, but Walter could see them begin to lose their nerve. He knew they had to end this soon. "Vinesh, should I just throw the boy to them?" The Swami seemed transfixed by the mob of biters below him, and then looked towards Walter, his face blank, taking out another joint. Walter shouted at him, "Vinesh, come on!" "Do it!" Walter leaned towards the wall and cocked his hands back, readying himself to throw Abhi into the crowd below. He didn't know if his throw would clear the fence, and he didn't care. There was little chance the boy would survive the fall, and he hoped that would be enough to satisfy the biters. He was about to throw Abhi when a bullet hit his left calf, sending him staggering forward, dropping Abhi onto the platform. He grabbed his leg, screaming at his men to get whoever had shot him. Both men now turned towards the inside of the ashram, scanning for attackers. One of them saw a figure moving to the left and fired. David felt some of the shotgun pellets pass close by, perhaps even grazing him, but from 30 or more meters away it was going to be difficult to score a direct hit with a shotgun. On the other hand, he could easily hit his targets with his pistol. The problem was his left hand was useless, and with fatigue and pain beginning to catch up with him, he was hardly moving as fast as he could. Another shotgun blast rang out from the platform as David dove behind a fence that shattered as the pellets hit it. David screamed in agony as he landed on his left hand and turned towards the platform. Knowing Abhi was there, he could not fire indiscriminately, so he steadied his aim, ignoring the pain shooting through his left side, and fired twice. One of the men next to Walter spun and fell, and the other dove for the ground. "You idiot! Get him!" By now it was every man for himself. Vinesh had been snapped back to reality by the shooting, and his eyes were now crazed with fear and despair. "Walter, throw the boy!" But it was too late for that. The biters surged forward as one, screaming louder than ever, enraged by what they saw as a betrayal. The first few were caught in the wires and burnt where they lay, but others clambered over their burning bodies. Several of them were carrying firearms, and a steady volley of rifle and pistol fire soon reached out towards the ashram. Walter ducked behind the wall, unslinging his own shotgun. He kicked at his remaining man, asking him to get up and shoot. The man stood up, scanning for David, when he was hit by a bullet from behind. The biters must have fired hundreds of rounds blindly, but this one struck home, sending the man down. David clambered out of cover and ran towards the platform, firing at Walter, who fired from his shotgun. At closer range he nicked David, who went down on one knee, grabbing his shoulder. Walter was about to deliver the killing shot when Mayok barreled into him. In the midst of the firelight, none of them had noticed Mayok climbing onto the platform. He could not risk firing the shotgun with Abhi around in close proximity, so he put the shotgun to the next best use. As Walter kicked him away and tried to get up, Mayok swung his shotgun like a club, catching Walter squarely on the side of his head. Mayok heard a cracking noise as the shotgun's butt smashed into his skull. Walter dropped and lay unmoving on the platform. Mayok grabbed Abhi and was about to climb down the platform when he crossed paths with the Swami. The Swami was unarmed, but his face was contorted with rage. "You fools! Now they will kill us all!" The Swami tried to grab Abhi, but Mayok kicked him, all his anger and desperation going into the blow that sent the Swami sprawling. Mayok began to climb down the ladder that led to the platform, even as he heard the biters now pounding away at the main gate of the ashram. It was but a matter of time before their sheer weight of numbers would win, and they would be inside the ashram. Mayok suddenly felt a tug, and looked up to see the Swami pulling on Abhi's arm. The boy was screaming in terror and pain, and Mayok realized that hanging from the ladder with one arm and trying to hold on to Abhi with the other, he had little chances of winning this tug of war. The Swami abruptly fell back as if he had been struck, and did not get up, and a split second later Mayok heard two blasts close to his ear. He looked over his shoulder to see Suwati standing near the foot of the platform, raised pistol in hand. He clambered down, and Suwati gathered her little brother in her arms as they waited for the final leg of their plan. The gate of the ashram was now beginning to give way, and Mayok saw one or two yellowed hands appear through cracks that had already appeared in the gate. David came up to them, and Mayok wondered just how badly David had been wounded. His left hand was still hanging limply by his side, and the right side of his torso seemed to be covered in blood. Mayok could now see several of the Swami's devotees try and run for the gate in sheer mad panic. He wondered if they still had not realized that the biters were at the gate, but it was too late to do anything for them. The gate gave way with a mighty crash, and biters clambered over each other to enter. Two of the Swami's devotees closest to the gate were set upon by a dozen biters, and Mayok saw that they were not biting to infect, but ripping and tearing to kill. Suwati picked Abhi up in one arm and kept the pistol in her other hand. Mayok pumped the shotgun back as David had taught him and stepped between them and the biters. David was by his side, holding his pistol up. Two biters spotted them and rushed towards them. David fired till his clip was empty and hit one of them in the head, sending him down. The other, a short, fat man, who, as the Undead, was moving far faster than he would ever have been capable of in life, ran straight towards Mayok, screaming through yellowed, sharp teeth, his black turban half falling off his head, where clumps of black hair were just visible in the fading light. Mayok steadied himself and fired, the loud blast almost deafening him and the recoil rocking him back a step. The biter was thrown back several feet, almost cut in half by the powerful blast. To make sure, Mayok pumped the shotgun again and fired. But now they had run out of time. Many more biters were now in the compound and had encircled them. Two of them, armed with rifles, were now firing them repeatedly in the air, the rifles doing little more than clicking on empty, as evidently the biters still hadn't learned or remembered how to reload. Mayok moved closer to Suwati as they readied themselves for the final onslaught. Just then, Walter's van smashed into the nearest biters, scattering them. Hina was at the wheel and screaming. "Get inside now!" They scrambled into the back as the van drove towards the gate, crushing anyone in its path. Hina looked up to see Walter standing near the gate, pistol in hand, aiming at the van. He fired at least 3 times, and she felt the windshield shatter before her. Without slowing down, she passed him as he dove out of the way, only to be engulfed by a mass of screaming biters. The van sped out of the ashram into the uncertainty of the night. 11. They drove in silence for several minutes, each of them consumed by their own inner demons and fears. Sawati held Abhi tight to her chest, both painfully aware of just how close she had come to losing him, and also dealing with the fact that she had just shot dead another human being. David had moved to the front passenger seat and was keeping a lookout for more biters. However, he felt more naked and vulnerable than he ever had, without his night vision, without his weapons, and with one hand useless. For all his training and conditioning, this was as close to breaking point as he had ever come. Perhaps it was the first time that he began to doubt that he would ever get back to his rose again. Mayok was numb from the sudden and ferocious violence they had faced the previous day, and also filled with dread for what the night may bring. The last time he had been in a car in the night was with his mother, and remembering what had happened that night made him feel even worse. The unlikely pillar of strength for the group turned out to be Hina. She kept up an incessant chatter, joking with Abhi, getting David to focus on trying to read road signs in the darkness, ensuring that Mayok kept a watch out for biters, since he was the only one who could use a shotgun. They did not have any of the guides or maps with them anymore, but Hina broadly remembered the way they needed to go, and she kept pestering Mayok and the others to ensure that she had remembered it right. "Mayok, we turn right on this road to stay on course for the Rotang Pass, right? Mayok, damn it, focus and tell me what you remember." "Sawati, it'll get colder in the night. Make sure Abhi's got an extra layer of clothing on." David looked at Hina with a mixture of admiration and awe. In the ashram, he had seen the raw physical courage she was capable of, and now he was seeing her take charge with more authority than the toughest trainer in Hell Week he had seen, and it was working. She was managing to get everyone to snap out of their worries, and to focus on where they were and what needed to be done. In the darkness, Hina could barely see a few feet ahead of her, but not wanting to attract unwanted attention, she had kept the headlights off. That was till she suddenly felt the van listing to its right. "Holy shit!" David was more shocked by her outburst than by the van tilting slightly onto its side. "That's the first time I've heard you swear. What's wrong?" Hina backed up and turned the headlights on to discover that they had been about to drive off the edge of the road. With the sharp turns and high mountain roads, she figured it was better to risk attracting biters than to drive off the edge. Sawati shouted out from the back, "I see 2 of them!" Mayok followed her outstretched hand, and he saw 2 biters less than 10 feet away, just ahead of the van, lit up by the headlights. The biters seemed as surprised to see them, and they raised their hands to their eyes as the headlights hit them. Hina stepped on the gas and sped towards them, and they all felt the bumps as they ran over the biters and sped on. It was a sign of just how much all of them had changed, that not one of them flinched when they ran over the biters. It was now just past midnight, and they all knew that they could not just drive around all night and hope to survive attack after attack. They had to find some place to last the night, and then continue their journey when the sun rose. They turned into a road that led to a cluster of tightly packed buildings on both sides of the road. As far as they could see, the houses were deserted, but there was no telling who or what might be lurking inside. Suddenly the van lurched to a halt, and Hina slumped against the steering wheel. "Hina, what's wrong?" She did not answer Mayok's question, and David turned towards her. "Are you feeling okay?" She smiled at him, and for the first time since the escape from the ashram, he got a good look at her face. She was pale, and seemed to be struggling to keep her eyes open. Mayok reached over from the back and touched her shoulder. "Hina, do you need a break from driving?" Hina smiled and coughed, and David felt his heart catch in his mouth as blood trickled out of her mouth. "Son, I think I'm done." David reached out to feel her, and his hand came back slick with blood. He got out of the van and asked Mayok to help him in pulling Hina out. Now they had no choice but to seek refuge in one of the adjoining buildings. David picked a second-floor clinic, and they half-carried, half-dragged Hina up the stairs, It was a small two-room affair, but David thought their best bet, if attacked, was to have the biters come up a narrow passage like the one the stairs presented so they could defend it. It was pitch black inside, so Mayak and Sawati turned on their cell phones so they could at least see what was wrong with Hina. What they saw shocked them. Her chest and torso were covered with blood, and now she was coughing loudly, blood coming out of the corners of her mouth. "That bald bastard shot me." Mayak held her hand, tears forming in his eyes as the full implication of what Hina had done for them sank in. "You knew? Yet you—" Hina coughed again, and said through gritted teeth, "Son, take care of Sawati and Abhi. Promise me you and Sawati will be there for each other. That would make an old, trashy romance novelist rest in peace." David took her head on his lap, and he felt tears sting his cheeks as she addressed him. "Abhi, he must make it. Please." Those were her final words, as she breathed her last. Sawati was crying loudly, and Mayak was sitting against the wall, tears now flowing freely. David had lost many good men in combat, but never had one's death hit him quite as hard as Hina's. She had not been a professional soldier. Indeed, if anything, she was quite the antithesis. An aging romance novelist and professor. Yet, in her last moments, she had shown selfless courage that David was not sure even he was capable of. He cradled her head and cried. Their mourning was cut short by noises coming from downstairs. Their cell phones were off in an instant, and Mayak was at the door, where he saw shapes moving up the stairs. He couldn't see much other than their darkened silhouettes, but their jerky movements gave him a pretty good idea who they were. Any doubt he had was dispelled when one of them screamed, the same ululating screech that he had now come to recognize well. He unslung his shotgun and fired again. He kept pumping the shotgun and pulling the trigger till it clicked empty. He kept pulling the trigger for several seconds after he had run out of shells, his ears ringing from the blasts, trying to take out all his anger at Hina's loss on the damned biters coming for them. He felt David behind him. "They're gone, kid. They're gone." David and Mayak moved Hina's body to the second room. They badly wanted to give her a better resting place, but the best they could do was to put a blanket on top of her. Being in a clinic had one advantage. They could tend to their wounds. David figured he needed some stitches on his head, since the wound there was still bleeding, but he made do with slathering it with antibiotic cream and bandaging it. His left hand seemed to have 4 broken fingers, and while he put a makeshift splint on it, he knew it was as good as useless. He peeled off his uniform to see that he had been grazed in at least 3 places by shotgun pellets, but the worst of them were surface flesh wounds which looked much worse than they were, and needed some cleaning up and bandaging. Mayok's head wound was less serious, but they didn't take any chances, and bandaged him as well. They found a few bottles of drinking water and drained them, but there was no food in sight. They were all hungry and dead tired, but none of them slept that night. They sat huddled against each other, facing the stairs, starting at every noise they heard. Abhi was between Sawati and Mayok, and to his credit, not once did he ask for milk or a fresh diaper. All of them, in their own ways, small and big, had risen to the occasion and discovered courage and strength to carry on. And Hina's sacrifice had galvanized them in deciding that now they would not give up. Abhi spoke so softly hardly anyone heard him. "Hina auntie is in heaven now, isn't she? Can she still hear us?" Mayak stroked Abhi's hand and spoke, choking with emotion as he did. "Yes, Abhi, I think she can." "Then I want her to know that I love her." They all huddled even closer, their eyes open and moist, as they waited for the sun to rise. On daybreak, the first thing they did was to take stock of what they could find in the clinic or adjoining houses and shops that might be useful for the journey that lay ahead. Sawati found 4 bottles of mineral water in a house, and they put them inside the van, as they did some bandages and antiseptics from the clinic. Sawati had been putting the water into the van when Abhi suddenly cried out. "Cake!" They all gathered near him to see the broken glass windows and unhinged door of what used to be a bakery. In the display case was a single piece of cake. Mayok felt his stomach growl and his mouth water, so he certainly couldn't blame Abhi for rushing into the room. "Let me have a look first." David picked up the piece and saw that it was spoiled, green fungus appearing where vanilla icing once had. "I'm sorry, Abhi. This is not nice anymore." "But I'm so hungry." Sawati's heart broke to see her little brother like this, but she knew David was right. The last thing they needed was for one of them to fall sick from eating spoiled food. They got in the van, with Sawati driving. With only one hand useful, David could not drive, and this left Mayok free to use the shotgun in case they encountered a threat. They drove through meandering hill roads for at least an hour, seeing nothing but tall trees by the edge of the roads, till Sawati stopped. "We are idiots!" Everyone was shocked by her outburst, and then she burst out laughing. "We're so used to getting food in boxes and packages that we've forgotten where it all comes from." With that, she stopped the van and ran out towards the nearest tree, and Mayok saw what she had in mind. He felt like kicking himself for not thinking of it earlier. They were driving by the edge of an apple orchard, and less than 10 feet from them were several trees laden with fresh apples. They all joined in trying to get at the apples that hung tantalizingly close at hand. However, it soon became apparent that whatever could have been plucked had already been stripped bare, so they tried hoisting Abhi onto Mayok's shoulders, at which he squealed in delight. "See, I'm as tall as a giraffe!" After what seemed to be an eternity, they found themselves laughing, especially when he quickly plucked 2 apples. But beyond that, everything else was out of reach. They divided the 2 apples between them and devoured them in minutes, and Mayok said that he would try to climb one of the trees, when Abhi suddenly said aloud, "That girl has apples for us?" They turned and looked on astonished at a little girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, who stood just feet away, munching away at an apple with several more apples lying in a basket that she had looped around her arm. She looked at them without a trace of fear, and then slipped into the thick forest behind her. Mayok followed her, and after a second's thought, David and Sawati followed him, Abhi holding on to Sawati's hand. Mayok struggled to keep up with the girl as she turned and twisted through the thick overgrowth and around the trees. He kept calling out to her to wait, and that they meant no harm. Suddenly he found himself in a clearing, and was soon joined by David and Sawati. "Where did the girl go?" Mayok looked around but could see no sign of her. Tired, sleep-deprived and famished, he was panting from the short chase, and he went down on his haunches, trying to catch his breath. "David, she seems to have disappeared. Anyway, that was a waste of time. Let's get back to the van." They had begun to turn back, when from the trees around them, men rappelled down using ropes and surrounded them. The men were bare-chested and wearing tattered loincloths, and they were all armed, carrying a mixture of knives, axes, and sticks. Mayok held up his shotgun, and could see David bringing up his pistol when David asked him to stop. "Mayok, there must be 20 of them. At such close quarters, we'll get 1 or 2 before they butcher us. Somehow I don't think they mean to attack us." Mayok brought his shotgun down and took a closer look at the men around them. They all looked terrified, their eyes wide in panic and fear, and when he put his gun down, he could sense them palpably relax. One of them, slightly taller and better built than the others, stepped forward, examining Mayok and his friends. His gaze seemed to linger on Abhi, and then Mayok could see the hint of a smile forming on his face. He looked at Abhi. "Are you the one, little boy?" Abhi looked up at the man and said, with defiance in his voice, "I am 3, not 1. I am a big boy now." Despite the tension in the air, Mayok, Sawati, and David couldn't help but smile, and the man in front of Abhi also laughed out loud. The tension seemed to dissipate as the man whistled, and his friends seemed to ease up and lower their weapons. A dozen or more women now appeared from within the trees, many with small children tied to their backs, and others leading children by the hand. The girl they had seen on the road was there, still carrying her apples. The man who had spoken to Abhi motioned to the girl, and she gave them an apple each, which they bit into gratefully. The man looked at some of the others standing behind him. 4 of you,
stand watch." Then he sat down, and Mayok and the others followed suit. "My name is Ganesh. We were all workers in the orchards here before the problems started. The first night the demons came to our village and took many of us, so those that remained hid in the orchards." "Ganesh, how have you stayed safe so long?" The man seemed a bit surprised at how fluent David was in Hindi, not knowing that as a special forces operator he was fluent in Urdu, so he could blend into the local populace of Pakistan, and that was close enough to Hindi for him to be understood. "We have all grown up in these orchards since we were children, so we hid during the day, and at night we climbed up into the trees." Now that he mentioned it, Mayok took a closer look at the trees, and saw thatched areas on each tree, almost looking like nests. He smiled in admiration at the ingenuity Ganesh and his friends had shown to survive so long. "Uncle, can you swing from one tree to another like Tarzan?" Ganesh looked at Abhi, puzzled, since he had never heard of Tarzan, and so Abhi tried a different tack. No, maybe like George of the Jungle." Now, his stomach full with an apple in it, Abhi was back to full form as he began singing, "George, George, George of the Jungle, friend to you and me." Sawati was trying to hush him in vain as everyone smiled. Ganesh's eyes suddenly turned serious. "We heard about the ashram, and the fact that the boy was there." Mayok was now really curious about how everyone seemed to know about Abhi, so he asked Ganesh. "Everyone knows. At a time like this, any flicker of hope spreads like a wildfire. One of our women supplied apples to the ashram in return for food supplies, and she heard about the boy who cannot be hurt by the demons." The two women brought forward a meal of rice and boiled potatoes, and placed it in front of Mayok and the others, ladling the food onto leaves. It was a simple meal, but as Mayok put the hot rice in his mouth, he thought it was the most delicious meal he had ever had. Sawati spoke to one of the women serving them. "Thank you. I know you must have limited food, so thank you for sharing it with us." The woman looked at Sawati and gently tousled Abhi's hair. "Daughter, I am an uneducated apple picker, and I don't know or understand many things. But in the midst of all this darkness, this boy is the only sign of hope we have." Ganesh touched Mayok's arm gently, almost pleading with him. "Keep him safe, and see if he can help us remove this darkness that has fallen upon us." It was now close to 10 in the morning, and Mayok heard from Ganesh that Ladakh was a good 5-hour drive away. He wanted to get going as soon as they could, but they were all dead tired and badly needed some rest and sleep. Ganesh and his friends laid out some blankets in the orchard and they slept, asking to be woken in a couple of hours. For the first time in many days, Mayok slept peacefully, and when he was awakened by a gentle nudge from Sawati, he woke with a smile on his face. "Why are you smiling?" Mayok sat up and held her hand, trying to remember and savor every detail of his dream. "I saw us, me, you, Abhi, together, walking into a mall, eating fast food, watching a movie, doing the small things we took for granted." Mayok could see Sawati's eyes start to fill with tears when Abhi cut in, "If we're having fast food, I want French fries." They laughed and got up to prepare for what they all hoped would be the last leg of their journey. It was now just past 1 in the afternoon, and they had driven for almost an hour through a landscape that saw the lush orchards of the Manali area slowly but surely give way to long stretches of barren rock, a forerunner of the desolate mountain passes they were headed towards. Sawati was still driving, with Mayok sitting in the back, playing the role of part babysitter and part gunner, with Abhi on his lap and his shotgun by his side. David was watching all the road signs and was trying to ensure that they did not get lost in the hilly passes. Despite it being in the middle of the afternoon, the cold was already getting so severe that they stopped once to put on an extra layer of clothes and eat some more apples to give them more energy. David saw Sawati's breath quicken as she seemed to be gasping for air, so he asked her to pull over. "Sawati, we're now at much higher altitude than you may be used to, and the air will keep getting thinner, so the oxygen may not go to your brain as efficiently as it normally does. Don't panic. Just take slow, deep breaths, and you should be okay." As they restarted,
Sawati tried to heed his advice, but she found it tough going. Mayuk seemed to be coping much better with the altitude, and they swapped places. There was no sign of anyone around, so they did not really think twice about not having the extra firepower of the shotgun readily available. Abhi was in high spirits, no doubt boosted by the apples he had eaten. While all the others were worried about what lay ahead, and also thinking of Hina's loss, he was exhibiting that wonderful and most envious of traits of children, the ability to live fully in the present. So he delighted in pointing out birds he saw, and screamed in delight when they saw what appeared to be a deer dashing into the trees. Despite the hilly terrain, Mayuk was trying to go as fast as he could, conscious of the fact that they needed to reach Ladakh before sunset. David suddenly shouted in triumph. "Just saw a sign. 10 kilometers more to Rotang Pass. We're well on our way." Mayuk knew that was both good news and bad news. Good because they were making steady progress. Bad because, from what the guide had said, after Rotang Pass, they would well and truly be in mountain terrain. The roads would not allow them to go as fast, and he was also increasingly worried about how Sawati would cope with the altitude as they went higher. After half an hour more of driving, they decided to stop for a break. Mayuk's arms and legs were cramped and aching from the sharp turns, and he was exhausted from always having to watch that they did not fall off the edge of the road. David was, of course, not in any position to drive, and Sawati bravely volunteered, but one glance between Mayuk and David told both of them that they thought she was in no shape to drive. David handed each of them an apple. "Eat and rest for 10, then we start again. We'll get through Rotang in a few minutes, and then it should be no more than a couple of hours." Mayuk sat down on the ground, his back to the van, preparing for the home stretch. Sawati came over and sat beside him, resting her head against his shoulder as he pulled her close. "I'm so sorry. I'm not helping at all." Mayuk held her hands and looked at her. "Sawati, you've been just amazing so far. We just need to hang in there a little bit longer and we're safe." Abhi was busy playing with some rocks by the roadside, and when David tried to tell him it was time to go, he looked at him with his wide eyes. "But I want to play." No amount of cajoling could get him to budge, so finally David decided he'd try another strategy. "Come on, and I'll tell you a story." That got Abhi's attention. "What story is that?" "Remember Mayuk told you about the boy who needed to be brave? This one's about how that boy met a brave and beautiful princess. Want to hear it?" Abhi whooped in excitement and got into the van as David winked at Sawati. "Will the brave princess also get in?" It was now 4 in the evening, and Mayuk was beginning to wonder if their decision to take a nap in the morning would come back to haunt them. They passed a sign proclaiming they were beyond Rotang Pass, and soon enough, a breathtaking vista of snow-capped mountains unfolded before them. There was not a soul in sight as they continued down the highway, which was in much better shape than any of them had imagined. When David saw several abandoned army trucks by the roadside, he realized that the roads must have been kept in good condition to allow easy transport of soldiers and equipment to Ladakh, which he knew was a strategic choke point near both the Chinese and Pakistani borders. They drove for another hour of what seemed to be bliss. It was as if they had come out for a picnic together, instead of having endured the horrors they had been subjected to over the last week or so. Abhi kept pointing to birds in the clear sky and at the snow in the mountains around them. It was the first time he had seen snow, and he cried out loud, "Is that a giant ice cream cone?" Sawati forgot about the troubles she was having breathing, and Mayuk joined her in singing some old songs. They discovered that they both liked Ronan Keating, and soon they were crooning away with a pretty off-key rendition of When You Say Nothing at All. David, not one for pop, couldn't help but wince at their singing skills, but equally he could not help but be caught up in everyone's excitement and enthusiasm. Once they had finished singing, he treated them to his own rendition of Enter Sandman, which Mayuk assured him sounded nothing at all like the original. And so they continued through the hilly roads, seeing nobody or nothing other than the occasional car or army truck by the roadside. As he saw a sign by the roadside, David struck a note of caution. "Folks, we should probably be a bit more careful in the stretch ahead."
Why? What's up ahead?
David turned to look at Sawati to answer her question. We just passed some place called Kelan, and up ahead is Baralacha. The guide had said that the roads there suck. Mayok laughed. Could a navigator be a bit more specific about how it sucks? David slapped him playfully on the shoulder. It can be dangerous, since at this time frost has started appearing, and the roads are narrow to begin with. Now, can our fearless driver concentrate a bit more on driving instead of singing? 5 minutes later, Mayok was no longer smiling. If anything, the guide's warning had been an understatement. Looking down to his right, he could see the valley hundreds of feet below, while up ahead he could see no more than a few feet before the road turned again. He thanked his stars that at least he didn't have to worry about traffic coming from the other direction, but with the bumpy, narrow and winding road, he was having more than his share of trouble in managing to keep them in one piece. David's joking had also stopped abruptly, and he was looking nervously at the road ahead as well, and Sawati was trying her best to not shout out warnings to Mayok. She knew that the last thing he needed at this time was backseat driving from her. If there was one saving grace, it was the fact that Abhi, bored by what he saw as the sudden lack of interest from the adults, had curled up in Sawati's lap and fallen asleep, oblivious to the bumps. As Mayok turned a corner, the van lurched hard, and he struggled to keep it from veering off the cliff to his right. David leaned over and with his right hand helped Mayok pull the steering wheel so the van did not swerve out of control, as Mayok applied the brakes and the van came to a halt, one wheel almost at the edge of the cliff. David got out of the van, hoping that it was not what he feared it would be. He exclaimed loudly and let loose a stream of expletives. "What's wrong?" Mayok was now next to David, and he shouted in exasperation when he saw what David saw. 2 of their tires were flat, and in the hurry to get away from the ashram, nobody had even checked if they had spare tires, a fact that Sawati soon confirmed. So some 8,000 feet above sea level, in biting cold, with 1 hour or less to go to sunset, the 4 of them gathered together to face what the night might bring. 12. "They are coming!" Abhi had said the 3 words in no more than a mere whisper, but Mayok, David and Sawati stopped in their tracks. Mayok put him down and knelt before him, looking into his eyes. "Abhi, who is coming?" Abhi pointed to the cluster of huts a few kilometers to their left. "The not nice people are coming." David took a good look in the direction Abhi was pointing, and then turned towards Abhi. "Abhi, I don't see anybody out there. They're not coming, so don't worry." Abhi didn't look very convinced and muttered, barely audible to the others. "But I can feel them coming." Sawati had been trekking through the hilly terrain with the others, gamely trying to keep up and not slow the others down for the last hour since they had abandoned the van and proceeded on foot. The sun had just begun to set, and David had just told them that based on what he remembered from the guide, they were still at least a couple of hours' walk away from the Tirsa monastery. They had taken turns carrying Abhi through much of the journey, with Mayok taking on the lion's share of the carrying, but even Sawati had volunteered to carry her brother when she had seen Mayok tiring. But now she seemed to lose much of her composure at Abhi's words. She grabbed hold of Mayok's arms. "What if they're really out there?" Mayok tried to sound confident, but he was too tired to do a convincing job of acting. "Look, we haven't seen a soul for hours. The best we can do is to just keep walking. Come on, Sawati. Hang in there. We're so close." David was watching their exchange, and suddenly he picked up the small bag filled with apples and water he had been carrying and started walking. Mayok called after him. "David, where are you going?" He turned towards them, his face all business. "After all we've been through to get so far, I am not about to quit. If we do, all that pain, all that loss, Hina, all of it would have been for nothing. Now, are you coming or not?" Sawati said nothing, but picked up her own small bag and followed, and Mayok picked Abhi on his back and was but a step behind. It was now almost pitch black, especially with no lights on in any of the adjoining villages, and the cold was now almost unbearable. They were all wearing gloves and caps and had bundled up Abhi as much as they could, but as Mayok walked, he could feel the cold breeze bite into his face like 1,000 needles. Suwati kept casting anxious looks at Abhi, wondering if there was any truth to what he had said, but for now Abhi seemed content to be riding on Mayok's back. They stopped for a short break, both to have a bite to eat and also plan the last leg of their journey. Mayok's relief at getting a break from marching with Abhi's weight on his back was matched only by Abhi's visible disappointment as he pouted, "But I want to go piggyback again." Suwati hushed him, bribing him with an apple that he began munching into immediately. David had siphoned off some fuel from the van and filled 3 bottles with it. Mayok carried one of the Molotov cocktails, and he carried 2 of them. He and Mayok broke off 2 sturdy branches from a nearby tree, tore one of their bags into 2, and fashioned crude torches from them. David had also taken a lighter from the van's glove compartment, and he poured some of the fuel on the torches and set them alight. They were all instantly grateful both for the warmth and the fact that they were now no longer walking totally blind. David carried one, and Suwati the other, with Mayok continuing to carry Abhi on his back, and with both shotguns slung over one shoulder. As they proceeded, David whispered to Mayok, "I know we had to make the torches, but I have a bad feeling."
"Why?"
"Because if anybody is actually out there looking for us, now we're practically lit up like a neon sign." Suwati had overheard him and spoke up, more hope than certainty in her voice.
"But if there is a government base out there, they'll also see us more easily."
As soon as she said it, she clammed up, and none of them brought it up again. They had been proceeding so far on the leap of faith that there actually was a base, here, where they could find safety. All they had to go on was that one radio broadcast, and if they were wrong, they would likely all die in this snow-covered wasteland. Mayok sensed what Suwati was feeling and walked next to her, holding her hand. He wished he could have spent more time with her, wished he could have told her how much he loved her, wished he could have done all the things a young man would have done for the young woman in his life. But for now, all he could do was to hold her hand wordlessly as they continued trudging through the road that was now frosted over with snow. Mayok could feel Abhi's head now resting against his back. The boy had no doubt fallen asleep, and he wondered aloud how long it would take for them to get to their destination. David looked at him and sighed. "Not really sure. There aren't any road signs I can see, and we don't have a guidebook with us anymore. At the rate we're going, it could be anything from 30 minutes to an hour more." They saw a fork in the road with a small temple or pagoda drawn on a sign by the roadside. David remembered from the guide that they needed to keep going straight, as the smaller path to their right supposedly led to another smaller monastery a few miles away. Seeing the sign gave them all renewed hope, since it meant that they were on the right track, and they were not far from their destination. They walked for a few more minutes, when suddenly Mayok felt a jerk as Abhi sat upright.
"They are coming?"
Mayok paid him little attention, assuming the poor boy would be terrified and exhausted after all he had gone through, and looked wordlessly towards Suwati. She took the hint and tried to distract Abhi with the story, but he was not going to be consoled and began crying, and then David stopped. He had not seen anything. Indeed, in the dark, with only their makeshift torches for light, he couldn't see beyond a few feet anyways, and he had not heard anything. But he had felt it. The same feeling he had experienced several times in combat, the instinct that had come from years of training that told him that there was danger.
"David, you okay?"
David looked at him, and Mayok saw that same inscrutable stony gaze that he had seen on David's face when he had been in action before, in front of the bookstore, at the ashram. One evening, when he mentioned it to David, he had jokingly called it his war face, but on a more serious note, had told him that was when he was intensely focused on action, reacting with instinct and training. Abhi once again insisted that they were coming, but more than the boy's insistent pleas, David's expression scared Mayok. Suwati could also sense the change in David's mood, and was about to ask him if he had heard anything, when they all heard it. It was the sound of a mob on the move, the shuffling and stomping noises of many feet coming towards them. In the utter silence of the mountainous wasteland, that was further amplified, and Sawati felt her own pulse quicken as she heard the sound. "Could it be government soldiers?" David shook his head. "The sound is coming from behind us. Someone is following us." They were all standing in the middle of the road, and suddenly they felt totally naked and exposed. David seemed to be thinking over something, and then, as if making up his mind, sighed and turned to Mayuk. "Mayuk, see that high snowbank there? Take Sawati and Abhi and hide behind it. Sawati, give me your torch so they don't see you moving there." He held his torch tucked under his left armpit and took the torch from Sawati, who was not sure what he planned to do. Then it struck Mayuk. "David, no, we're in this together." David looked at him, his eyes softening. "Kid, you've been more than a brother these last few days. You're like family now. And as much as I'd like for all of us to make it together, what matters is that Abhi gets to safety. The only way any of this will be worth anything is if someone can figure out why he's immune to the biters and help others. Now go." Sawati was now crying, and Mayuk felt himself choke up as he called out to David. "I can't let you fight them alone. Remember what you said about the guy next to you?" David turned to him, dead serious now. "Mayuk, the fight's not over. You still need to get Abhi to the monastery. I'll just try and buy you some time." Then he turned towards Sawati, touching her face gently. "Take care of yourself, and the two men in your life. And don't worry about me. I'm a hard guy to get rid of so easily, and I do want to get back to Rose. Chances are you'll hear from me one day. If not, know I tried my best. And tell my Rose about me." He handed her a small piece of paper with a name and a telephone number. Then he was gone. David walked back to the fork in the road and looked back once to ensure that Mayuk and the others were safely behind cover. In the darkness, it was hard to see much, but he could barely make out the outline of the snowbank, and he could discern no movement. If his eyes, which were trained to operate in darkness, couldn't make them out, he had to bet on the fact that the biters wouldn't figure out their plan either. The thump of the approaching biters was now louder than ever, even though he couldn't see them yet. He knew that there was a turn in the road, blocked by a small hill that they had passed minutes ago, and as the sound of approaching footsteps grew ever louder, he judged that they would be about to turn around the bend any minute. The turn, bordered by a sheer cliff on one side and the hillside on the other, was such that even a very large mob would have to pass through 2 or 3 at a time. He cocked back his right arm and threw the torch with all his strength. The torch spiraled into the sky, lighting up the ground below it like a flare, and in its dull orange glow, David saw a sight that chilled him. The first biters had just emerged from the turning, and behind them he could see the pass packed with so many biters it was hard to count them all. As the first biters saw the other torch lit in David's hand, they bared their teeth and screamed, a cry that was taken up by the others till their unearthly howling filled the valley. David ensured his pistol was tucked into his belt and looked back once in the direction where Mayuk, Sawati, and Abhi were hiding. Then he did the single most absurd thing he had ever done in his life. With one broken hand, 2 makeshift Molotov cocktails that he was not even sure would catch fire in the cold and frost, and a pistol that had only 4 rounds left in it, he turned towards the 100 or more biters closing in on him. Then David charged towards them, screaming the battle cry of the U.S. Navy SEALs. "Hoo-yah!" Mayuk heard David's yell, and as much as his heart cried out for him to go to his friend's assistance, he knew what he needed to do. He grabbed Sawati by the hand, and with Abhi tied firmly to his back, he began running up the road as fast as he could. His ears were ringing with the screaming of the biters, and when he looked back, he saw several fiery shapes flicker in the night before disappearing. He kept running, wanting to put as much distance as possible between them and the biters. He could hear Sawati gasping and panting, trying desperately to catch her breath, but he had her wrist in a vice-like grab and literally dragged her along. He then heard 4 shots ring out in quick succession, and then silence. As he ran, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he could tell from Sawati's sobs that she was also crying. David was gone. With that stab of grief came a realization. Now he was all that Sawati and Abhi had. For the next few minutes, the biters seemed to be quiet, and all he heard were his own jagged breaths, Sawati's panting, and the scraping of their shoes on the frosty road. Abhi was quiet and clinging to Mayok's neck, so hard that Mayok could feel the boy's nails bite into his skin. He could only guess how terrified Abhi must have been. Mayok had not the foggiest idea how far the monastery must have been, but now was not the time to stop and check where they were. Doing that would have meant using some form of light, even if only the lighter in Mayok's pocket, and he didn't want to risk that. All he was focused on was going as fast as he could along the road they were on. He suddenly felt Sawati's hand jerk free of his, and he tried to hold on, grabbing a fistful of her jacket sleeve. Sawati screamed loudly once, and then, perhaps aware of the dangers noise could bring, did not say a word more, though Mayok could hear her gasping. She seemed to have fallen, and dragged him down till he was on his knees. His eyes were now more accustomed to the dark, and in the moonlight he could see that Sawati seemed to be hanging from the edge of a cliff. Mayok cursed himself. He had been so focused on a headlong flight, and had taken for granted the straight road they had been on, that he had not considered that they might be in for more of the treacherous terrain they had passed earlier. He grabbed her with both hands, and inch by painful inch pulled her up till he could grab a handhold. Sawati hugged him, crying, and now that Mayok was sitting on the ground, he realized just how little he had left in him to carry on. All he wanted to do was to lie down, biters or no biters. Abhi was now crying, and Mayok was just too tired to tell him to be quiet. Sawati burrowed her head into his chest. "Mayok, I can't go any further. I can't even breathe properly. Just leave me." She never got to finish, as Mayok kissed her. "No, not you. Not you as well. I've lost too many people. I will not lose you." Abhi spoke up, his voice barely audible to Mayok, even though the boy's head was inches from Mayok's ear. "Don't be sad. I won't cry. I promise I'll be a brave boy." Sawati hugged her brother and closed her eyes, trying to will herself to carry on. Mayok had never felt so helpless and weak as this. His body was about to give up on him, and he had nothing left to offer Sawati by way of reassurance. "Sawati, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't do more." She was now hugging both Mayok and Abhi, and her voice seemed composed. "All that matters to me now is that we're together. No matter what happens, we will face it together." Abhi was now smiling, happy that Mayok and Sawati were in better spirits. He was cold and scared, only too aware that the not-nice people were somewhere around. He wanted to also reassure Mayok, to make him feel happier, but his toddler vocabulary wouldn't let him say much, so he remembered the story Mayok had often told him. "I'll be brave like the boy in the story. I'll remember what his daddy told him." Mayok heard Abhi's words just a split second before he heard the thumping and shuffling of several feet behind him. Any doubts about who they might be were dispelled when he began to hear their screams. "Jihad! The boy give us!" The sound of footsteps seemed lesser than before, so either David had thinned their ranks, or only some of them had taken this road, the others choosing to take the fork in the road they had passed earlier. Or perhaps only some of them had heard Sawati's screams. Mayok knew that no matter how many of the biters were there, it was now too late to run. Abhi's words triggered the memory of what his own father had told him. Indeed, what had been his last words to Mayok. "Be the man I always dreamed you would be." A clarity came over Mayok, and he somehow felt physically lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from him. He began to untie Abhi from his back. "Mayok, what are you doing?" Mayok ignored Sawati's pleas and tied Abhi to Sawati's chest, the boy facing her. Then he held Sawati with both hands. "Sweetheart, I know you are tired. I know it hurts. And I know he's heavy for you. But you must go on. You must make it." She was now crying. "I can't leave you. I love you." Mayok felt his own eyes well up. "I love you too. More than I can tell you now. But that's why you need to go. That's why Hina and David did what they did for us. Whatever happens, Abhi must make it." He kissed Abhi on the forehead once, and then kissed Sawati hard, lingering to feel her one last time. Then he dragged her to her feet and pushed her to get her started on her way. She was crying with every step, but Mayok was glad that she began to run down the road. He kept looking in her direction till the sound of her footsteps faded. Then Mayok turned to face the biters. Mayok was surprised to find that he felt no fear. If anything, his mind was more at peace than he ever remembered. As he heard the thumps and scrapes of the biters' approaching footsteps get louder and closer, he thought back to all he had been through. 17 years of indulgence, and not taking anything seriously, of throwing tantrums over what now seemed to be trifles, and then, in 7 days, experiencing life more intensely than in all those preceding years combined. He had found love, learnt the meaning of responsibility, learnt what it was to sacrifice for others, learnt what true friendship meant, and above all else, learnt how good it felt to live for someone else for a change. The howls of the mob of biters seemed ever closer, and he thought he heard a voice whisper in his head. He could have sworn it was David. "You've learnt to be a man, soldier." Mayok smiled and took out his iPhone from his pocket. It showed the battery to be 30% charged, which was far more than he figured he'd need. He tapped on the flashlight app. He had downloaded it for fun some months ago, and not used it once after the first day of fiddling with it. The app was on strobe mode, casting a brilliant blue and white glow around the phone. The biters must have noticed the glow, for they screamed louder than ever, and he could hear the sound of running feet. He knelt and skipped his phone along the road, thinking that even if it broke now, he had no use for it anymore, just praying that it stayed screen up. The phone bounced off the road and came to a halt a dozen or so feet away, lighting up its surrounding area like a small beacon. Mayok could see the first of the biters now, a gnarled, deformed face with a turban tied on top. The biter seemed to be dressed in the torn remains of what seemed to be a police uniform of some sort. 3 more dressed like him were just behind him. Mayok took the bottle filled with fuel that he had tied to his belt and lit the bit of cloth extending out its top with his lighter. He fumbled once or twice and realized that in the cold the fuse was not catching fire as he had hoped. The first biter was now less than 6 feet away when Mayok put the lighter to the neck of the plastic bottle itself. He felt a flash of searing heat for a second before he flung the bottle at the biter. The flaming bottle hit the biter in the chest, and he screamed as he fell. One of those behind him tripped over him and was also engulfed in the flames. By the light of the fire, Mayok now saw what he was up against. There were about 24 biters rushing towards him. The good news was that meant David had either distracted or killed a huge number of the original pursuing force. The bad news was that at such close quarters, even a dozen biters were a dozen too many. Mayok unslung a shotgun and pumped it, chambering around and firing, seeing one biter, a ghoul who looked like he had been a chef, still dressed in his white uniform, get cut in 2. He swiveled towards the next one, and realized this biter was no more than a boy, perhaps no more than 7 or 8 years old, and wearing a Mickey Mouse t-shirt. Or rather, he had been a boy. Mayok corrected himself as he pulled the trigger. He fired 3 more times, not aiming at anyone in particular, but sure that at such close range he couldn't miss. Then the first of the biters reached him, one who had been an elderly woman, with wisps of grey hair still sticking out from under her turban, her face a yellowy, bloody mess that was barely visible in the light that the pyres of the 2 burning biters still threw up. Mayok reversed his shotgun and slammed the butt into her head, and as she rocked back, he turned it around and fired, all but obliterating her. He fired twice more before his shotgun ran out of shells. A strong hand gripped his right arm, and another ripped the shotgun from his hands. He kicked out and felt his foot connect with something, but then another hand reached out and grabbed his foot in a vice-like grip. Mayok went down on one knee, and as a biter jumped on his chest, Mayok was thrown back, the wind totally knocked out of him. Flat on his back, he could only see the outline of the biter's head, but he could smell its fetid odor, a foul, reeking stench that made him gag almost involuntarily. The biter was now closing in on Mayok, its open mouth seeking his neck. Mayok fished in his pocket with his free left hand and took out the lighter, bringing it up between him and the biter before flicking it on. He caught a glimpse of a yellowed, deformed face with a beard before the biter shrieked and fell off him, fire enveloping his beard. Mayok tried to get back to his feet, but a blow to his head sent him down again. He could feel blood flowing down the side of his head and wondered if a biter had hit him with a rock. He tried to reach for the second shotgun slung at his left shoulder, but a kick racked his body with pain as he heard his ribs crack. He felt arms grab his hands, and then his feet, till he could no longer move. The biters were now screaming again, excited at the kill, and Mayok thought that perhaps it was just as good that he had pissed them off as much as he had. He knew that they tore apart those who fought them, but that was a fate far better than being bitten and transformed into one of them. He saw a biter move in for the kill, its sharp teeth bared, ready to tear Mayok's throat out before the others cut him to ribbons. Mayok rocked his head forward, catching the biter completely by surprise by smashing his head into its face. Mayok felt a rush of pain, and then a free flow of blood down his nose. He was sure he had broken his nose, but he was not done fighting yet. It wasn't about saving his own life. He had already reconciled to being a dead man. It was the simple fact that every minute he delayed the biters was an extra minute that Sawati and Abhi had to get to safety. As the biter above him growled in fury and brought his mouth down to bite again, Mayok smashed his head into the biter once again. Mayok didn't know if the biters felt pain or not, but the biter was at least knocked off balance enough to be thrown off Mayok. As for Mayok, if he had not broken his nose the first time, this time around he was sure he had succeeded. Infuriated by this unexpected resistance, another biter picked up a rock and hit Mayok with it. Mayok saw the blow coming and held up his right hand in front of his face, taking the full strength of the blow on his elbow. He screamed in agony, sure that some bones had broken where the rock had connected. When his right hand dropped uselessly to his side, the biter brought up the rock for another blow. In the melee, the grip on his right leg had loosened, and Mayok kicked out at where he judged the biter's groin to be. He connected with something soft, but the biter didn't seem to notice. Armed with the useless bit of trivia that biters were not fazed by a kick to their balls, Mayok felt the rock connect with his head, and as his head flopped back on the cold road, a deep sigh came from Mayok's lips. He had done the very best he could have. Now he had no more fight left in him. Bruised, bloodied, and battered, Mayok looked up at the stars in the sky, hoping that the end would not be too painful, and hoping that he had brought Sawati and Abhi enough time. As he saw the biters' silhouettes loom over him, he thought he saw shooting stars crisscrossing the sky, and then the sound of firecrackers bursting. Whatever it was, he had neither the curiosity nor the energy to find out. Perhaps it was some biter with a gun. He felt cold, clammy hands close around his neck, and he closed his eyes. His last thought was that perhaps it was good that he was going to be unconscious when the biters tore into him. 13.
"You look like the mummy!"
Mayok would have smiled had it not hurt so much to move his face. He would have loved to hug Abhi and Sawati back when they clutched him, but his right hand was in a cast. He would have loved to hold Sawati much longer, but his ribs hurt when she rested against him. In short, he could do very little to show them just how deliriously happy he was to see them again, so he did the one thing his body still allowed him to do. He cried. 2 medics walked in and changed the IV drips that were attached to him, and then a man in an Indian Army uniform walked in. He looked to be at least 50 from the grey in his hair, but his posture was still ramrod straight, and Mayok saw that he seemed supremely fit. He seemed as if he was about to extend a hand to shake Mayok's, and then, a bit sheepishly, took his hand back. "You, sir, have had quite an adventure." To Mayok, that seemed like the understatement of the century. The man introduced himself as Major General Vij, and sat down next to Mayok. "How long have I been here?" He could see Sawati smile as the general answered. "You've been out for almost 3 days.
3 days?
Mayok turned to Sawati and Abhi as if seeking answers as to what had happened, trying to find out how he had been rescued when he was sure he was going to die at the hands of the biters, trying, above all, to find out if getting Abhi all the way to Ladakh had actually helped in any way whatsoever. Sawati was still holding on to his left hand as if afraid to let go, and Abhi was now sitting on his lap as he sat propped up on the bed. Sawati's eyes looked dead tired and bloodshot, and she seemed to be on the verge of falling asleep. Before she could say anything, the general interrupted. "Young man, she has been sitting by your side almost every minute of those 3 days, so she could do with some rest. You yourself still need some patching up, and the doctors have said they may need to put you under general anesthesia again. So just lie down, try and get some soup inside you. You haven't had any nutrition other than what was pumped in through the IV drips. Once she's rested and the doctor's finished with you, we will talk. We all have a lot of catching up to do." Mayuk tried to protest, but he realized just how tired he was. As much as he tried to stop Sawati from leaving, his eyes felt heavy, and he dropped back onto the pillows placed behind him. Sawati came close and kissed him on the cheeks once, whispering to him, "Rest, my love. Now that you're back with me, I won't let you go anywhere. Just rest, and then we will talk." Abhi was giggling. "She kissed him!" Mayuk smiled, and then winced in pain as some of the many stitches he now knew crisscrossed his face, stretched. He watched Sawati and Abhi leave the room with the general, and realized that no matter what else was to happen, it was worth it to see them safe, to not have to live every day wondering if it would be their last. There was so much he wanted to know. What had happened in the world outside? How many other safe zones like this one were there? And most of all, was there hope that they could rid the world of the biters after all? The door opened again and a young soldier came in, dressed in battle fatigues. From his sharp features, Mayuk guessed he was a Gurkha. The soldier pushed a table next to the bed and placed a bowl of steaming soup on it. "Drink it. It tastes like shit, but will give you strength." Mayuk looked at him, wondering how he was expected to drink it with a drip attached to his left hand and his right hand in a cast. The Gurkha produced a straw and put it in the bowl. He held the straw in place while Mayuk bent over and drank it. The soup was hot, watery, tasted of frozen vegetables and preservatives, had way too much salt in it, and, all things considered, was the most delicious meal Mayuk had eaten in the last 10 days. He slurped it shamelessly, and then fell back on his bed, tired from the exertion of even drinking. The Gurkha patted him on his left shoulder. "By the way, did you really headbutt a biter and kick another in the balls?" Mayuk wondered how he knew, but his expression must have told the Gurkha what he needed to know, and he grinned. "Get well. There are many soldiers here who want to hear your story and buy you a drink." As soon as the Gurkha left, another soldier came in, though this time he was wearing a stethoscope around his neck, and to Mayuk's surprise, was American. He smiled at Mayuk, looking at a clipboard in his hands. "So, Mayuk, give you some morphine for the pain, and then we'll put you under some anesthesia. We still need to finish the stitches on the back of your head, and I think today's when we try and reset your nose." Mayuk was about to ask more, but realized that with all the damage he had suffered, he didn't really want to know just how messed up he was. He sat back as the doctor put one injection in his left arm and then another one in his hip. He grimaced a bit, but in a few seconds he felt lightheaded. "Just close your eyes and lie down." Mayuk did that, and soon he was fast asleep. It was a utilitarian room, stark metal grey with long benches and metal chairs in front of them. The food in front of them was the soup Mayuk had earlier, and what looked like instant noodles. He had Sawati sitting next to him, Abhi on her lap, and her fingers intertwined in his. Mayuk still hurt in a dozen places, and had been amazed he was alive when the full extent of his injuries was revealed to him. 3 cracked ribs, a fractured hand, a broken nose, and 19 stitches on his head and face. When he first looked at himself in the mirror, he had nearly jumped in fright at the heavily bandaged apparition that stared back. The American doctor had been laconic about it. "Wounds heal, and chicks dig scars." The room was filled with soldiers in uniform, a mix of Indian and American faces, and Mayuk saw General Vij standing up in a corner, dressed in what seemed to be his full dress uniform, with medals and ribbons across his chest and stars on his shoulders. Next to him was a middle-aged American soldier, dressed in a blue uniform with similar stars on his shoulders. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our briefing. Finish your soups, and we will begin. Mayok had thought that Sawati was the only woman around, but as he looked around he saw at least a dozen American women in uniform, and a few Indians as well. That morning he had been allowed visitors, and he had spent the whole day reveling in Sawati's company. With Abhi awake, it was tough to do anything more than keep him entertained, but when he had taken a nap in the afternoon, Mayok had finally gotten around to doing what he wanted to do ever since he had woken up. He kissed Sawati and told her that he loved her. He had learnt a bit of what had happened here. American and Indian troops had been doing joint mountain warfare exercises when the first trouble broke out in Afghanistan. As things got worse, Vij and his American counterpart locked down the base and secured Ladakh airfield. Over the next few days, more soldiers flew in seeking safety, and now there were more than 10,000 troops in the base and the airfield, and about 2,000 of them Americans. Sawati had bumped into an advance recon team, and they had watched Mayok hold off the biters on their night vision optics before they were ordered to intervene and kill the biters with their high-powered sniper rifles. General Vij now spoke up again. "This will be our first briefing in 3 days. As you know, once our latest guests arrived, we have been rather busy." Almost every pair of eyes in the room turned towards Mayok and Sawati, and when Mayok looked back at several of them, he saw only welcoming smiles on the faces of the soldiers. The Indian general continued. "Over the last 3 nights, we faced no less than 16 waves of assaults by the biters." One of the soldiers put up his hand. "How did we do, sir?" Vij smiled. "I don't have sharp teeth, decayed skin, do not wear a black turban, and am not trying to bite you. So, in summary, we survived." Many in the room chuckled, and Mayok found himself liking the general's easygoing manner as he continued. "We estimate more than 300 biters killed, with no losses on our side. They've never attacked us after the first day, and the fact that they did shows how desperate they were to get to our guests." He paused to drink from a glass before continuing. "I know the last couple of weeks have been tough. We all left friends and families back home, and I know how difficult it has been for each and every one of you to stay here and do your duty as well as you have. But the tide is turning. Let me share some updates from the outside world." At that, everyone seemed to be paying attention, and Mayok heard one of the soldiers near him whisper that they had no idea what was going on outside for several days. "First, the Indian Prime Minister is alive and well, and is currently on board the aircraft carrier INS Virat, where the government of India is currently based." Many of the Indian soldiers present cheered. "They have established radio contact with us, and with the other Indian armed forces units, like us, still holding out." There was a palpable buzz of anticipation in the room, as Mayok guessed many of the soldiers must have wondered if there were others like them. "The government has declared a state of war, and while we have been holding out for so long, now we are ordered to take the fight to the enemy. As of tomorrow, we will start coordinating with other units in commencing offensive operations against the biters." Several cheers began echoing through the room as the general continued. "And this time we will not have to fight the sons of bitches with our rifles, and in some cases our heads alone." He glanced at Mayok and smiled broadly, and many of the soldiers cheered and clapped. "Airstrikes from the INS Virat and at least 4 air bases, which are still in our hands, are beginning, and paradrops are taking place today to occupy and sanitize other air bases, so we can bring more air power to bear. Now I pass on to General Edwards for his portion." The American general took up where Vij had left off. "Some good news for the Americans here as well. The President is well, and like the Indian Prime Minister, on an aircraft carrier. The same goes for the British, French, and Russian leaders. The good news is that the bulk of our strategic arsenal, our naval assets, strategic missile forces, and long-range aviation assets are all intact. Together we are declaring war on these monsters and will reclaim our world. Our first coordinated move is to restore control over gas and electricity, so that we can both restore those essentials to humans stranded in enemy-held territory and also restore communications." More cheers as he continued, with a more somber tone. As you have heard and have seen, the biters are learning, either evolving or remembering memories. So we've faced biters with guns, and in their last waves, one or two actually fired RPGs at us. Well, the bad news is that in what was Pakistan, we now know some biters tried to activate their nuclear assets. Mayok could feel the tension in the room as Edwards continued. To avoid an escalation, and given the real possibility of biters launching nuclear weapons against human targets, in consultation with surviving world leaders, the U.S. President ordered tactical nuclear strikes against all known nuclear weapons locations in Pakistan. He paused as that sank in, and Mayok heard more than one gasp as the severity of that decision sank in. He looked around and saw that most of the soldiers had not even touched the food placed in front of them. Sawati was gripping his hand tight, and he could feel her head on his shoulder. Edwards continued, "We will all meet later for detailed orders and deployments for upcoming combat operations, but thank you for all you have done." Vij now looked straight at Mayok. "Can I request our guests to come up and join me?" As Mayok, Sawati and Abhi walked to the front, he felt really awkward, having thousands of eyes focused in on him. He passed the Gurkha who had served him food, and he smiled. The Gurkha saluted and started clapping. Soon the entire room erupted in thunderous applause as the three of them walked to join the generals. Edwards shook their hands and patted Abhi on the head, while Vij gently nudged Mayok to the front. "First of all, I wanted all of you to see these remarkable young people. You have all heard their story in one form or the other, but what they have achieved is amazing. When we put out a radio broadcast, we were hoping to attract people from nearby areas, and we did get several thousand, who are now at the airfield, but they made it all the way from Delhi, with all the adventures you have heard about." He glanced at Mayok. "You don't know this, but while the internet is still not up, the ham radio operators are as active as any chat forum, and for the last few days, all they have been chattering about is your adventure." Mayok flushed a bit at all this unwanted attention. He certainly didn't want any attention, and nor did he feel particularly brave. He had done what he had done for those around him, and without Hina or David to share the moment with them, it all seemed somewhat empty. Vij must have sensed on what was on his mind, and spoke again for all those assembled in the room. "More than anything else, you have all heard tales of the boy who could not be bitten, as the ham operators called him, and every step of their journey was relayed and amplified by those willing the boy on to safety, hoping, like all of us, that this boy could indeed hold out some hope." Abhi was now holding on to Mayok's left leg, looking more than a little intimidated at all the attention. When Vij turned to him and smiled, he dug his face into Mayok's leg. "I must be honest, I had my doubts to begin with. Perhaps it was all an urban legend. Perhaps people were just trying to grasp at straws. But after having seen this little boy with my own eyes, it's obvious he was bitten but was not turned. We have sent samples over to an American base for testing, and we will have the results soon." The next morning, Mayok was sitting in the small room he was sharing with Sawati and Abhi. She had her head nestled against his chest. "What now?" Those two words were simple enough for Sawati to ask, but Mayok didn't know how to answer it. Their ordeal may have been over, but it was obvious the world was still very much at war, and that war was only going to get uglier and more destructive as the human forces now organized themselves and retaliated against the biters. There was no question of going back to any of the big cities, which had been the worst hit by the biters' epidemic, so he really didn't know what lay ahead for him and Sawati. As he thought that, he corrected himself. No, he did know what lay ahead. He had been thinking in terms of where they may live, what they may do with their lives, but not about what they would do with each other. And if there was one thing he took away from the ordeal they had shared, that was all that really mattered. "Sweetheart, we've known each other just about 2 weeks, and we're both not yet out of school, so this may sound crazy. But maybe in a world gone crazy, this is the only thing that makes sense." Sawati was now looking at him, and from the expression in her eyes, he got a feeling that somehow she knew. "Suwati, will you marry me?" She just smiled, with tears forming in her eyes, and whispered, "Yes." He brought her closer to him when Abhi spoke up. "Once you're finished kissing, can you talk about cars with me?" Mayuk picked up the boy and the three of them hugged, laughing together. There was a gentle knock on the door, and when Mayuk opened it, he saw General Edwards there. "Son, they finished the test from Abhi's blood samples. The reports will be with us any minute. I thought you'd want to be there." They were about to file out the door when Mayuk asked him if they had any news about David. The previous evening, he had relayed the full story of their trip and of the role David had played in it. "Thanks to your detailed debriefing, we've already sent out search parties for Captain Bremsak. We recovered more than 8 burnt biter corpses where he made his stand. And then the trail indicates he jumped off the cliff, taking at least a few more with him." "Sir, is he—" The general caught his gaze, as Mayuk saw a pin on the general's coat, an eagle perched on an anchor, holding a trident in its talons. He remembered seeing a similar pin on David. "We don't know, son, but we'll find him. We SEALs don't leave our own behind." Epilogue. "You may now kiss the bride." Mayuk leaned over and kissed Suwati as Abhi looked on, clapping in glee, not fully understanding what was happening, but knowing that everyone around seemed to be happy. It wasn't quite the marriage Suwati had dreamt of. There was no family, no dancing relatives and friends. They were surrounded by hundreds of soldiers in combat fatigues, and their marriage was solemnized in a small chapel at the U.S. Air Force Base in Anchorage, Alaska. They had flown there a month ago when Abhi's test results had come in, and it had been their home ever since. They had begun their life together while the war still raged outside. The biters could now operate tanks and heavy armor, and while the human forces had most of the air power, the brutal war continued. TV was back on, if a handful of news channels and a few entertainment channels showing reruns of old shows counted. Electricity was restored in several places, and they could have just hunkered down for a comfortable life at the base. But after all they had been through, they wanted to do more. So Suwati began teaching kids at the small school they established at the base, where Abhi soon made lots of new friends. Being one of the few to have gotten so close to the biters and lived to tell the tale, Mayuk began to help in briefing new recruits, and also passing on survival tips to human communities everywhere. There were hundreds of millions spread around the world, living in cities where the biters came out at night, or hiding in isolated farmlands, too scared to come out. Mayuk used the radio on the base to pass on tips and talk to them, and his story gave them all hope, and his knowledge helped them survive till human forces got to them. But of all of them, the one who helped the most was Abhi. The doctors had already cloned vaccines from his blood samples, and these had been tested already, showing that any human injected with it was resistant to being converted on being bitten. Old drug factories were quickly reclaimed by special forces, and the vaccine was being churned out in the millions, to be distributed to human survivors everywhere. If they could get the vaccine to every human out there, one thing was certain: no more biters would be created. It was perhaps only appropriate that the solution to the madness and destruction the world had inflicted upon itself lay in the blood of an innocent child. They walked out of the chapel hand in hand, to applause from everyone present. Suwati left with Abhi for school, and Mayuk joined his duties in the radio room, when one of the operators called him over. "Mayuk, there's someone on the radio who wants to talk to you." Mayuk put on the headset, and was electrified at the voice he heard. "Congratulations, kid. Sorry I couldn't be there in person." Mayuk sputtered out in astonishment, "David! God, where are you? What happened to you?" "Long story. I woke up in a farmer's hut, half dead and more than half frozen. Took them 2 weeks to get me coherent enough to tell them who I was. But my buddies didn't leave me. Of all the people I could have imagined meeting, once my story was out, I was picked up by 2 SEALs who took me to the base in Ladakh. By then you were in Alaska, and I thought I'd get home before I checked on you." "Did you find Rose?" There was a brief silence on the other end. "Kid, I found her.
I buried her behind our old home.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry, David.
He could hear David sigh at the other end.
No, Mayuk. It's better than never knowing. I buried her and then rejoined my unit. Hey, I gotta go now. I promised to come and visit you guys.
Where are you going?
The only place a SEAL can be at a time like this?
David paused for a second before finishing.
I'll be out hunting in Zombiestan.
This concludes Zombiestan. Please